now. It seems like the Trudeau government is in absolute shambles right now. There's a lot of confusion going on right now. We're going to figure out exactly what is happening, what happened, how there could be multiple sort of factions going against each other within the Liberal Party, the current sitting government of Canada, how this could impact you, because it seems like they're not going to deliver this fall economic statement. We're going to get into all of the details of what is going on here, why everyone's making a big deal of it. Chrystia Freeland, the right-hand woman, the deputy prime minister, as well as finance minister, is no longer. She has stepped down from her role in cabinet as one of the prime minister's closest allies throughout the past 4 or 5 years, someone who he's held very, very close. Well, she's saying, screw you. It seems like she's taking some shots on the way out. I'm just sort of getting my head around this. So together, let's look around and let's see what exactly is going on. If you are just tuning in, let me know where you're tuning in from. It's good to see you here. We've got a letter from Chrystia Freeland. Oh, why am I over here? A letter from Chrystia Freeland directed to the Prime Minister saying, hey, I'm out. You're trying to fire me. I'm out ahead of time. I'm not gonna read your budget for you when you. Okay, well, let's read the letter and then we'll get into the details of it, because this is rather wild. We got the chat here. I've got it up on my screen here, so let me know that you're here, and we'll take some questions, take a look at some things. Seeing Kevin, seeing Sheridan, Johnny, Minon, Donkey, VJY, Andrew, good to see everybody. Okay, so let's get into this. Here is the letter. Let's see if we can get a better look at this. Let's open this in a new tab, because I might be able to zoom in here and we can get a better read of it. All right, there we go. So, dear Prime Minister, it's been an honor of my life to serve in government, working for Canada and for Canadians. We have accomplished a lot together. On Friday, okay, so this happened on Friday, you told me you no longer want me to serve as your finance minister and offered me another position in the cabinet. Could this be? We also heard it's not just Freeland right now who's stepping down. It's not just Freeland, because also the housing minister, Sean Fraser, is saying, hey, I'm not going to run for re-election. I'm out. Is this people distancing themselves from Trudeau ahead of an election? Is this multiple factions sort of warring inside of the party? We're going to get into that. But could it be that he was offering her the housing file instead of finance minister? Wow. You offered me another position in cabinet. Upon reflection, I have concluded that the only honest and viable path for me is to resign from the cabinet. She'll still be MP until the next election, and if she wants to run again, she'll be able to get that spot. But resigning from cabinet means, hey, I'm not going to be your finance minister anymore, not going to be your deputy prime minister, kind of like, I'm out. I'm out. To be effective, a minister must speak on behalf of the Prime Minister and with his full confidence. In making your decision, you made clear that I no longer credibly enjoy that confidence and possess the authority that comes with it. For the past number of weeks, we've found ourselves at odds about the best path forward for Canada. Our country today faces a grave challenge. The incoming administration in the United States is pursuing a policy of aggressive economic nationalism, including a threat of 25% tariffs. Some people would say, hey, maybe Canada should be pursuing economic nationalism with our vast resources, but that's a conversation for another day. We need to take that threat extremely seriously. This means keeping our fiscal powder dry today so we can have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. Whew. That is shots fired at Trudeau and makes it very, very clear what sort of created all of this. That's a big shot right here. We need to eschew, or we need to not look to costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. So this is saying, hey, I'm not responsible for this $250 payment that we've scheduled to send out to everybody, which now it seems like they're not going to do. I'm not responsible for this gimmick, this kind of crappy gimmick that is just vote buying or is supposed to make people feel better about the economy. It makes Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. So this is her framing it, whether this is true or not. This is her framing it as, hey, All of this stuff that I've been saying that people have been so hypercritical of, it wasn't from me. I'm just the mouthpiece for Trudeau and his economic policy, the things that he wants to do. Whether that's true or not, we'll find out. Again, if you're just tuning in, Chrystia Freeland has resigned from her position as finance minister. We're getting into it now. Pierre Poilievre is making a comment. We were supposed to be right now, I was going to do a live anyways, talking about the fall economic statement that she was supposed to give right now. She was supposed to give one of the biggest presentations of the year right now, and is saying, actually, I'm not going to be doing that. Peace. Are we even going to see this document with this fall economic statement? Are we going to see a deficit that was a lot bigger than the 46, which was already $6 billion past the cap? Is this what we're going to see? We're going to get into all of that. We're going to watch Pierre Poilievre's reaction. We're going to watch a couple different news clips, but we're getting through the letter here from Freeland saying, Trudeau, I quit. I'm out. This means pushing back against American first economic nationalism with a determined effort to fight for capital and the investment and the jobs they bring. That means working in good faith and humility with the premiers and provinces and territories of our country and building a true Team Canada response. I know Canadians would recognize and respect this approach. They know that we're working for them, and they equally know when we are focused on ourselves, inevitably our time in government will come to an end. But how we deal with a threat to our country currently faces will define us for a generation and perhaps longer. Canada will win if we are strong, smart, and united. It is this conviction which has driven my efforts. Okay, yes. I'll always be grateful for what I've done. I look forward to continuing to work as an MP, and I'm committed to run again for my seat. Okay, interesting. So she's not taking a 4-year break, like it seems like Sean Fraser, the housing minister, is doing. Not taking a break, gonna keep going in the next federal election, possibly lose her seat. With gratitude, the Honorable Chrystia Freeland. Wow. The most impactful part of this letter, if you're just tuning in, are the shots fired. We need to take our situation extremely seriously. That means keeping our fiscal powder dry today, which I'm guessing this budget doesn't do, right? Saying keeping our fiscal powder dry means let's not spend all of our money. Let's not go into more debt so that we have reserves for a coming tariff war. That's an interesting way of framing it. That means not looking at these political gimmicks. This is what I've been very critical of the federal government of, it is gimmick policies that aren't meant to really do anything except for make low information, or people who aren't paying a ton of attention to this say, well, that's good. Maybe I got $200. That's pretty okay. But I don't think that there's many people these days who aren't paying attention in the same way that they may have been able to be fooled in the past. Wow. Let's look at some of the responses that we're getting here. Let me see if Pierre Poilievre is giving this talk yet, because we're expecting to see the reaction from all these ministers that were expecting to see a fall economic statement today, who are instead faced with this, which is an entirely different situation. I'm just going to switch to my other YouTube account so that I can skip the ads, and let's see. Okay, we're still waiting around on Pierre Poilievre, so I'm going to keep that in the background. We've got some videos here, some reactions of things that are going on. Let's pull this up, because this is wild. And let me know, what do you think of all this? Do we think that we're going to have Trudeau resigning here, or do we think that he's going to give a statement here and say, hey, not to worry, Mark Carney is going to now be my finance minister? Here's a CP24 reaction to it. Let's get into this.
Okay, so breaking news. As we've been listening to Federal Housing Minister Sean Fraser announcing that he is leaving Justin Trudeau's cabinet, a tweet lands that is just shocking.
Yeah, Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, putting a letter out saying she is resigning from cabinet. Now, this is just coming into our newsroom. This happened literally a few seconds ago. So we're going to share with you part of what she's saying in this letter to the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, saying, on Friday, you told me you no longer want me to serve as your Finance Minister and offered me another position in the cabinet. Upon reflection, I have concluded the only honest and viable path is for me to resign from the cabinet. And again, this happening at a time when the Housing Minister, Sean Fraser, was making this announcement in Ottawa.
Exactly. Exactly. The letter also goes on to say, for the past number of weeks, you and I have found ourselves at odds about the best path forward for Canada. So again, sort of hinting at the tension which CTV News had confirmed last night between the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister and, of course, Finance Minister. So here we are, Sean Fraser resigning, public remarks glowing.
Okay, so we know all of this. We've got some reactions here from multiple different people, political folks here. Okay, so we've got, so this tweet dropped while Sean, oh, why is my, can you see me? I think I lost my image there. Am I gone for you? Did I disappear? What is going on here? Okay, hello. And we should be back. Let's go. There we go. We're into it. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Austin, Rob, Matthew, Ahmed, Nicholas, Austin. Good to see you. All right. So we've got now, Sean Fraser was the one that was giving
hello, everyone,
resignation
and good morning. Thanks for
when
making
these
the
tweets
time.
dropped.
As you've probably heard by now, I've advised the Prime Minister earlier this fall that I will not be seeking re-election as a Member of Parliament for Central Nova during the next campaign in order to spend more time with my family. When I say I'm leaving for family reasons, I'd like to be a little more specific. Our path to creating a family was a challenging one. We've experienced the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. When it comes to our kids, we have had micro-preemies, lengthy hospitalizations, medical interventions, and know the pain of losing our one-day-old daughter, Ruth, who I miss every day and who I love very much. Some of my closest families in recent years have been diagnosed with cancer and survived. They have suffered heart attacks and undergone triple bypass surgeries. While these examples have led to remarkable rebounds, other family members, like many others with whom I was very close, have passed away. The last 5 years may have been difficult, but they have also brought the most incredible joy. I have watched my daughter, Molly, who was born under difficult circumstances, grow into the most amazing, intelligent, curious, and interesting 8-year-old that I have ever met. She loves Taylor Swift, learning about ancient civilizations, playing video games, and last week I had the opportunity to watch her welcome hundreds of people to her elementary school's class Christmas concert in what I expect will be the first of many public speaking engagements. We also, a few years ago, welcomed our little boy, Jack Stanford Fraser, into the world.
Okay.
He has become...
as much as I respect Sean giving credit to his family...
I want to immensely. The opportunity to help people who make good things happen in your community is incredible.
I want to see if there's any shots
I've ever worked with,
here,
and I'm grateful for the opportunity to have worked alongside you. To my Nova Scotia and Atlantic Caucus colleagues in particular, past and present, you are so much more than co-workers. You are dear friends that I will keep for a lifetime. Never stop pushing for the betterment of Atlantic Canada, and know that I will only...
Okay, so what we're seeing here, Sean Fraser was stepping down the moment that Trudeau, or that Freeland released this tweet with his letter saying, hey, I'm out. Kind of screw you, Trudeau. You're not doing the right thing economically for Canadians. This is the message, right? We need to not focus on gimmicks. While he's saying that, he's resigning. No, she is saying she's resigning. So a lot of people leaving the government right now, and possibly wisely. Freeland is saying that she's going to run for re-election in the upcoming election. Fraser is saying no. A bunch of people who I believe have prime minister aspirations, who want to be prime minister of Canada, are taking a 4-year break over this next cycle, or a break at least for this next election. We see Sean Fraser stepping back. We see Nate Erskine-Smith, another young person, understands technology a little bit better than most, likely to have political aspirations that are higher than being an MP, as well as on the NDP side, Daniel Blakey, who I believe was one of the only highlights inside of the NDP party in terms of the way that he went about his politics, stepping away from politics right now. It seems like everybody except for the Conservatives are saying, hey, I'm just going to opt out for the next little while. But interestingly enough, we've got some more analysis here.
With Nick Nanos, the founder...
saying that this resignation was intentional, and the timing of it was intentional, right before the budget or the fall economic statement was supposed to be released.
Chief data scientist of Nanos Research, and now alongside us, Dan Moulton, who used to work with Kathleen Wynne and Dalton McGuinty, and of course now is with Crestview Strategy. I hope I'm saying that right. No prompter for me today. Dan, I'm going to start with you. You are super tied into a lot of people who make decisions in this government. What does it say to you that this decision was announced by Freeland today in the manner it was and took so many people by surprise?
Well, I think it's clear that she was trying to seize the narrative, right? I think it's clear she was trying to seize control of a story after being told she was no longer going to have her job on Friday afternoon, right? Those who were paying close attention on Friday would have noticed she was in a different, I think, state at her press conference on Friday afternoon. That press conference was
she got emotional.
She did. She got very emotional. It was delayed by some time. I understand because she was still in with the Prime Minister having what is clearly a very difficult conversation. And I understand she took the weekend to consider her future and what she was going to do next. She's obviously been one of the more loyal lieutenants in this government, right? She's been a loyal part of this cabinet over many years. And so this was clearly a difficult decision for her. But clearly the timing of it, clearly the drama that we're seeing unfold today here on Parliament Hill was intentional. I think she was looking to seize control of a story and put some distance between her and the Prime Minister as she was about to be fired. And I mean, that would have been a difficult place for her to have been politically for her future career. And this was a move this morning to seize control of the story. And I think she's done that very effectively.
And we can only speculate as to why, just to quickly follow up before I go to you, Nick, because like that's the thing. She could have Sean Frasered it, right? And just said, you know what, my time's up. I'm going to head out. I still support this government. Like, this is the opposite of that.
So she's taking some shots at the Prime Minister. We're going to flip now to Poilievre, who now is live and is giving his statement on what exactly just happened when we expected to hear from the finance minister about what is happening in Canada, what are our finances looking like. Freeland, for those of you who are joining me, has stepped down as finance minister, and we don't know who's going to replace her. We don't know if Trudeau is next. We don't know if this will be cause for the other parties to say, hey, clearly we don't have a functioning government. We need to go to an election. I doubt that the NDP will go for that under their current leadership. But here's Poilievre, who's giving a statement as we speak about what exactly has gone on today. Let me get it from the start here. Okay.
On est témoin aujourd'hui du pire chaos au sein du gouvernement
The French isn't
du
so
Canada
helpful for me.
dans l'histoire moderne de notre pays. Le gouvernement du Canada perd le contrôle sous nos yeux.
As Poilievre's French here, it looks like
quelques heures à peine
the fall economic
avant que le ministre
update.
des Finances de Trudeau ne présente un
This is the
budget
lockup
d'automne.
where all the journalists are supposed to be reviewing the document so that they can have stories out when it's presented. Everybody bailed, and they haven't been given the statement yet,
en Justin Trudeau comme Premier ministre
which
du
is
Canada.
wild.
Les Canadiens qui s'inquiétaient déjà
Okay, maybe we can skip to English.
et la bureaucratie est hors de contrôle.
Okay, so he's just going all French first. Okay, we'll come back to this in just a moment, and when we can get back to some English from him. But yeah, so this is the lockup for the fall economic statement. If you don't know, the media gets access to the big chunky document, the big important document that tells us all about Canada and its money, what we're spending money on, what we aren't, how much debt we're in. Some indications are saying that we could have gone even farther than the parliamentary budget officer suggested we were going over in terms of our deficit cap. This is wild. And Dan Knight here saying, retweeting that Brian Passafume, 10 a.m. we were supposed to get this big document, but we're not getting it. We're just sort of sitting here. The room's pretty empty because obviously there's other stuff to be covering right now.
Les dépenses incontrôlées voisins et plus proches alliés nous imposent des droits de douane
No
de
interpretation,
25% sous la direction.
Okay, again, we'll come back.
The number of things in this resignation letter that she posted this morning, we found ourselves at odds about the best path forward for Canada. She calls, the use of political gimmicks.
Mm-hmm.
She uses language like that. She talks about the priority that should be placed on responding to the threat of tariffs and working with the premiers, kind of insinuating that isn't what the Prime Minister is doing. Like, you mentioned how close she was to the Prime Minister, how loyal of a lieutenant that she has been. What might drive the desire to go out in this way?
Well, I think her advocates, people that are close to Chrystia Freeland, that would champion her cause, would probably say she had the bravery to do what Bill Morneau couldn't, right? I mean, he left quietly. She could have left quietly, and she did not. She is looking to seize control of the story here, to define her next chapter, to define how history will write her departure from this government. It could have been going quietly after being fired, and she's chosen for that not to be the way that she will leave this government. You point out her disagreements with the Prime Minister. Clearly, those are being brought into very public relief in a way that I think most finance ministers tend not to do. It's common for there to be distance and disagreement between finance ministers and prime ministers. Usually those are kept in private. She's decided to articulate those very publicly, and I think it is part of a strategy to seize control of how she's leaving this government and the story that will be told about her.
Dan makes the perfect...
And we've got, while we're waiting for Poilievre's English statements, we've got Doug Ford reacting to this news. Or not, with his audio, I believe.
United group of,
oh, there we go.
may have our differences, but we're a united group of premiers. And I'm blessed to have the greatest premiers I've ever seen sitting around the table. So we're very grateful.
Premier, you must be concerned about
Well, I think we all are, but again, this is a time for the premiers to step up, which we're going to, and project unity across the country. And again, we have great premiers, all different locations from coast to coast to coast.
This is wild because right now we've got these threats of tariffs from the states, and it seems like we've got a situation where our federal government is in a lame duck situation. You've heard this term before, where someone is technically the one that's in power, but when all of the changes happen and when all of the decisions are made, well, the decisions that are made now, you won't be dealing with the same leader, likely based on the polls, in 6 months to a year. So a lot of people are waiting out the current government. We see this with the premiers, Doug Ford going directly to the states, doing these meetings with the rest of the premiers to say, hey, how are we going to handle this nationally? While the federal government kind of sits on its hands. And I think a lot of people don't take them so seriously because there's no indication to all of the people that they're talking with that any of the talking and any of the negotiating, any of the things that are going on will be fruitful because, hey, the person I'm talking to now isn't the person I'm going to have to be dealing with in 6 months to a year. It's like if you're negotiating to buy something on Marketplace and then you get there and it's a totally different person. So, hey, I don't remember saying any of that stuff on that price. Absolutely wild. Let's get back here to Poilievre and see if we can get a refresh here and get some English statements.
Time.
Okay,
Today, mere qui ont perdu le contrôle, ou M. Trudeau, toutes les couleurs politiques, pour réunir et pour aider le Canada à récupérer après tous les dommages qu'a causé M. Trudeau. On a un bel avenir, mais il faut commencer maintenant de reprendre le contrôle. On va reprendre le contrôle des dépenses.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you very much,
There we
everyone, for being here today. What we are seeing is the government of Canada itself is spiraling out of control right before our eyes and at the very worst time. Today, mere hours before Trudeau's finance minister was to deliver a fall economic update that was expected to smash through her already massive deficit targets, she announced she no longer has confidence in the Prime Minister. Canadians were already anxious about the reckless $40 billion deficit the government had announced last spring. But today, in mere hours, they were expected to learn that it was much higher than that, threatening our social programs and our fiscal stability right in the middle of a potential trade war. The Prime Minister, with the help and instigation of carbon tax Carney, pushed Ms. Freeland to bring on massive, unsustainable, irresponsible spending increases that blew through her self-imposed guardrail. He thought that he would simply push her through that guardrail and off the cliff so that she, and not he and Mr. Carney, would take the blame for the crisis that he and they caused. To continue the chaos, think of this. The moment the finance minister resigned, the government's published order of precedent meant that François-Philippe Champagne instantaneously became the finance minister. But now he tells us he doesn't have the job and doesn't want the job. So it goes to the next minister who's on the published order of precedent, and that is Randy Boissonnault, more commonly known as the two Randys, the gentleman who had to resign because he falsely claimed he was Indigenous, falsely claimed that there were more than one Randy when it was all him and all in his head. And he is now technically our finance minister as we speak. We don't know for sure, though, if he'll still be finance minister in 3.5 hours when the scheduled fall economic update is expected to land. That update, by the way, is currently covered by a black blanket underneath a table. No one is allowed to look at it, even though journalists and parliamentarians showed up to read it in briefing rooms to this day, earlier today. So here we are. Everything is spiraling out of control. Out of control spending and bureaucracy has doubled housing costs, with 1,400 homeless encampments taking over Ontario alone. Out of control immigration has led to refugee camps opening in suburban Canada. And then we have 500,000 people in the country illegally, according to government estimates. Out of control crime overtakes our once tranquil streets, with gun crime having doubled. Out of control drugs and disorder add to the chaos, with 47,000 of our people dead of overdoses since Trudeau legalized drug laws, stopped enforcing them, and allowed limitless sums of...
This is kind of more of Poilievre's talking points that are normal, not related to today.
Which has sent out of control demand to our food banks, which are running out of food altogether. Out of control spending has doubled our national debt, boosted interest rates, and threatened our social programs. And it's not just Freeland who thinks this Prime Minister is out of control. Now, Housing Minister Sean Fraser has resigned in the middle of a housing crisis. The Minister is resigning, the Finance Minister is resigning in the middle of an economic crisis, and a fifth of his Liberal caucus has lost confidence in him. Justin Trudeau has lost control, and yet he clings to power. We cannot accept this kind of chaos, division, weakness, while we're staring down the barrel of a 25% tariff from our biggest trading partner and closest ally, which, by the way, is headed by a newly elected president with a strong and fresh mandate, a man who can spot weakness from a mile away. Ms. Freeland has been Mr. Trudeau's most trusted minister now for a decade. For 9 years, she knows him better than anyone, and she knows that he's out of control. She said this: "Our country faces a grave challenge. The incoming administration in the United States is pursuing a policy of aggressive economic nationalism, including the threat of a 25% tariff. We need to take that threat extremely seriously. That means we have to keep our fiscal firepower dry today, so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford, and which makes Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. I know Canadians would recognize and respect such an approach. They know we are working for them. They know when we are working for them, and they know when we are working for ourselves. Inevitably, our time in government will come to an end. Will come to an end," she said, and I quote. And it is coming to an end, because we simply cannot go on like this. And it is up to Jagmeet Singh now to make that realization. Mr. Trudeau is being held in office by one man, Jagmeet Singh. A fifth of Liberal MPs have written a letter for him to resign. His deputy prime minister has walked out on him. His housing minister has quit. That on top of numerous other female ministers who stormed out after his appalling mistreatment and abuse and dishonesty towards them. 80% of Canadians have lost confidence in this prime minister. So why is Jagmeet Singh making the entire country wait for him to get his pension? That is the question today. To patriotic Liberals across the country, my message is this. You supported this government in good faith because you thought it was the right thing for the country. And you are good and decent patriotic people who have been let down by a Prime Minister and his top advisor, Mr. Carney, who have betrayed Ms. Freeland and you. Carney and Trudeau, the backroom boys, have taken the Liberal Party away from anything it used to stand for. What I'm calling for is let's bring home the common sense consensus of Liberals who believed in liberty, Conservatives who believed in conserving it, fiscal responsibility, compassion for our neighbors.
Okay, so this is interesting because he is right in saying that there is essentially one person who is holding this government and allowing it to remain the government, and that is the NDP right now. We've seen a number of confidence votes voted on over the past couple of weeks, and the NDP have been the only ones that have allowed it to go through, that have allowed it these non-confidence votes to actually show that we do have confidence in the current government. But will that remain as we see all of this strife inside of the party? And will whoever is supposed to take up this finance minister role, will they even want to take on the role now amidst all of this strife? Like Mark Carney has been this sort of global organization guy, bouncing around, being the central banker from multiple different countries over time. A long and storied resume, a resume that will make some people say, hey, you're right for the job, and some people say, you're the exact kind of guy who shouldn't be in the job when it comes to Canada's national interest rather than on a global stage. Will he even want to take this potential hit to his reputation by signing his name on as a chief figure in this government, as it seems to be sort of falling apart? That's what's going to be really interesting. We haven't heard from the Prime Minister at all today, on a day when, again, we might still get the fall economic statement. We might get this this update today still. No idea who's going to give it. And whoever is going to give it is likely not going to be too happy that they're the one giving it. It might fall down to some of the lower level people in the government that would be able to take this on. No, we want to go to, here's the clip that I was going to bring over. More Vassy.
Former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley. Mr. Manley, good to see you. Thanks for making the time.
Hi, Vassy.
So you lived a long political life, and you were used to a lot of drama, certainly, between different factions and different camps. What is this? What does this say to you, particularly the timing of it, on the day of the fall economic statement?
Well, remember this, Vassy, it's ancient history, but the last time a finance minister resigned unexpectedly, it was Paul Martin. And guess who got thrown in to take over? That would be me on a Sunday afternoon when nobody was really expecting it. So it has happened before, but it wasn't on the day of an important presentation like a fall economic statement. I think this is not only dramatic, but it can't be described as anything short of a crisis moment for the Prime Minister and for the government.
I want to ask you in a moment about what you think the Prime Minister needs to say as we stand by, we think, awaiting those remarks. But first, I just wanted to get your take on some of the stuff Minister Freeland said in this letter. In particular, her sort of focus on the threat that Donald Trump has levied and how the government is responding. She says we need to take that threat extremely seriously. That means keeping our fiscal powder dry today, so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. I know that there is a normal level of tension over the issue of spending, for example, or fiscal powder that exists between finance ministers and the Prime Minister. But to get to this point, how great might that tension have had to be?
Well, I think it's clearly from the letter, it was his message on Friday that he no longer wanted her as finance minister that really precipitated this. Truthfully, she was part of the announcement on the GST holiday, and she supported it. She endorsed it. She spoke to it. So I think that, if anything, resigning on principle in her case is a little bit late. that one of the jobs of the finance minister is to say no to the prime minister. It's a heavy and onerous responsibility. Generally speaking, we believe that the government can't really sustain losing a finance minister, at least unexpectedly. And she had leverage, which she didn't use at that point in time. So it's a bit late, I'd say.
Wow, that's wild, saying, okay, well, this is kind of her fault because she wasn't able to stand up. If she really did not like these gimmicky policies, well, then why not say that behind closed doors? It's an interesting sentiment there. We've got some stuff here from Anita Anand, the Treasury Board president here, who is obviously not so happy that this is going on.
Chrystia Freeland is a good friend. Someone I work with very, very closely as president of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport. This news has hit me really hard, and I'll reserve further comment until I have time to process it.
Is she crying, or did she just finish her run?
Chrystia Freeland is a good friend.
That's wild. Okay, so we got someone in the comments, Mike Jones, saying Pierre just announced in his press conference that they could vote on the fall economic statement today, despite no finance minister being around to give it. Let's catch the end of this press conference and see what the statement was.
These are the shared common values that will bind up our nation's wounds and bring us back together. Now is the time for a carbon tax election to turn the decision away from me or Mr. Trudeau or Mr. Singh or Mr. Carney and put it in the hands of the people. I know that they will make the right decision. Let's bring it home.
Mr. Poilievre, can you clarify, you do not accept the possibility that Mr. Trudeau could resign and there could be a leadership? You think there needs to be an election right now?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it is not backroom Liberal insiders who get to choose the Canadian Prime Minister. It is the Canadian people.
That's
and
beneficial for Poilievre to
Mark
say.
Carney to write a fall economic update full of poison pills and then put it on his rival Chrystia Freeland's desk to knock her and Mr. Trudeau out of the game and allow him and appoint himself Prime Minister is about the most undemocratic political maneuver we've ever witnessed in this country's history. The Canadian people deserve to choose who should be their next Prime Minister. Let's put our faith in them. That's up to Mr. Singh.
Itself.
So he's saying here, we got to have an election. We can't have a new sort of leadership race for the federal government if Trudeau were to step down. I think that the best move, probably for the Liberal government, would be for Trudeau to step down and for them to hold an open and well televised challenge to see who should be the Liberal candidate in the upcoming election. You may not like the sound of that, like let's give the Liberals the best chance they possibly can to do as well in this next election as possible. But as a Canadian citizen, I think you need to be cheerleading a good performance from all of the parties to make them compete more heavily to get to the best policy for Canadians. I think a strong Liberal Party holds Poilievre's feet to the fire a little bit more on what is his policy, what does he actually want to do, what is he going to prioritize, rather than it just being a vote for me because I am not he. That's how Trudeau really got into power in the first place. So much criticism of Harper. Anybody but Harper. I remember those websites saying, okay, here's how you vote in your riding if you just don't want the Conservative leader to be in. That's the kind of sentiment we're seeing right now in Canada as well. People saying, okay, I just don't want Trudeau. I just don't want the Liberals, without as much care about necessarily the platform of the Conservatives. Vote for me because I am not he. But I think that having a strong leader in the Liberal Party would make Poilievre have to have better policies to serve Canadians better than he believes that this new Liberal leader will, if Trudeau even steps down at all. I have questions about, hey, why isn't he stepping down? Why is it in his interest to stay in? I don't think it really is. I wonder about if there's any sort of compromise going on where, okay, maybe Trudeau doesn't want to be Prime Minister, but maybe there are other powers that are sort of controlling whether or not he really is able to step down or not.
need to take place before January the 20th, when the catastrophic 25% tariff is slated to come into effect?
It would be ideal to have the election done before the president takes office, or within the first week or two of his mandate, so that Canadians would have a strong prime minister with the brains and backbone, the strength and smarts to stand up for Canada, facing down President Trump and our American competitors.
But to be clear, do you think there is a process? Is there a process in the House of Commons? We're in a minority government. Do you see a process in which the House could vote no confidence before it rises tomorrow? Is there such a maneuver that you can do?
I think it's really up to Jagmeet Singh.
Do you think Canadians want their resigned?
So that's the question. Here's the big thing. The other thing that's crazy is that we were going to get this fall economic statement today, but also tomorrow is going to be the last sitting day of Parliament for the year, and they don't get back until I think the third week of January, if I'm not mistaken. So do we even have time here to force a no confidence vote? Will we even hear from anybody about the fall economic statement? Is it even possible for them to vote no confidence on the economic statement, or just in general? I think that Jagmeet Singh has, apart from Trudeau right now, who's getting obviously his reputation sort of slashed by his closest ally coming out and saying you are just doing gimmicky financial policy. Obviously that's bad. I think what's even worse is like there's no doubt now that we don't have a well-functioning government. There is no, how can you make the argument that we have a functioning government that has the confidence of not only the people but the House of Commons? If it weren't for personal interests and sort of self-interests of these parties, would they actually say, yes, we have confidence in this government? Will the NDP, it may not be beneficial for them to have an election now because it would hand it right to the Conservatives based on polling, but maybe they would have more credibility and Canadians would recognize, okay, well, when push came to shove and when it became abundantly obvious that the government had no more control over what was going on, even within their own doors, they recognized that and they forced the election. Would they absorb some of the Liberal votes that may not vote Liberal now? I think it could be a better move for them. I'm not sure.
Always before tabling the fall economic statement, how should the government now proceed with the Fez? Should it be tabled?
Yes.
Last question.
And maybe the answer is just for them to table the Fez and let's vote up or down on the Fez. It would be a confidence motion. I think the answer is to table the Fez, the fall economic update, and let the House of Commons vote up or down. And if the fall economic update is defeated, then it would be a non-confidence vote, and we would proceed to a carbon tax election. Je pense que M. Trudeau...
Wow, and we have rather liberal-leaning commentators here making the statement that the best course for the Prime Minister might be... Wow, look at this. This is Bruce Anderson on the podcast I quite like, which is with The Bridge, with Peter Mann's Bridge, and Chantal Hebert, who I definitely respect their opinions, and Bruce Anderson's also on the show. And best plan for the Prime Minister might be to have Mark Miller, who is currently the Minister of Immigration, who followed Sean Fraser in this role, as interim Prime Minister, prorogue for a while, say, okay, the government's not functioning, we're going to prorogue Parliament, nothing else is going to happen, 6-week race to choose a successor, hit it into an election after that. That's probably the best move for the Liberals. I agree with Bruce. This is probably the best case for them. Get the attention of Canadians with this Liberal leadership race, bring in a new leader. Mark Miller as interim would mean he's probably wouldn't end up being the leader come an election. Might be the best for them. Get a new face in there, clean house, new faces, new people, new policy. I think that's the only chance at this point.
Devrait déposer la mise à jour économique cet après-midi et permettre un vote ce soir pour permettre la Chambre des communes à la conférence turning at night because...
You want their Christmas holiday to be interrupted by a federal election campaign?
I think right now Canadians' Christmas holidays are being interrupted by the NDP Liberal hell they're living under. Lining up 2 million people at food banks 1,400 homeless encampments, a doubling of gun crime, the worst inflation in 40 years, our 6 consecutive quarters of shrinking per capita GDP, $500 billion of investment leaving for the United States. Parents are tossing and turning at night because we have the most indebted households by far in the G7. That's the real hell that is interrupting people's Christmas spirit right now. And I think that...
Okay, interesting. So now we have commentators that are saying, okay, maybe this isn't Freeland just trying to distance herself from Trudeau for the sake of distancing herself. Maybe this is the start of her federal leadership campaign. I'm no longer Trudeau's right-hand person. You can see this. I turned my back on him. This is why I'm not accountable for the policies that were put into place while I was in power. Instead,
Tom Mulcair, our CTV political analyst, is live on the line to help us unpack what has happened and what might happen as we wait for the Prime Minister to address Canadians. Tom, you have been talking about the possibility that Justin Trudeau is not the leader of the party. I think that many people had concluded that it was a done deal. He was going to stick around because he had survived that so-called coup. What do you think the chances of that are now?
They're slim to none. It's the non-answers from those ministers that is the most telling thing. When you have ministers coming out of a cabinet meeting and they won't say straight up that they have confidence in the Prime Minister, it's game over. It's as simple as that.
I wonder what clip that is.
The strongest word, and I think you picked out the key phrase in Chrystia Freeland's letter, political gimmicks. And unfortunately for Mr. Trudeau, that's the sense that people have of him. Last week he was on television eating hot chicken wings, because the people around him have said, well, we've got to get back to the fun Trudeau. But the fun Trudeau got in 2015 because he was such a sharp contrast to the dour Stephen Harper. And he was able to win an election based on that formula. But that formula has started to wear thin. He went from a strong majority to 2 minorities. And now he seems to be the only person in Canada unaware of the fact that he's not going to be able to carry his party into the next election. So Chrystia Freeland has done something very different from what Jody Wilson-Raybould did when she stepped down. She took the lower position. It's not to say that Veterans Affairs isn't an important issue, but in terms of where you are on the ladder, it's very low. And she paid a price for that. I think that Chrystia Freeland learned from that. She's saying, I'm elected as a member of Parliament. I'm a Liberal. I'm just going to stay in caucus. Well, good luck with that. I'd love to be in that caucus meeting when people actually side with her. How many people will be physically around her to send a signal? And that's supposed to be Wednesday. So that's the last day of the session. It was supposed to be. We were already having hints that it was already going to be a massive cabinet shuffle. Trudeau's cabinet looks like a Swiss cheese right now. There's so many holes in it. And what's he going to do? Well, who's going to stand up this afternoon? I guess he pitches it off to one of his stalwarts. And if it's a guy, good luck with that, because the message from the guy who last week gave a big speech about being a feminist, that's starting to wear pretty thin, Vashi.
So I have to ask you, because, you know, over the last couple of years, you and I have spoken on many occasions on air about the loyalty that Chrystia Freeland has showed the Prime Minister, the degree to which she has been his top lieutenant in selling the marquee policies of this government. Would you have ever anticipated that she would, I mean, not that she would leave. I think that based on the reporting last week, that looked entirely possible. But that she would leave in this way, making the pronouncements she did on the morning of the fall economic statement?
I think it's precisely because she has been that ultra loyal person, defending everything that Trudeau did every single step of the way, that conversation that she describes in her resignation letter last Friday, being informed that she's no longer the finance minister, and we don't know who the replacement is. We can all guess, and I think the guests will all circle around the same person. It'll be interesting to see if Mark Carney is actually interested in the job after this sort of train wreck.
That's what I was saying.
But yeah, she was that incredibly loyal person. That's why I think it stung the most. She looked at her options, and she just came to a conclusion, which is simply, I can't continue. But I think that she shows a lot of the strength that she has, saying, I'm elected as an MP, and I'm a Liberal. I'm going to be there, and I'm just going to watch. I'm going to take my turn at the microphones in caucus meetings. Obviously, today is going to have consequences way beyond that. I cannot see how Trudeau can honestly believe in his heart of hearts that, no problem, I'll just push through this. I'll name a bunch of more people to cabinet to start taking over all these various, what are we up to, 7 or 8 positions all told? I don't see that that's going to happen. 9. So there you go. So I don't think that's going to happen.
Just very quickly, I wanted to also ask you, given the way in which the statement kind of, everything Chrystia Freeland outlines, but the conclusion, her last line, I'm still running again in the next election. And above that, we had different, we clashed over the path forward for Canada. Is she setting herself up to replace him?
Absolutely. she's given herself quite a boost in so doing, because she set herself completely apart from Trudeau. It was always the most difficult part for anybody who was around that cabinet table to be able to run for the leadership and separate themselves from the Trudeau years. Well, she's just done that in spades, and very credibly, I might add, because she didn't run after this fight with Trudeau. She was being shown the door because Trudeau thought he had somebody better to help himself, and that also comes through in her letter, Vashi. She's saying essentially, look, we've spent too much time concentrating on you, on image, on what you can do, and less about Canada. And she said, this is a serious moment. We should keep our powder dry, have some money left to fight the impending battles with the states, and we shouldn't allow ourselves to be distracted by political gimmicks. That is one of the most potent expressions I've ever heard in a political letter like that.
Wow. So we're going to have to see what's going to happen here. We were expecting to get the fall economic statement today. And I made a 45-minute video on the channel. If you haven't already seen it, check it out, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. We cover Canadian news primarily, with a focus on the finances of it, specifically macroeconomics, central banking, and the way that central banks around the world are really responsible for a lot of the results that we're seeing in the economy these days, with politicians playing a lesser role in my eyes, although a role nonetheless, which is why we're talking about this today. We saw, and I've talked at length about how, if the federal government passes the deficit cap that they set last year of $40 billion and possibly pass it significantly, well, then what does that do for Canadians? What kind of legacy does that leave for Canadians at a time when the central banks are like, we got to be cutting rates right now so that we can stimulate spending in the economy? What happens if the federal government is instead issuing more debt, pushing up bond prices, leading to more expensive mortgages, more expensive borrowing for Canadians at a time when people are saying, hey, well, we kind of need some relief here.
Joining me now is Laurie Turnbull, political analyst. Laurie, welcome. Your reaction to the news of Fraser and now Freeland?
Right. So the Fraser bit seemed to leak out last night, where it had become more publicly known that this is what he planned to do. And so Sean Fraser's press conference this morning, where he explained, this is a conversation he's had with the Prime Minister. It is time for him to leave politics. He has young children. He wants to be home more. And so it was one of the most thoughtful press conferences I've ever seen for a cabinet minister leaving. Really wanted to stress, when I say I'm leaving to be with my family, I really mean it. And this is what I'm talking about. And so of course, Fraser's the coverage of his press conference is cut short with the announcement that Freeland is also leaving. Now, if Fraser had been the only one who left cabinet today, I think that would have honestly been a big enough blow to the Prime Minister, because Fraser is one of the, one of the more people who are seen as a rising star in Trudeau's cabinet. He is, I don't even know how many ministers have left now, 5 or 6 or more than that over the past few months. I think, but again, Fraser's departure would have been a hard enough day for the Prime Minister. Freeland's is a disaster. This is a disaster for the government. And obviously, she's saying now that she had the conversation with the Prime Minister on Friday. He said he no longer wanted her to be finance minister. He's going to move her to something else. And upon reflecting on that over the weekend, she came back and said, no, obviously I don't have your confidence. I'm not going to do this. And she clearly is not comfortable with where the government is headed. The letter she has written, the timing of this, the fact that she's done this on Monday morning, and she was supposed to be reading this thing in the House today at 4 o'clock, has just blown everything up. And so,
So we have a new report here about the fall economic statement. What's going to happen? This has been left up in limbo. we've got a new report here from Mackenzie Gray of Global News saying the Liberals are going ahead with announcing the fall economic statement today. The embargo now, which was supposed to start at 10 a.m. this morning, is starting at 1:45 p.m. Underneath these black tarps that you can see here are stacks and stacks and stacks of paper. This is the fall economic statement that Freeland had been writing. We thought she was writing it. Had been writing and working with people to put together to read today. Now, as she leaves her post, you question, was she actually the one responsible for writing this budget or this mini budget? Or was it some sort of conglomerate of a bunch of policy advisors, possibly including Mark Carney? I don't know what Trudeau's idea was here. Like, I'm gonna tell Freeland that she's out on Friday, she's gonna read it on Monday, and then I'm gonna fire her after she reads the fall economic statement, which was supposed to be the messaging of what the Liberals are going to be doing going forward. Well, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? Were you thinking, okay, Freeland is going to accept this lesser role? Freeland is going to step into the housing minister role that Fraser has left? I'm going to take a demotion here, and I'm just going to fall in line like I always have. Well, to be fair, maybe Trudeau expected that, because that kind of has been what Freeland has done, is I'm just going to be the mouthpiece for these policies. I'm going to take the fall when it's bad. Maybe that was reasonable to expect. But now we have Freeland saying, hey, I'm not going to just do what you tell me to do. And I'm not going to read this fall economic statement, which is hidden here under these tarps, or these sheets, or they look like curtains or something. I'm going to hide. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to make this statement. So maybe that was not even in Trudeau's plans at all. Because maybe he thought, I can bring in now as Deputy Prime Minister and as Finance Minister Mark Carney. I can bring in this guy and say, okay, well, now he is the one that is in charge here. He can be the one to take on this role. But now, this could be all thrown up in the air, because with Freeland stepping down, and all of the shit show that's happening today on this lovely Monday, with this shit show, is anyone going to want to tie their name to Trudeau? Is anyone going to want to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to step into this absolute shit tornado that's going on, and I'm going to be associated with it? Who's going to be finance minister now? Maybe Bruce Anderson's right, saying, we just need Trudeau to step down and get a vote for a new leader, and your interim leader, Mark Miller, who cares? People don't love him. People like him. It doesn't really matter if he's just in there for a short period of time. But it looks like we are going to be getting the fall economic statement at 4 p.m. Could there be something even worse? Could there be something even more shocking in this fall economic statement that led to Freeland saying, I'm not going to take the fall here. I'm not going to be your fall guy.
Yeah, this is one heck of a Monday morning.
And, you know, this does seem like bad blood between Trudeau and Freeland. Let's talk about that statement that she put out today. Anything that stood out to you?
Well, I mean, I think seeing the statement in light of this thing she said to the media over the past number of days, when she's been asked about her position in the government and the tension with Trudeau, and her tearing up about that, and how it's an honor of her life to serve. Like, clearly she's been under a lot of pressure, a lot of stress, and clearly I think there's a real disconnect between Minister Freeland, or former Minister Freeland, and Prime Minister Trudeau about how the economy needs to be managed right now, and trying to balance the political imperatives and the fact that this government appears to be headed for defeat whenever that election comes. And, you know, so I think the Prime Minister trying to do things like, you know, an HST rebate or HST break and the 250.
Okay, I found a new clip here. This is apparently there was a sort of cabinet meeting, or at least a caucus meeting, with a bunch of Liberal MPs, and very interesting, the statements that are coming out from them saying, maybe we, the Liberals ourselves, don't even support our Liberal government anymore. This seems like an election to me. What is Trudeau going to do to be able to stop an election from happening? I don't see the way to maneuver. Like, you've got a prorogue parliament, pause the government so that there's not an election called in the interim if you are the Liberals. But will Trudeau even step down? Is there a way to get him out of power? There's not really an internal way to force him out unless he resigns. Will he do what his father did, go on a long walk in the snow and really think hard about it and then decide to step down even though you've constantly said no?
Things to discuss, but we clearly want to hear from as many people that were around that table as possible, as well as the Prime Minister if he emerges there as well. Sorry, David, to interrupt you.
To amplify what you said, Rosie, if you're a Liberal with a pulse, find a camera. We want you. Right. That is essentially where things are right now at this moment in time. But I go back to the letter. Like, she resigned, and that is the headline. But you go through the words in this withering resignation letter, acknowledging and confirming publicly that the reports of the tension between the two was in fact real and not just a media creation, as a lot of Liberal partisans have been suggesting, because it was in the Globe and Mail, and their frustrations with the particular reporting over the last number of years of Bob Fife and his team over there in their parliamentary bureau. But they were right on this. And also making the point, Chrystia Freeland did in her letter, saying that we need to take the threat of Donald Trump extremely seriously, and that means keeping our fiscal powder dry. It's not something we think we have.
Running and was expecting to be shuffled out. Let's see if we can listen in.
Attendez un peu, là, c'est pas à moi de vous dire c'est quoi le déroulement du reste de la journée.
It's not up to me to tell you how this day is going to unfold. Is the Prime Minister still the Prime Minister? Yes, of course. This was tough on us, but we'll come back with more details in short order.
Okay, that's Marie-Claude Bibeau, who has previously announced, she was one of 4 cabinet ministers who announced that she would not be running again and was in fact waiting for this shuffle to happen in order to leave that part of her job behind. Here's Stephen Guilbeault.
We'll have more to say a little later.
I have nothing else to add on. We'll have more to say later.
That's Stephen Guilbeault. Obviously, no one wants to get into how the day is going to unfold in terms of the fall economic statement or whatever else has to happen today. I imagine that message will come eventually, maybe from the Prime Minister or the House Leader even potentially. But those are 2 of the cabinet ministers that have left the room as cabinet breaks after meeting for the first time since this news of Chrystia Freeland's resignation exploded at about 9 a.m. this morning. I'm going to quickly play that clip of Dan Vandal if we can. He also one of the 4 cabinet ministers who said that he wasn't going to run again and was waiting for the shuffle so that he would be moved out of that job. Here's a little clip of that.
Just that I'm sorry to see Chrystia go. I thought she did a very good job, and we're going to continue to do what's best for the country. Thank you.
All right, that's just another reaction from another cabinet minister who was on his way out. So let's maybe go back to the shot, though, of that hallway where cabinet ministers.
Some more here.
Day. File, Rosie, as you try to under.
Anything else from
focusing
when people who
from ministers saying, okay, this is what's going to happen or this what isn't going to happen. Still a closed door meeting right here. As we speak, where we don't know what's going to happen today. First, it seems like we're going to have a fall economic statement today, but could there be a vote forced here? And what is Jagmeet Singh's response going to be? It's hard to be credible saying we believe this government is functioning as it should be.
Start at 1:45, not 2 o'clock, as I said. The embargo will lift at 4. How that goes out, we do not know. But you know, Rosie, just one quick thing. The conversation this creates, as we've all talked about, the Prime Minister, Helena Jazik, who until recently was in cabinet, said, let's put it this way, firing the Minister of Finance who has served you extremely well is not what I call a trustworthy move. When she was asked, should he resign, she said, yes. So that's where this is going today.
Yeah, and I've had a couple of texts from people who...
Was that CBC saying that's where this is going today? CBC saying we could see the government fall today? We have today and we have tomorrow. Parliament rises after that. I think something's got to happen here.
who were trying in caucus to push the Prime Minister out, who believed that the momentum that they were lacking before, they now
Have a new
potentially
jolt.
have.
Yep.
And that gives credence, in my mind, Aaron, to the idea of a prorogation. It would, at very least, allow him a moment to regroup, to perhaps reflect himself on what he wants to do and whether there's a way out of this. I think one of the other key questions that I have is, did Mark Carney actually say yes? Like, are we going through this because Mark Carney did agree, or are we going through this and Mark Carney has still not agreed?
So you would assume that before they went and asked Chrystia Freeland to step aside from finance, that they had a finance minister in their back pocket.
You would hope.
You would hope. But to Greg's point, the lack of logic to go to Chrystia Freeland on a Friday before the Fez, for the fall economic statement, and ask her to step aside, and to not be seemingly prepared for any kind of fallout, would raise some questions about how much foresight was put into this.
Yep.
You know, because again, it is, to bring it back to the Jody Wilson-Raybould example, they clearly did not anticipate that that would lead to a blow-up when they moved her to, if I'm remembering correctly, Veterans Affairs out of Justice.
Yes.
And, you know, they didn't think that that simple move was going to lead to problems. And it led to what was, before recent events, probably the closest this Prime Minister has come to losing power. You know, it's that, I think, is what's so remarkable, is that they have, in a way, done this to themselves, or the Prime Minister has done this to himself. Now, you know, when it comes to prorogation, I don't think prorogation makes any sense unless he's ready to go. If there's no real mechanism to defeat this government in the next 48 hours, because the House adjourns in 2 days, it's over, they can go into Christmas break without falling. There's no real justification for prorogation. And as you say, if he needs time to think about whether he's staying on, it's done. So if he's going to prorogue, the reason to prorogue would be because he's stepping aside. That would be a reason to prorogue, because then you need a leadership race. Well, there's no sense continuing on in Parliament with the Prime Minister and with the sitting Prime Minister if he's on his way out. So that, to me, would be the impetus.
David seems to have
I can just say, I'm trying to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
It is undecided when and how we will hear from the Prime Minister today, but I am told by a member of his staff he's not resigning and we're not proroguing. So the two big nuclear options that would be on the table.
He's not resigning and we're not proroguing?
Senior government staffer suggests to me that why prorogue? There's no votes. There's nothing to do. You take your break. You're due to come back on the 27th of January. So you have all of the time between now and then, I guess, to figure out what comes next. You can always go see the Governor General at any point in that next month.
Can you ask if my interview is still going to happen on Wednesday?
You know what? I'll do what I can. All right.
Okay, I'm going to bring in
or
Tyler.
Get him on tonight.
Yeah, or get him on the show tonight. Yeah, your show tonight. Tyler Meredith is a former head of fiscal and economic policy for the Prime Minister and for Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, and he joins us now live. Tyler, hello. How are you?
Thanks for having me. Nice to see you,
Nice
Rosie.
to see you. Kind of a stunning day. Let's start with the seemingly quite large chasm, policy chasm, between the Prime Minister and Chrystia Freeland. Was that a surprise to you, or had you sort of sensed that this was happening and growing over time?
So there are always disagreements between finance ministers and premiers and prime ministers. That happens every day in every government in every part of the country. I think sometimes those spill out into the public, sometimes they don't. You'll recall that Jim Flaherty and Stephen Harper had public disagreements over policy at points in time. Look, I've worked for Bill Morneau, I've worked for Justin Trudeau, I've worked for Chrystia Freeland. I know that Chrystia and the Prime Minister care deeply about the future of the party, of the government.
Just put out a poll here. What do you think is going to happen here? Is the government going to fall over the next 48 hours? I'm curious what you think about this. Is there even a way for this to happen? If one of the options isn't what you think is going to happen, let me know in the comments what you think. We're all trying to figure this out.
Of the country, and that they have very similar values. Sometimes those those things come into conflict with each other on important issues of policy. I know that there have been some disagreements over time. As I say, that's natural. I think what's probably different is that it was starting to build in the public domain over the course of the last couple of months about attacking her credibility as a leader, and at some point that becomes untenable. I think in this particular case, it wasn't one thing. I think it was one event, as has been reported, the conversation that may have happened on Friday. And I think at that point in time, Christia probably just decided, if you're telling me that you want to move me, it's because you don't have confidence in me. And I just feel that it's not, I'm not able to operate in the way that I could. And I think that's probably actually the simplest and the truest explanation.
What is the explanation, though, and you maybe can't answer this, but I'll get you to speculate. What is the explanation as to why the Prime Minister would do this days before a fall economic update? And then, I guess, assume that Chrystia Freeland would be okay with how this was going to unfold. That's the part, to me, that seems to be sort of the strategic mistake. Do it after the fall update. Do it 2 weeks from now. But this timing seems very curious.
I think some of it, as Aaron may have alluded to there, may have had something to do with the conversations that were happening with Mark Carney. I don't know. But I will say this. I think the intention was that they wanted Chrystia to go off and do something on Canada-U.S. relations, because that's what she's good at and that's what she cares about. And while that is something that she cares a lot about and is good at, I think she also cares a lot about being the finance minister, and frankly has done a fairly decent job, in my opinion, over the course of the last number of years, very difficult circumstances. And, she had to make an existential decision, because when the Prime Minister is saying to you, I don't have confidence in you to do this job that I asked of you in the past, I want you to do something different, but I don't have confidence in you to do this particular job, I think it raises an existential question for somebody, like in any HR discussion, frankly, right, about why am I here? And I think what's interesting is that she's decided to stay. Again, because I think she cares a lot about the future of the party and the future of the government, and so does he. I know he does. And I think these are two people that had different visions that were coming into contact with each other.
I don't doubt that she cares about the future of the party and the government, but her timing as well. I'm not sure that demonstrates to me that she does, or that she fully understood the impact this would have on this day. I mean, this could end in some pretty brutal ways for the government.
Yeah, look, it obviously is I think, maximum pain effect that it will probably inflict on the government and on the Prime Minister. I don't want to speculate on her motivations to that effect, but I honestly and truly believe that probably the reason why she decided to go as quickly as she did was because she realized the moment that I don't have confidence, I can't really continue on, because you're asking me to speak on behalf of the government in a way that I no longer kind of represent.
So what happens to this job then, Tyler, just as someone who's worked in that department so much? They have to fill that job very quickly. How does that have to unfold over the next hours and days?
So it's interesting. It's funny because I was actually sitting in finance when the whole resignation bill was happening, watching CBC News, having all of this play out. And so, I have a sense of exactly what's probably going through the minds of some of the people there. And I just want to say I really sympathize with the challenges that they are dealing with today. In the past, there has been thoughts as to whether or not you would have a interim minister. In the case of when Bill left, it was very quick. As you'll recall, it was literally the next day that Chrystia was sworn in. So I suspect we will see someone new installed on a permanent basis very quickly, which could be as to what the Prime Minister speaks to tonight when he delivers his remarks. I think it'll be important, by the way, that the Prime Minister move quickly to try to fill this gap. There's a separate question about the broader shuffle, but he needs a finance minister ASAP. And if he doesn't fill that hole quickly, I think it will, unfortunately, raise continued questions about the stability that the government is operating with as we go.
Let's move forward here a little bit. Wild. So it looks like we are going to see the fall economic statement coming around 4 o'clock today, with the embargo happening around 1:45, which would mean that we might actually get this document. What's going to happen here? We've got the poll here, interesting responses from people in terms of how they think things are going to pan out. With the government falling this week, 25% of people saying yes, we believe this is going to happen. No, Parliament's going to get prorogued. The winner, though, 46% thinks Singh is going to continue to prop up the government. I think that's going to be a big hit for his credibility. Oh, you can't even see this because I'm in the way. I think it's going to be a big hit for his credibility. Not that there were so many people who sort of still had faith in that, but this Parliament is not functioning as it should. It hasn't been for the past 3 months. As the Conservatives have been sort of holding up Parliament because they won't let it go forward without the Liberals offering documents on this alleged fraud with the Sustainable Development Fund, the billions of dollars that have gone to companies claiming to do green technology business, but no actual checks or balances to see if they were doing that green work. Obviously, big issue, fraudulent. Parliament hasn't been functioning for a while, but maybe this is the kick in the pants. Like, does Singh really even have a leg to stand on saying, I'm going to continue to prop up this government? Most people here think that, well, whether or not he has a leg or not to stand on, he's going to lean on that leg. And if he falls, he falls, even if there's no leg there, if that is a statement that makes sense at all. Wild.
Considering resignation or prorogation, others say they're hearing from people inside cabinet and senior levels of staff that all of these things are on the table. It's a day of a lot of confusion and a lot of chaos.
Michelle Cadario joins us now. She was the former Liberal National Campaign Director, former Deputy Chief of Staff to Paul Martin, who also resigned from his position as a finance minister. I had Peter Giannolo on earlier. I don't know if you saw that. It was a different perspective, perhaps, than what you will have about how things unfolded.
Well, as we say, we got quit. So,
really different circumstances, I would say. But it does illustrate that it is difficult to be a finance minister and have a boss, a prime minister who has maybe different ideas than you do.
yeah, and Tyler spoke to this. That is kind of the system of government that we have. You want a finance minister who's independent enough that they come forward with ideas that they challenge, certainly the prime minister. But ultimately, it's up to the prime minister to decide, what he wants his government to be about, what he wants in his budget, and what he wants to run on. And if the finance minister can't agree on that, then they have a choice of, either just accepting it or leaving. And, I think this was a circumstance of a whole bunch of things, it sounds like. And really, probably pondering over the weekend, she felt she had no choice. And boy, she made her choice known. And now here we are.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds to me like she was ready to accept the policy differences. Like she was ready, because the GST holiday went into effect on Saturday. Everybody felt it right away in various ways. Pizza or
that was a joke, right? Everybody felt it right away.
And whatnot. But it doesn't sound like she was willing to accept, I guess, what she perceived as a demotion. To be handed a title without a department and a job without a clear definition seems to have been the thing that sent her over the edge.
Well, exactly, and she's been a key member of this government, and it would be, I can't imagine being in her shoes necessarily today, but one would think that you're going to be putting forward the government's economic plan, and then you're going to kind of be put on the sidelines and not given anything to do, and just kind of having a made-up job, as it sounds like. I guess we don't know the full details necessarily, but in that circumstance, I can see what was going through her mind. And I just do not, for the
cabinet meeting. Chrystia Freeland decided over the weekend that she'd already been to hers. That is a hell of a thing in Canadian politics.
Well, the cabinet shuffles cost them Toronto St. Paul's because it put that into play with Carolyn Bennett, and LaSalle Verdun because it put that into play with David Lametti, and now they've got this crisis on their hands. Sorry, Rosie.
It's a conversation. It's your studio, after all. The fact that she was willing to walk away entirely from it, though, to say, to your point, after all she has done for Justin Trudeau, for the government, for the country, to say this is a bridge too far is also, I think, speaks volumes. Because this is someone who had given, a decade of public, more than a decade of her life to public service.
Well, and if you read her statement, she's not done. No, and I think that was probably the most significant line at the very end. Absolutely. Is that I'm looking forward to running again and serving my constituents. And so clearly she doesn't see her political life over, and that her political life will go on beyond whatever kind of cabinet makeup that might be next. And so I think that says probably even more than anything else like that was in there.
Do you think that they must have
people on Twitter saying a number of different things. Here, breaking, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is seriously considering resigning or proroguing Parliament and will address the public this afternoon. No word on timing. Stay tuned. We're gonna find out all this. I'm gonna stay live for as long as I can to get through this. I'm pretty good for my schedule this afternoon. I have hockey this evening. I'm gonna go to that. Got to get the sweat on. But I think we're gonna get through a lot of this before maybe 6 p.m. tonight. This is the biggest thing to happen in Canadian politics in terms of a story in a while, in terms of something that people are willing to cover. I'd say a lot of the interference stories, probably bigger in terms of the impact that it has on the country. But we're going to see what Trudeau's going to do as a response to this, because I don't know that there is a finance minister in waiting. Just wild to see.
Had Mark Carney locked in order to, like, that's the only thing I can come up with in my head, that they must have had him locked in order to toss her aside.
Well, if they have Mark Carney locked in, then what are they doing right now? Like, it's kind of odd that one would think that you would only do that if you had a plan and that you had a rollout plan, something as significant as moving a finance minister, especially the first female finance minister the country's had. Maybe the time is still to come at 2 o'clock today, but you've seen no evidence of it. You've seen no kind of laying out of any kind of foundation or building anything of that. I'm not sure, no matter who Mark Carney is or what he's done, this would be his first entree into politics, and I don't know that he's got a full government to kind of put on his shoulders to kind of carry us through. So.
That's wild to say that Mark Carney's first foray into politics. I find it pretty hard to say that it's not a political role to be a central banker, both of Canada and of the Bank of England. As detached as those are supposed to be, when it comes to power and global order, it seems like those are more powerful positions than even some heads of state in my eyes. We've got an interesting report here from Mercedes Stevenson from Global News saying this is somebody who's on the Hill right now, Parliament Hill. Something is going down. People who left cabinet are now being called back in. We saw all those members of Parliament leaving cabinet or leaving cabinet, this meeting of here's all the MPs, probably Trudeau's in there trying to sort of actively plan what is going on, what are we going to do here. People who left are being called back in. They say Prime Minister's office says ministers are coming back for question period prep. Holy, if we get a question period today, that could be an absolute shit show.
Well, maybe let's talk about that in a moment, about why he would bother coming in at this stage, if that is indeed on the table. But first, I'll bring in James Moore, a former Conservative cabinet minister, one of David's power panelists. He served on the government's NAFTA Council during the first Trump administration. Nice to see you, James Moore.
Hi.
So I think David read your tweet out loud, and you're kind of stunned. So give me your thoughts on this shocking resignation today.
After the Toronto Centre by-election and the LaSalle-Mard by-election, I think a lot of Liberals who like Justin Trudeau, who see him as a friend and a colleague and a peer, I think they knew that the writing was on the wall, that his time as Prime Minister was coming to an end, and they held their fire on him in the hopes that he would recognize reality on reality's terms, that his time as Prime Minister was coming to an end, and they kind of were hoping that he would take a dignified route to the exit. He has chosen not to do that. And in this move and this power play on Minister Freeland, I think he has cracked whatever good faith there's been left with the Liberal Party, and not only the caucus, with cabinet colleagues and with the base. As David has pointed out, there's Liberal members of Parliament now coming out saying he needs to go. Yeah. I mean, 343 Liberal riding associations. You know that there are presidents and candidates all over the country who are itching to come out and get this signal that it's okay to come out of the woods and say that Justin Trudeau has to go. This is the end. This is the end of Justin Trudeau's time as Prime Minister, and he was given an opportunity to exit gracefully. He chose not to take it, and this is going to get very ugly for him very fast.
Wow, some big predictions here, and we have more from Mercedes Stevenson saying that there is chaos in the cabinet today. A senior government source tells me that the Prime Minister is not considering resigning. Another source tells me it actually is being discussed in cabinet. So does the Prime Minister even have control of the party anymore? This is what's going to reveal itself over the coming hours here on Live. And if you're just joining me, Chrystia Freeland has stepped down. Sean Fraser, the housing minister, has stepped down. As Thomas Mulcair put it, well, there's more holes in the Prime Minister's cabinet than Swiss cheese, I think is what he said. There's a lot of holes here. I might make a more crude maybe you can see where I was going with that. I'm not going to go there. Mercedes Stevenson saying, okay, well, some are saying the Prime Minister is going to step down. Others saying he's not going to step down. But many ministers on their way back into cabinet, sullen, silent, and they will not say if they support the Prime Minister continuing on or if he even has their confidence. This is chaotic for people watching. I think even more so it's chaotic for MPs who will not outwardly say what they actually think until they can calculate in their minds what will the impact of this be on my career. These careerist MPs who wouldn't sign on to this letter wanting Trudeau out like a month ago when that letter was gaining traction. But now, Freeland, right-hand woman to the Prime Minister, comes out and says, hey, your economic policy is basically just gimmicks. Gimmicks that admittedly she put out there and she was the face of, but now she's trying to make it seem like it was all the Prime Minister's idea. This isn't her fault, maybe in an attempt to become Liberal leader here not too shortly. But now we're seeing politicians saying, hey, I'm not going to make a public comment yet because what I say and what I want the public to know about me has not been determined yet because I got to see how this shakes out for my own career.
So in your mind, James, there's nothing he could do, cabinet shuffle, staffing changes, all the things that were put forward over the summer that he didn't do, to be clear. There's nothing that he could do on that front that would buy him some time.
No, I don't think so. And as Aaron points out, you know, there's effectively the fall economic statement and 2 question periods. You don't prorogue Parliament because you're scared of an embarrassing question period or 2. That's not a reason to do it. You have to provide the country with a real reason. So, you know, he will go into, I suppose, this address to the nation tonight and sort of spell things out. But you know, this is a disaster in every possible way. And it would be, as a partisan, you know, you see a lot of things that people are kind of laughing and smirking at this. This would be funny if it wasn't so consequential to a G7 country that's facing 25% tariffs, which is an absolute triggering of a recessionary pressure, which will cause the loss of thousands of Canadian jobs, on top of runaway government spending, on top of all kinds of productivity and economic challenges that we have. And we don't know who the finance minister is, and we don't know who the Prime Minister has. We don't know if Mark Carney is coming in. We don't know whether or not it's relevant. We don't know if he has confidence of his. We don't know what Jagmeet Singh, who has been silent on social media, I see he said, this is a crisis for the country, not just the government, at a time when we least can afford it. And we're going to speculate, and hopefully we'll have answers very soon. But this is enormously serious in terms of what it means for everyday Canadians.
Yeah.
And now reports coming from CTV News saying, developing, sources are telling CTV News that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is considering resigning, possibly today, or proroguing Parliament, and he may address Parliament this afternoon. Let's see this story because we've got some more comments here from CTV. The premiers right now are speaking live about their conference that they had. This is not related to the story today. 1:30 p.m. Eastern, which is, so these are live updates. So they're saying that this is going to actually, Deputy Minister Chris Forbes? Who even is that? The fall economic statement lockup will begin at 1:45 with Deputy Minister Chris Forbes providing remarks at 2 p.m. What time is it now? Yeah, so we could have in 10 minutes remarks about the fall economic statement and whether or not it's what's going to be in it. Could there be something worse in here that prompted this? Or was it just Trudeau signaling, hey, I don't want you here as my deputy prime minister? Are we going to get some comments? My guess is this Chris Forbes. Let me see. Maybe I recognize the face. Is Chris Forbes deputy Deputy Minister, Department of Finance. Oh, so he's the Deputy Finance Minister? Is this guy? Chris Forbes, I guess, is the Deputy Finance Minister, would have been Freeland's sort of assistant. I guess we're going to get statements from Chris Forbes, who probably was rather involved in the putting together of this budget as an office member of Freeland's. We're going to get statements from him, not from the Prime Minister, at what the CTV says is 2 p.m., which is just minutes away. So I'll be keeping my eye open for that video stream. It makes sense for him to do it. Yeah, you're right, Turner. Let me know if you're just tuning in, where you're tuning in from. It's good to see so many people here. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Drop a like so that more people can find it. We're going to be compiling all of the information so that you don't have to, bringing all of the information that is out there to this stream. If you're at work, you can put this on in the background, put one earbud in while you try to make it look like to your boss that you're actually working. This is what happens. Or maybe you're working from home, you can just whip it up on your other monitor. Good to have you here. Again, we cover Canadian politics as well as Canadian macroeconomics, finance, worldwide finance, these types of things, the way that global organizations manipulate financial policy for their own benefit, right? We're going to keep on following this. It's ignited a storm of confusion on Parliament Hill, coming the same day that she was set to table her fall economic statement, which includes key economic metrics like the size of the deficit. Follow along for live updates. 2 p.m. is when we're supposed to hear from Deputy Minister Chris Forbes.
Just so people know, we don't have confirmation yet that the Prime Minister will speak to the country. We expect that he will have to say something at some point.
That's true. We have not said there will be an address to the nation, but now would be a good time to do it. Just get it over with if he's going to do it. I personally still do question whether or not Trudeau has even fully been able to make his own mind up. I don't see the incentive of him staying on longer. If I am him, I'm stepping down because I'm not going to win, and I want to keep my reputation as high as I can. Right? I want to keep my reputation looking good so that I can parlay that into consulting roles, which is the role of a prime minister. That's what Harper did, makes an economic consulting fund, and now he's parlayed that into being head of Alberta's pension plan, these high-paying jobs. It would have been better for Trudeau to gracefully exit, as gracefully as one can. Which leads me to question, if he's not acting in his own interest, whose interest is he acting for? We've heard all of this interference talk from different countries, including reports from Scooper Cooper, saying that, hey, there are politicians that are compromised. Essentially, there is blackmail on some politicians. It makes me think of that. Obviously, that's alleged and has no obvious evidence that is the case, but I have a hard time figuring out why you would act against your own best interests if it weren't for somebody else actually making the calls here.
Point for all the reasons that James laid out there. And I put this question to everyone, but I'll put it to you too, James Moore. If he stays on, because that's what we're hearing right now anyway, that he intends to stay in his job, how quickly does he need to have a finance minister in place to signal both to the markets, to the president-elect, to Canadians, that they are doing their job, that they are taking their job seriously?
Well, he needs to have one before markets close today. So he has to have something to say in question period. So that needs to happen. Yeah. But look, the probability is he will limp through today and tomorrow. They will go into the Christmas break, and then what will happen over the coming couple of weeks is that you're going to have an outpouring of frustration and anger of people who have been faithful and friends of Chrystia Freeland saying this guy's got to go, and people who have been reading the polls are going to come out of the woodwork, because it's not just that they wanted Justin Trudeau to go before because they think that he's not going to lead them to re-election, but now they have a reason. Now they have an energy. Now they have sort of a weaponization of the tactics. And so that 1-2 combo of this guy can't win and now we're offended by what he's done is the end of Justin Trudeau's time as Prime Minister.
Well,
offended by what he's done is an apt thing for what I'm about to show you here, this political cartoon that's been put out today. Just take a look at that. obviously making the comment that somebody will provide lip service and will chastise Americans for not electing. I don't know if you saw this clip. It was from a gala that Trudeau spoke at maybe 4 or 5 days ago, where he gave a speech sort of saying, how dare Americans not elect the first ever female president? How dare they? This is a sign that Americans are not feminists, and I am the holder of all the virtue. This is the sentiment that it gives off when, yeah, I think it speaks for itself.
What was kind of stunning, too, today was when Pierre Poilievre did come out, because he rightly sort of kept his powder dry and then decided to come out when he had a better lay of the land, was that he used all of Chrystia Freeland's words as a weapon against the Prime Minister to make his own case. And so it does become difficult to see how you overcome that, given the prominence of Chrystia Freeland. This isn't just, a minister in charge of a small portfolio.
And there's a very pragmatic, unspoken arithmetic in the minds of everyday Canadians, right? Which is, she has been the most loyal cabinet minister to him, and she has lost absolute confidence in him. Why should I have confidence in him? It's a basic arithmetic that everybody gets instantly, and you can't spin your way out of it.
James Moore, nice to see you. Thank you for jumping on so quickly. We appreciate it. Take good care.
Anytime.
All right, David, I'll hand things.
So we have heard a report that we're expecting Deputy Minister Chris Forbes to give the fall economic statement, or at least provide remarks. By all accounts, journalists are in the fall economic statement lockup. This is a sort of locked room with no mobile phones or anything that can access the internet, where they can read the fall economic statement. The very same fall economic statement that has sort of been part of the catalyst for this unraveling of the current Canadian government. Absolute pandemonium, absolute chaos on Parliament Hill today. Reporters don't know what's going on. The politicians themselves don't know what's going on. Who's in control here? How is this going to shake out? We shall see, but stay tuned, because we're expecting very shortly Chris Forbes to provide remarks, although everything is up in the air. Who knows if we'll hear from anybody? Maybe we'll hear from the Prime Minister in the next 10 minutes. Nobody knows.
Things over to you. I mean, we had left it as, does anyone want this job now, given where things are at? But perhaps you have news and you want to take the conversation in a different direction.
Look, I've just been comparing notes with our colleague Louis Blouin at Radio Canada, and something I had heard and he had heard. The Prime Minister never told Cabinet that he was staying on. He never said he was leaving, but he never said to them emphatically that he was going to stay.
And more information pointing to that. Again, we're sort of following a lot of reporting from the people who are actually there on the ground in Ottawa. Multiple senior cabinet ministers blew by reporters, refusing to say if the Prime Minister is staying on. A non-answer. Not a single cabinet minister has answered our question of whether the Prime Minister is staying on or resigning as they leave cabinet and question period prep. Extraordinary. We haven't seen something like this. We have not seen something like this, and we likely won't see something like this again for a very long time. That's why I'm staying here at the desk today, compiling all the information so that we can figure out what's going on here, the latest updates as they come.
So that has people wondering, whether he is considering his future. Nobody knows this for sure, at least not anyone who's saying anything emphatically or definitively. And I just got a text back from a senior Liberal asking this question. They said, don't know for sure. Too hard, soon to say after a few hours, but one minister told Louis it's going to be tough for him to survive this. So let's, Greg, let's get your thoughts on this. I mean, James Moore laid it out in pretty blunt, stark terms there, talking to Rosie. It's hard to disagree with the political reality that he outlined. What are you hearing? What are your thoughts?
I asked the same question when we were waiting to come on about the rumor about that the Prime Minister had told Cabinet that he was stepping down. Not true, or the way it was explained to me, quote, not an accurate reflection.
Yeah.
So, the person wasn't saying no, but it sounded like it was discussed, but not firmed up enough that you could actually make that declaration. You know, I was thinking while Rosie and Michelle were talking, you know, a lot of this came because of a push to have the cabinet shuffle this week. This is a cabinet shuffle that's been rumored since the summer. It's been put off and put off. It probably was impacted by people like Sean Fraser, who had a conversation some weeks back with the Prime Minister about his intentions. There may be other people that have had similar conversations. We don't know. But, you know, David, you and I were at an event this weekend where I ran into you and I asked you, you know, why would people want a cabinet shuffle this week versus January? And the push was that the sooner they got ahead of the inauguration, President Trump coming back in. But, you know, haste makes waste. And if all of this happened because of the conversation on Friday morning and them not thinking of the impact, but you can tell by what, you know, senior staffers did over the weekend or the way they communicated, they are totally taken by surprise on this. So, you know, sometimes when you defend your party as a partisan, you have that choice. And sometimes being critical is actually being more loyal. And there have been people like myself and Michelle who have been very honest because, you know, we believe in liberal politics. We've worked for liberal governments. We support liberal governments. But there are some things where after a while, you know, what rooms are you in? Because you don't seem to be reading any rooms at this point.
Okay, we're watching another room, and this is the one in Toronto where the premiers are now streaming in to sit down in front of the various flags that make up the provinces and territories.
A united team, and last night and today, we had a very open, productive, and order on both sides.
It's probably not going to be. We're focusing on this Freeland story right now, but of course the premiers are getting together because we have a situation where we have a lame duck prime minister. At this moment, based on the polls, he's not going to be the one in power over the medium term here, especially if today leads to an election being called or a prorogation of Parliament. We have a lame duck prime minister, and that means that all of the people negotiating with Canada, as we see Trump come in for his second term here halfway or midway through January, all of the people that are negotiating with Canada right now don't have faith that the current government will be the government for the rest of the time that these negotiations matter. Same goes with the premiers. They're not talking to the feds right now. They're saying, hey, us premiers as a group are probably going to be around longer than the federal government. Maybe we should be the ones that are actually talking to these people that are trying to negotiate with us.
Regulatory processes desire.
And we hope that plan more fragile. Do you think that the Prime Minister still has a mandate to negotiate with Donald Trump? And does it have what it needs to negotiate with Trump? Well, what we agreed on is that it's not up to us to decide what is going on in Ottawa. It's up to the members of Parliament in the House of Commons, and we will work with whatever team is in place.
Rob Benzie from the Toronto.
Good for anyone in North.
Tessie Sanchi, Hill Times Health. Premier for
the 2% NATO commitment, and it's why we've identified that not allowing China to use our country as or Mexico for that matter, as a backdoor to put cheap goods into America. That came from a collective conversation that we had, and I've been pleased to see that the Prime Minister was in the process of working through a plan for the border. I guess we'll see whether or not that plan gets released today or not. There's a little bit of uncertainty. Why it is that she may have written that in her letter is because of the uncertainty that we're seeing. I'm hearing it as a please keep going, premiers. Please keep meeting. Please keep reaching out to the governors. Please keep reaching out to your American contacts, because we can't afford to lose momentum. If our collective goal is to avoid tariffs, we're only a month out from that or thereabouts. And so I would say that the premiers at this table offer that continuity in being able to maintain that pressure and maintain that push with our American counterparts. And I think we're all going to be committed to doing that.
Hi, Tessie Sanchi, Hill Times Health. Premier Ford, I'd like to ask you about this proposal to speed up approvals, getting medicine.
Premiers. We are ourselves waiting for a couple of things. First of all, Behind that door there that you see on your screen, Cabinet is wrapping up. We've seen a number of Cabinet ministers, most of them in fact, head out of the Cabinet room on their way to question period, which starts shortly. We have yet to see the Prime Minister or hear from the Prime Minister, but we expect that that will happen at some point. We are right now 15 minutes into the fall economic statements lockup, because that has happened now. Journalists are looking at those documents to see what kind of money, for instance, has been given to secure the border, what other measures were put in place, how big that deficit is that Chrystia Freeland walked away from, and that will be tabled publicly at 4 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, we don't really know what's happening with Cabinet or what the next shoe to drop is and how this is going to unfold over the next coming hours. But
So, just like them, we are waiting on hearing from the Department of Finance. Are we going to get this fall economic statement? The lockup has been happening for 15 minutes already, maybe a little bit longer than that now, 20 minutes. First drink of the day. We're going to go light here with a soda water, but we might end up with the little bit of the hard stuff as this day progresses, as we do on some of these marathon streams that we've done on the channel during elections and during other things that have gone down. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. We're bringing in all the information to one place so that you can just keep this on in the background and keep it going, because we could hear from the Prime Minister today. We're seeing more and more reports that that the Prime Minister could be stepping down today. We've got very left-leaning analysts here saying a decent chance within a few hours that Trudeau has announced his resignation and prorogued the Commons. This is as of 4 hours ago. So we are expecting some big moves to happen. Everything is up in the air right now. Never mind just said shots. Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Who knows? It's going to shake out very interestingly. And we're going to be here covering it for the rest of the day. So strap in.
But we are staying on top of this breaking news story, as we have been since 9 a.m. this morning. And we will continue to do that as more news develops here. I'll bring in one more time Michelle Cadario, former National Liberal Director. What would you expect to happen next? Or what do you think should happen next? Maybe that's a better question.
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't called caucus together yet. After such a cabinet meeting, I would think that you would pull together your caucus and at least hear from them, because everyone's going to have an opinion. And if you have any hope of staying, one would think that you need to have your caucus supporting you. So that's what I'm really looking at, is just how many caucus members are coming out, how many are becoming public, who might have already signed the letter, and what else is kind of what they're saying. It doesn't sound like that's happened at all. It's been definitely silent. Like that, it is the absence kind of tells you that I suspect he's weighing the big decision, because why else wouldn't they have tried to fill that gap and at least kind of plug a little bit of the news hole, or talk about the fact that there is a finance minister right now, right? It's just kind of the order of precedence and that kind of thing, but nothing. It's been absolutely nothing, and so that seems to me that that he is reflecting on that big decision, and or they're putting together a game plan and they were just caught so flat-footed that it's unbelievable. Yeah. I would have.
And so we see all these members of parliament leaving caucus and just walking right past the reporters. No response from them.
Had a plan. Let me just say that.
Well, I mean, yeah,
a
sure.
year ago.
Yeah, except
Probably wouldn't have delivered the news to the minister in that way either.
Starting that way, never. We would never do that.
No, I mean, I think that they are stunned, I think, and they remain stunned now, several hours after this has happened. Michelle Cadario, thank you for coming in the last minute to help us understand what the heck is going on. A lot of that going on today. As we stand by and wait for a question period to get underway, as we wait to see when or if we hear from the Prime Minister, we do want to show you a little bit of tape of the leader of the Bloc Quebecois, Yves-François Blanchet, responding and reacting to the events today. Here's that.
Where is this from?
Mr. Trudeau.
Let's see if this is on CPAC so we can get the actual full clip here. Or maybe they'll just
The government is over. He must acknowledge that and act accordingly. I believe that the departure of is so important ally, Minister of Finances, Vice First Minister, Prime Minister, is the end of this government, and that at the latest in the beginning of 2025, the Prime Minister should go to the General Governor and ask for the dissolution of the Parliament in order for Quebecers and Canadians to compose a new Parliament that will have the mandate to deal with the real crisis at hand, which is the most important crisis in terms of diplomacy and trade between Canada and the United States in recent history. Somebody needs a mandate, and it goes through a new Parliament. Thank you.
First Nations are relying on us to move this bill.
We have question period live here. Right now it's statements from members right now. This is the 2 o'clock response that we're expecting here. This is live right now, statements from members. This is going to eventually become the statement of the day. This is the latest news that we have here. Yeah, the Silver Merlin says, I hear Trudeau is out for a walk in the snow, making reference to his father who resigned after going for a long walk in the snow. Is it a white Christmas right now in Ottawa? Who knows? Maybe it's a white Christmas because Trudeau's going to be needing to do a line to keep his spirits up after this. That would be quite the white Christmas. I'm going to keep this going, and once we get some new information from here, we're going to flip back to question period.
Okay, that is the Bloc leader Yves-François Blanchet stating plainly what he thinks needs to happen, that Justin Trudeau's government is done, that this is the end of the government, that there should be an election, and that election should be fought on the issue of who can win a mandate to deal with Donald Trump, which is something that my at-issue panelists have been saying for weeks now. So perhaps he got that idea from them. We are standing by to hear more from anyone, frankly, as they head to question period. I think we can pop up. I think that's a live shot of people leaving the cabinet room now a second
Philippe
time.
Champagne again walking out, and again not stopping Rosie. So the lack of clarity and direction and specificity.
And this just in, we've got a statement here on this December 16th from Jagmeet Singh. No video clips yet, but we have a response from him. Will he hold this government to account and say, hey, clearly I can't make the case that this government is going to be able to function any longer? We'll see. So, based on the poll we had about 20 minutes ago, and most people think no. Singh says, while Trudeau fights his cabinet, we need a government to fight for Canadians. Maybe we do. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh releases the following statement in response to the resignation of Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Freeland. The withering resignation of Trudeau's right-hand minister shows just how deeply the Liberal government's members are obsessed with infighting and ignoring the urgent challenges everyday Canadians are coping with. While the Liberals fight with each other, I believe we should be fighting for Canadian jobs at risk from Trump's tariffs. While Trudeau obsesses over his own drama, I believe we should be focused on the cost of homes and groceries that are burning up people's paychecks and dimming hope. We'll take no lessons from Poilievre, who gleefully licks his chops at Trudeau's death spiral. Like, this isn't a little bit of chop licking as well. That's a little, okay. Conservatives aren't thinking about everyday people either. They're focused on making big businesses and ultra-wealthy CEOs richer at people's expense. These are the general talking points from the NDP. Canadians are sick and tired of watching the governments put themselves, their friends, and corporate giants first. People deserve a government that fights for you for a change. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How in 5 paragraphs can you say so little? It's bad that there is political infighting. We need a government that works for Canadians. This isn't a government that's working. Will he continue to prop it up? We'll see in question period, which is live now. We'll be getting to it in a moment.
No defense. No saying that we're with the leader, we're with our Prime Minister.
Oh, yeah, the cabinet members.
These guys are just walking by saying nothing. That says something.
Silence speaks volumes, for sure.
It's interesting because I've been texting with MPs, what are they telling you? Nothing. Mm-hmm. We've confirmed now from a bunch of people that the Ontario caucus is going to meet at 5 o'clock today. I mean, when you lose someone like Chrystia Freeland from the cabinet portfolio, that makes sense that they would get together. Anthony Housefather has made a call publicly that he has written Brenda Shanahan, the chair of the Liberal caucus, demanding a national caucus meeting within the next 24 hours. So clearly the caucus has something they're going to want to say. But Fred, we don't know if we're going to hear from the Prime Minister. He's supposed to go to the Laurier Club, which is the big donors club party for the Liberals at 5 o'clock tonight or something, 6 o'clock tonight.
So here's something interesting as well. Champagne, who's the MP here, who is next in line to be finance minister right now, interim finance minister. Let's see what he has to say.
Are you in charge of government? Who's in charge?
Maybe one more time.
Who's in charge?
He just pieces out a little bit.
Can't wait until then, and he's supposed to have the caucus Christmas party tomorrow, but there's nothing filling this void right now.
Well, hopefully those parties don't come before his plans on how to govern the country or stay on. Look, it's becoming clearer and clearer. We see Poilievre said it, Blanchet said it. We need an election right now. I would be getting more and more worried that he's going to resign, and then we're thrown into months and months of Liberal leadership. We're heading off a cliff here with tariff wars coming in a month. And we're not at all prepared. It's incredibly risky the longer this plays out. I think we need an election now. He has a platform. He has the fall economic statement. You can run on that. Platform's ready. He has a big fundraiser tonight. He can get some monies in the coffers. I really hope that what we get out of this is an election call. I'd be worried if he resigns.
Well, that platform has in.
Maybe it's time to invoke the Emergencies Act again. Maybe that is really the solution here. We don't need Parliament.
In it, what Chrystia Freeland has referred to as costly political gimmicks. So, Jordan, it's tough to run on that, isn't it? You know.
Yes, it's very tough to run on that. And I think it's worth underlining, and this goes a little bit to what Rosie was talking about earlier. This is a trap entirely of their own making. They are caught in something that they built. They constructed this situation from top to bottom. It's not something that has been imposed on them through external forces. And arguably, you could say that Trump's election and the tariff threat provided a new galvanizing force for the government. It was a reason for them to pull people together, to lead the premiers, to take a new tact. And this has really squandered all of that away. And for something that apparently it seems that within the PMO, there was no concerted issues management approach to a level that.
New reporting from Mackenzie Gray saying that, contrary to the statement that we just saw, that the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is calling on Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to resign. Calling on him to resign. This is saying Trudeau should resign, but it also certainly is not saying we are going to force an election. Very different things. Trudeau's resignation delays an election because it forces the Liberals to extend. It forces them to extend and have a month, 2 months of trying to find a new leader. It's hard to know what to make of this. Will they force a vote? Are they even able to force a vote before Parliament rises tomorrow?
That I think is really almost unthinkable, that you would make way or try to set up a cabinet shuffle in this manner without reflecting on the consequences. And you have to ask, looking from the outside, is Mark Carney worth it? Is he worth what this has really wrought for this government? And I think the answer is electorally, we don't know. He's totally untested in that. So they've made some really fascinating choices that I think are coming back to haunt them in a huge way right now.
I mean, I also think, though, that the shuffle was not just about Mark Carney. And by the way, we still don't know whether he was in or out. It was another attempt to try to refresh the government, to try to address the threat of Donald Trump, to try and get some traction in the polls with putting different people in different jobs. I mean, I'm sure that's kind of what you've heard too. So whether Carney was there or not, it was going to happen.
And Carney, frankly, looked a little bit like Lucy from Peanuts with the football for a long time. So I'm not sure that he was.
Maybe still. We don't know.
Maybe still, right? And so that might not have been the pivot point. David, I've said this to you before. I had heard from people, at the centre where they kind of had wished they had asked Freeland to be Deputy Prime Minister or Finance Minister at the last shuffle. They didn't want her to have both. And you alluded to this. I said this on Friday. She has some communications issues. Then you deal with those instead of, I think Mark Carney has nothing to do with all the repeated leaks that have been going on for a long time, which was also the MO that they used with Bill Morneau. And again, there was things that Bill Morneau did that sometimes made me wonder how much he understood politics. But then if you're his boss, then you sit down and talk about him. And then in terms of the trade thing, Fred, you've been saying for a couple of weeks now that they should call an election. I've seen, I think, Andrew Coyne. To me, there was some, questioning about whether or not the Conservatives were worried that as Trump came in, it would make Mr. Poilievre look worse and worse. And the Prime Minister did actually initially do some really good things. He got on a plane, he got to Mar-a-Lago, he grabbed the issue. And then it's the caucus management issue that is their Achilles heel, and it always comes back to that. So at a time when they were doing really well and talking about Trump and tariffs, in their own backyard, there's a fire going on and no one's dealing with it.
Jerry, is it possible to just pop up the House of Commons, inside the House of Commons? Because question period is going to get underway soon. The Prime Minister may appear there. That might be the first time that we see him, other than that moment that he walked past cameras and into the cabinet room. He's been in that room now since just after 9 a.m. And it's possible that he will want to take an opportunity to speak to Canadians inside the House of Commons, and if not there, perhaps later. But let's just keep our eyes on the House as much as we can, as well as those doors, the cabinet doors, to see whether he emerges there. There's another way for him, I think, to get into the House too. But
okay, we have live now question period where we're recovering from this. Are we going to hear from the Prime Minister? Let's flip over here.
Prime Minister has lost control, but he is clinging to power. We knew that he had lost control of the borders, of immigration, of spending, of inflation, of the cost of housing, but now he has lost control of his cabinet. The Vice Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance has stepped down, and she stepped down hours before presenting Canada's fall economic statement with an enormous deficit. When will we have an election?
L'honorable leader du gouvernement à la Chambre des communes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is looking forward to presenting the economic statement this afternoon, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the member for University Rosedale for everything that she has done for this country and everything that she will continue to do for this country. Her accomplishments make quite a long list, and her place in history is assured, and we are very proud of everything that she has done for this government.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Yet he clings to power. He's lost control of immigration, lost control of the borders, lost control of spending, deficits, inflation, housing costs. In fact, his former, apparently, finance minister was trying to get spending under control by capping the deficit at an already crazy $40 billion. But he took carbon tax Carney's advice and pushed her beyond that guardrail and was trying to throw her off the cliff. She's now resigned minutes before presenting her fall economic update. This cannot go on. When will we have a carbon tax election?
Okay. We've got Singh. This is the statement he makes, and reporters questioning him also.
Right now, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living.
Why so quiet? Speak up, buddy.
People cannot find a home that they can afford. They can't buy their groceries. And on top of that, we have Trump threatening tariffs at 25%, which put hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. And instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focused on themselves. They're fighting themselves instead of fighting for Canadians. And for that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go. But you don't have it. I'm going to do it in French. Dans ces temps où les gens ont des grandes difficultés dans leur vie, ils ne peuvent pas rejoindre les deux bouts. C'est impossible de trouver du logement abordable. Ils ne peuvent pas faire l'épicerie. On a les gens.
Will you declare no confidence in the Liberal government as soon as possible?
All tools, all options are on the table. People are hurting. People are struggling, and so all options are on the table.
Just to clarify, you're calling for him to resign, but you are not willing to vote no confidence in his government. How do those two things connect?
All options are on the table.
That's not an answer.
All options.
That's not an answer. What does this mean for your support with the Liberals, though? How can you say he needs to resign, but then you're not telling us what you're going to do for non-confidence?
telling you that all options are on the table.
Right. Will you support the Fez? And also, are you willing to continue to support the Liberals if there is a different leader aside from Trudeau?
Right now, that's not in front of us. There's no votes in front of us, but we will take each vote. And right now, literally, everything's on the table.
I'm saying, Mr. Singh, that all options are on the table. So why are you holding out the option to still support this government? I understand
that's an option too.
Might, trigger a confidence vote, but why are you still holding out the option?
Well, was it Rush that said, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice?
Option. What is the glimmer of hope that you're seeing to possibly support the Fez or possibly support this government in some other way?
Depends on the votes. And so I want to make it very clear. Justin Trudeau has to go. He has to resign. And because of that, all options are on the table. And we'll look at each vote and we'll make a decision. But now all options are on the table. Paul Wells. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Sir, that
Go ahead,
room
Paul.
behind you is a parliament. The government continues to govern as long as MPs continue to have confidence in the government. You have no say over who the leader of the Liberal Party is. Will you support the government, or are you withdrawing your support from the government?
With respect to that, I've said that all options are on the table. That means everything is possible. But what is clear, given what we have seen, Justin Trudeau and a Liberal government that are focused on themselves, they are infighting at a time when people cannot even do their groceries. They can't even find homes that are affordable. And we've got the threat of Donald Trump and 25% tariffs that mean hundreds of thousands of jobs are at risk. Because of that, I'm saying very clearly that Justin Trudeau has to resign. All options on the table. Thank you very much. Merci. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, so very much so a non-answer.
Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government looks forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. But I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude for all that the member from University Rosedale has accomplished for this country and will continue to do for this country. She has played an integral role in this government. First of all, standing up for Canada and defending NAFTA, bringing forward universal childcare, and the incredible work that she has done in defending Ukraine. We are very grateful for all that she's contributed to this government and to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
For the Finance Minister. Who are you?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at a time when Canadians are struggling, we are happy to bring forward measures that are going to assist them. Things like the GST tax cut that took place starting this Saturday.
So they're just talking like it's a normal question.
Going until February 15th. And while the Conservative leader and the members of his caucus stay focused on us, we're going to stay focused on helping.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it was a serious question. Who is the Finance Minister? After the Finance Minister's resignation this morning, automatically the Industry Minister became Minister of Finance. And congratulations. But he immediately quit. After him, in the line of precedence, it was the two Randys. Well, they don't want it. So now we don't have a finance minister just a couple of minutes before the fall economic statement will be presented. So where's the minister?
The Honourable Leader of the Government,
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, our government is looking forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. There are important measures in that update, measures that are important for Canadians. It's time for the Leader of the Conservatives to recognize that while he's focused on us, we are focused on Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, just to underline the chaos we're faced with here, the Finance Minister resigned the day she was to present the fall budget. which was going to contain a massive deficit overrun. The job then went automatically to the industry minister, who immediately resigned, like on the spot, which then went down the line, and the next person in order was the famous two Randys. And they're not available to do the job either. We're now less than 2 hours away from the fall economic update. Why won't the Prime Minister have the courage to come in here, present it himself, and put it for a confidence vote tonight?
I would like to remind all members, as I did during statements today, for members to be careful not to refer to other sitting members by their names, but to use
no
their
Trudeau,
or to use
no
their
Freeland.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to play politics in this place, we look forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon that will have a series of important measures for Canadians, things that are going to help them with the affordability challenges, that are going to put Canada, Canadian jobs, and the Canadian economy first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to ask the honourable member from St. Albans.
So we're not getting much here. We're getting the Liberals saying, hey, we are looking forward to our fall economic statement. We're going to put this out there this afternoon, but we're not really going to comment on Freeland or the calls for Trudeau to step down.
Albert Edmonton to please not take the floor when he is not recognized by the Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. We already knew that between 20 and 40 Liberal MPs no longer had confidence in the Prime Minister. We also knew that 8 ministers would be jumping ship. Today, the Minister of Finance decided to step down instead of presenting the fall economic statement. She wrote, black and white, that she disagrees with the Prime Minister on the best path forward for Canada. So she has also taken away her confidence in the Prime Minister. We are watching this government, this Liberal government, fall apart, and it's pretty ugly to see. Will the Prime Minister call an election? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. As I mentioned, as a government, we are looking forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. There are important measures in there for Canadians when it comes to affordability in particular. And Mr. Speaker, we are exclusively focused on Canadians, and we will continue to protect Canadian economy and Canadian jobs. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Deputy Prime Minister has quit because of the Liberals' electoral handouts. She said that Canadians know when we're working for them and when we're focused on ourselves. Mr. Speaker, people can see through their political games. Quebecers don't want these political handouts. Businesses don't want them. Even the Finance Minister doesn't want them. The only person who wants these is the NDP leader and the Prime Minister of Canada. Will they finally stop sabotaging Canada's economy for, so they can buy votes? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Cutting the GST on essentials for Canadians is something that's important for many Canadians. And I've heard from many people in my riding who have said that this is something that is important for them. Restaurants, small and medium-sized businesses say that this is something that's important for them, and we are proud of having put that motion forward.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
People can't afford their groceries. People can't find a home to call their own. And the Conservatives are
Order!
Just another reference.
The honourable member from Burnaby South from the top, please.
Canadians literally cannot afford the groceries they need. They can't afford to find a home to call their own. And now Trump, buddies of the Conservatives, MAGA Conservatives love this guy, Trump is threatening hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada. And the Prime Minister is more focused on himself, on infighting. The Prime Minister cannot remain in that position. Will he resign?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, this is not the time for slogan. This is not the time for partisanship. This is not a time to make jokes, Mr. Speaker. This is about rallying for Canadians. This is a time where Canadians need to know that this House and all the members are standing behind them, that we're going to invest in Canadians, that we're going to invest in this country, that we're going to invest in our workers, and that we're going to invest in our industry, Mr. Speaker, and that we're going to prepare Canada to be the best prepared to be able to deal with our U.S. friends. Mr. Speaker, this is a time where we show that we're all Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
So I'll ask again in French. Les gens de la misère.
People are having a very hard time paying for.
Okay, we've got it. We're gonna flip over here. We've got some more commentary on what we've just seen.
Future and Pierre Poilievre trying to force an election, because probably the worst outcome for Pierre Poilievre would be for the Prime Minister to resign, and as we've been talking about, for the Liberals to be plunged into a leadership race, which is destabilizing certainly for the country, but would be a missed opportunity for the Conservatives, who are chomping at the bit for an election. David?
Oh, there's Sean Fraser.
Oh, there's Sean Fraser. Let's
Is
listen.
this a crisis,
sir?
Is this a crisis?
Hey, look, guys, I'm focused today of all days on the my own news that I shared this morning.
I did see your news conference this morning, but I'd like you to comment on
Oh, geez, you okay?
What's happened since? Can you speak about why you think
Just sitting beside Sean.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that's actually live. I think that may have happened earlier. So
going down an elevator, or no, that's not an elevator. It's going down the stairs.
Going down the stairs there, yeah.
This is the kind of day it is in Ottawa, folks.
Yeah, we're just trying to catch up with what we know and see who has spoken and who hasn't. Anyway, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Look, I'm just trying to figure out what's happening, what might happen, why it hasn't happened yet, and if something's going to happen today. And I don't think I can look. I don't think I can.
And we've got a letter here from Chad Collins, who is I believe, Liberal MP here. In October, I signed a letter with 23 other members of Parliament from across Canada asking the Prime Minister to step down and to begin the process to replace him. It's unfortunate he declined. Obviously, Canadians across the country feel the same way and want him to leave. Today, I reiterate my request that the Prime Minister step down and initiate a leadership process to take our country in a new direction. I do not see how Trudeau does anything but step down or prorogue Parliament. He and the Liberals can absolutely not afford in any way to allow this to trigger an election. Unfortunately, for many people who are listening, who are waiting for this election to actually be called, I really doubt it's going to happen. Doesn't serve the NDP, their interests. It serves Canadians' interests, but we know that most politicians are not actually after Canadians' interests, but rather their own career-based positioning. It doesn't benefit the Liberals to go into an election now. The best case scenario for the Liberals is to have a lengthy leadership race that leads with momentum into the next election so that they can have as much attention on them as possible. Find a way to distance yourselves from Trudeau and these policies ahead of the next election, so hopefully you can just keep it to a conservative minority. This is what you're thinking if you're allied with the Liberals.
Answer any of those things. I mean, you say to people, is he going to quit? People say, nope. Others say you shouldn't rule it out, that he has to think about it. I mean, obviously, when something like this happens, you have to think about such things, but did not tell Cabinet today. I'm reliably told that he was definitely staying on. Ontario caucus is meeting at 5 o'clock. At least 3 MPs have publicly called, 4 maybe, if Helena Jazik, we throw her in, have called for him to resign today. This is in addition to the 24 names that were on that letter calling for him to go. 8 cabinet ministers have either left or have said they're not running again. There is rumors swirling all over this town of more to come.
Yep.
I keep asking if anything is happening today. Is he going to go to Parliament? Is he going to speak to Parliament? I'm still told there is nothing official for him to do. They are still meeting, figuring out what the next steps are. Some suggestion we might not get clarity on this today, which is kind of keeping with the way this government sometimes operates.
Yep.
They are slow and deliberative and consultative, and that crisis footing gear hasn't really been there.
Yeah, from what we understand, he's still behind that cabinet door that we've been showing you through the whole day, and talking to some senior advisors about next steps. Probably, Greg, I know I can see you texting, but I'm going to interrupt you. What would that conversation be like? And would there be, I mean, I assume there would be. The conversation is not immediately, do I have to resign? The conversation is, what needs to be in place for me to stay, I think would be the way that conversation would start.
Yeah, and there's that part of it, but there's also the part of the fall economic statement.
Yeah.
They're still trying to decide, and I hear it's kind of, the bunker's gotten more bunkered as they decide to do that. I think you've heard this. I think I think realistically that'll probably be tabled and no one will read it. But I'm sure that if this is a big surprise for them, and it's apparent it is, based on behavior on the weekend, what people were saying on Friday, the amount of surprise and the lack of preparedness. It was a big surprise. I mean, you had Michelle Cadario on earlier. She was one of my bosses. I worked a couple of national campaigns. She was also a boss of mine at BMO at times. And you're taught during elections, don't run. When you're at events, you're signaling that you're not in control of the event. These guys are not in control of this anymore. So I imagine that they're trying to find a path forward. And there's fewer and fewer people that are going to be helpful with that path. I mean, this is an error that is just colossal. And how does it build confidence by the people that you're asking for and who have been saying the things that you said earlier, like staffing changes, be more clear, advertising, all these things that people have been asking for a very, very long time that have never appeared. They're the same people you're going to say, I need your support for the next couple of days. I can only speculate on how that would go.
It's also just, again, I guess I'm still sort of shocked at the level of strategic error here, because it was really coming off, I thought, a pretty good couple of weeks for the government with the Mar-a-Lago visit. Whether it was handled properly for the 2 weeks after, I don't know, but there was opportunity, and there was like life in the government again. Do you know what I mean? Like they saw something.
They had something they could dig into and try to put a narrative around and go after. It's been a year or two of drifting with no real purpose. We saw the by-elections, what was it, last spring or summer, when they got thumped in St. Paul's. And
there's another one tonight.
Another one tonight, which the Conservatives are going to win by 30 points or so, or 20 points. A seat the Liberals won last election. But last summer, they were supposed to go to ground and come up with a plan. They've come up with nothing since then. But to your point, Rosie, a few weeks ago, there is an opportunity here to dig in, and it's been a mess. They really had, he did go down to Mar-a-Lago, really didn't seem to come much from that other than, a lot of memes being passed back and forth between the two. But the thing that jumped out at me the most today is watching Jagmeet Singh call on Trudeau to resign, not calling for an election. He's happy with the Liberals to stay in power with a new leader, and I don't understand why he's not rising to the moment right now. There is a huge progressive vote in this country. Jack?
This is what I was saying earlier. If you can stand up and say, hey, I am the functioning leader of people who have a left-leaning view. The Liberals can't function. They're not functional now. This is the biggest opportunity for the NDP today. If you can distance yourself from the government, but are they going to play from a position of fear or play from a position of strength? This is what you have to wonder. Playing from a position of fear is, if we trigger an election, the Conservatives will win in a landslide. And we don't want that. We're not ready. On the other hand, playing from a position of strength is saying, hey, the Conservatives probably are going to win, but we could be, for the first time in a long time, the official opposition. We would be the ones next in control behind the Conservatives. The Liberals are going to lose seats. It's obvious. The only question is, can the NDP differentiate themselves enough from the Liberal government to take advantage of this downfall? Can you grab enough votes from people who are never Conservative voters but have lost faith in the Liberals? Right now, I see these parties as too tightly intertwined. Singh says he's calling for the Liberals to get a new leader. Doesn't really hold much benefit for a voter who's no longer confident in the Liberals. It doesn't really do anything to say, hey, this is how we're setting ourselves apart. Rippy M says Jack Layton would be rolling in his grave. I think that there is an opportunity here for the NDP to say, if you believe in what we believe in, if you believe, yes, in these social things, right, which have gotten less and less popular, the sort of the politics around social profiles and social issues, but you could say, hey, clearly this government cannot do it. Clearly this government cannot act on your behalf. We are going to bring this government down, and we may not win this election, but we are functioning. We are the social, liberal, left-leaning vote, and if you don't vote for us, then the Conservatives are going to win. The NDP can get more power here. They're just not doing it.
Jack Layton twice took down governments. One time it didn't work out, where he was in fourth place, finished in fourth. Second time he finished as leader of the official opposition. It could work. There is a path here. The Liberals are in chaos. Why would you not want to take them down and try to become that alternative and potentially a government in waiting yourself?
Jordan?
Well, I think New Democrats should always gratefully accept Fred's advice with maybe a giant grain of salt. Yeah, look, there's no question that Singh is in a bit of an awkward position today, but also he's not keen to hand over government to the Conservatives, which, to be very clear, is what would happen if we went into an election today. The NDP, they fight a two-front war every election. So they have to go against the Liberals, particularly in urban areas, and then they're fighting with Conservatives in rural areas and places like the interior of BC. So they need to stay viable on both fronts. And I think that what you're seeing, and and it's interesting, Fred's bringing that to the table here, but you see it as well in the House of Commons. When the Conservatives train their sights on the NDP, that is because you're also seeing evidence of the fact that outside of Quebec, the NDP is catching up with the Liberals. They are tied, and they're training their sights on the NDP because they're an electoral threat in some of those areas. So I think that for Singh, what you heard today was a pretty significant change of tone from what you've seen in the past. He basically said he does not have confidence in Justin Trudeau. Now, there's no confidence vote scheduled in the next 2 days, so the question of how he would vote in such a circumstance is hypothetical. Unless the government wants to put that on the agenda, there won't be a confidence vote, at least into the new year at this point. And I think that the bet is likely, like everybody else around this town, he has to wait and see what's going to happen by the end of the day, over the next day. We don't know if this government will even be around for that vote to become a reality.
David, you're still sitting here. What do you think is the conversation happening with Justin Trudeau right now and his advisors?
Well, no prime minister, no leader likes to be told to go. So what he was probably trying to do is take the temperature and figure out, does he actually have a viable pathway to stay is the first thing you're going to look to see. And clearly he has been playing for the last year and a half, I'm going to stay, I'm not going to step aside, which I think is delusional, but in looking at the state of political play, but it's a fair political move for him to make. So he's going to first of all check to see whether or not he can stay and take the temperature. But then he's going to come to the conclusion, he should come to the conclusion that he can't. And if that's the case, then he'll want to set his own timing as much as possible. There's a grace moment that he would like to have. And you saw a bit of that even in the House of Commons today, references to Chrystia Freeland. Like everybody will say some nice things about her and forget that they were languishing in the polls under her financial and economic leadership. So that's the kind of dynamic we have. So I think he's taken the temperature for sure. And if he can find a way to stay, given the proclivity of this Prime Minister's office to hang on to power and exercise it as much as they can, they will. But if he can if he has to go, he'll be looking for a graceful way out. And that isn't today. Resigning today would be the worst thing possible in that respect, because you would be forced out and that's be tied to it.
Go on your holiday, think about things,
absolutely.
have Christmas with your kids.
Send the signal as you will. And there is still time. If we were talking about a fall election, if we stick to that timetable, I mean, I was in the Prime Minister's office with Mr. Mulroney when it was a February leadership call for a June leadership vote. So you can make it happen. It's fraught, no question about it, but it can be done. And I think every political observer would say that this is their only viable path back to any kind of being in contention. It's a very narrow, almost invisible path to back to power. But I think these are the kind of dynamic. Should he go or should he stay? Lots of people say that he should go, including within the Liberal caucus and cabinet. But they're going to have to force his hand, and the way they do that is say, "You have to go." No, you cannot stay. How they're saying that, whether they say it, we'll see.
They've tried to do that, and more are doing it today. I'm told two things. I'm told. One is that in cabinet today, he heard a lot about how disappointed people came to this and the way it happened with the loss of Chrystia Freeland and what kind of a hit they would take because of that, and the whole idea of leaving. Boy, it'd be a lot easier if you had a deputy prime minister who had experience in senior portfolios you could hand the keys to, right? And so that easy transition option, it's not there right now, if that is a decision you were to come to.
I would leave it with this thought. My former colleague Keith Bogue reminded me of the other dramatic departure, and that was Lucien Bouchard from Brian Mulroney's government. That was the only other comparable moment to this, right?
Is in Canadian politics is that you got to go to the UK for
happens all the time over there, though, especially lately.
But Sir Geoffrey Howe resigning from Thatcher's cabinet, and 9 days later she was gone. I mean, the last time a federal finance minister actually voluntarily left the position of finance and took another job was Mike Wilson in 1991. It's actually unheard of to think that they could have actually manufactured and maneuvered Chrystia Freeland out of this position and done it smoothly and the rest of it. They were tempting fate right from the get-go. It seems more and more that fate is catching up to Mr. Trudeau and his government, and probably, and I don't see how he can overcome this. He's lost the next election anyways. I think that's pretty clear. But whether the party will have any standing afterwards is really up to him and his decision in the next couple of weeks.
Greg, you wanted in there?
Yeah, just it's not near the same level, but question period today reminded me of when here's a bit of trivia. Garth Turner stood up and asked Stephen Harper, there are rumors that your Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs has quit cabinet. Are they true? And Michael Chong had. It was about the Quebecois as a nation. So that was dramatic. Not as dramatic as Bouchard because of the connection between he and Mulroney. And that's part of the story today is that Chrystia Freeland has been Deputy Prime Minister. It's been very, very loyal. That's why we're having this conversation.
And she's a senior player. She's not a bit player in the government. When you lose your Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister for reasons that are
avoidable.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah. Dave McLaughlin, thank you for coming in.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
your time very much.
Thank you.
While all of this is unfolding here on Parliament Hill, of course, Canada's provincial and territorial leaders are meeting in the GTA. Ontario Premier Doug Ford hosting premiers to strategize about one of the very issues that Chrystia Freeland highlighted in her resignation letter, Donald Trump's tariff threat. CBC's Kate McKenna was listening in to that closing press conference, and she joins us from Mississauga. Kate, it's a little busy here, but you're still doing important work there. Tell me what people were saying today.
Well, certainly what's happening in Ottawa is definitely being felt in Mississauga. It was sort of like Chrystia Freeland lobbed a bomb into this meeting. Of course, they were talking about the border and the tariff threats and that sort of thing. And I can provide a little bit of color. I'm told that Doug Ford was at the table with the rest of the premiers, and he was slipped a note describing what had happened with Chrystia Freeland. And then at that point, they were in a briefing with 3 former U.S. ambassadors. The ambassadors eventually left the room, and the premiers discussed what was happening in Ottawa with the resignation of Chrystia Freeland. But of course, the larger issue here is the tariff threat from Donald Trump and how the premiers should respond. And they have issued a communique. But when Doug Ford was presenting it just a few minutes ago, he made a couple kind of veiled references to what's happening in Ottawa. He said, today's been an important reminder of how critical it is for premiers to work together no matter what is happening in Ottawa. There was another instance where he made reference to working with Justin Trudeau and whoever Justin Trudeau is working with. So certainly being felt here because it kind of puts the premiers in an interesting position. Already we had some premiers calling for a federal election. We had the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. We had Premier Danielle Smith from Alberta. But today, when they were asked about the federal government, they were almost a little bit more muted than normal. And we have to perhaps assume that they're looking at the push alerts from the New York Times talking about Canada's finance minister stepping down amid this threat of tariffs, which could be economically catastrophic for the 13 markets that make up Canada, also known as the territories and provinces. So this, of course, is something very top of mind here as they work towards a plan to secure the borders. And another thing, of course, is with the Fez pushed back now, we were expecting a plan for the borders to be released and discussed. That hasn't happened yet, obviously. And so that's just another level of uncertainty being felt here today.
Okay, Kate McKenna in Mississauga, thank you for joining us from there and giving us an update on what would have been the most important story, or maybe the second most important story of Monday. Appreciate you bringing that perspective very much. We'll see you soon. We are, of course, let's bring you up to date on a couple of things here. The fall economic statement is going ahead. The lockup started many hours delayed, but journalists are now going through that document, which will contain, as Kate pointed out there, some of the spending and plans for border security that the provinces have been calling for. We will get a public...
All right. We're going to bring a guest on the stream now. Harrison, I just want to make sure you can hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Russell.
Okay, beautiful. For folks who haven't met you, we're doing this a little bit low tech, but this is Harrison Faulkner of True North, a great program called Ratioed, as well as, is it the Faulkner Report?
That's right. Yeah, the Faulkner Show.
Yeah, so the Faulkner Show, fantastic. So you can check him out there on the True North YouTube channel. So folks, Harrison, obviously a lot going on today. Didn't see this coming. Maybe a little bit of foreshadowing with Sean Fraser stepping down, reportedly. We saw that last night. What do you make of everything that's going on right now?
Well, I get the impression, Russell, that the end is near for Justin Trudeau, and it's a lot closer than it's ever been. I don't think anyone saw this coming. I think that it was pretty inevitable that Freeland was going to go, but it was not clear to anyone, I suspect, that she was going to go today and announce it this morning and do it in such a way that was quite direct at Justin Trudeau, basically leaving the government high and dry, right? Leaving them without anybody to provide or announce the fall economic statement. And they've been stuck in this position, it appears, at least from reporting, that they've been struggling to find out who exactly is going to give this fall economic statement. It was supposed to be Champagne, and then he gave up on it. And technically, by the books, Russell, it's supposed to be Randy Boissonneau next. He's not even in cabinet anymore.
Right.
So it's a complete disaster. And I think, I made this observation that it is going to be one of those things where the majority of Canadians are celebrating today. They feel like it's close to Trudeau being out, that Trudeau is likely not going to survive much longer. But at the same time, this is not good for the country, right? This just shows an outrageous lack of stability, chaos, at a time when we need stability in this country. We need a government that's going to be able to guide us through what could be a very rocky economic future over the next few months.
Yeah, and this is what I was thinking and saying on the stream earlier, is like, even if you're not a supporter of the Liberals, I think that as a Canadian, you probably want to be rooting for them to be as strong as possible at all times, right? Because we have other options here in terms of political parties that could be leading us going forward. But I think the healthiest environment is an environment where those parties are challenged optimally, right? I think we'll get better policy from Poilievre if we have a strong Liberal Party. So what is the path forward here now for the Liberal government? I think I was saying earlier, in my mind, the thing that makes the most sense is you prorogue, you try to wait for as long as possible and hold some sort of leadership race and try to carry that momentum into an election. Is that the route forward here? And was there ever a finance minister in waiting, as a second question for you? Like, was Mark Carney ever going to take on this role, and maybe now there's a shit show and he's not going to do it? Or I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, well, I think the prorogue thing is interesting only to the extent that there isn't really anything to vote on now. We're about a week away from the Parliament rising, so the MPs are about to go home. The government will just sort of, this iteration of Parliament will move on to the next Parliament in the new year, and the Parliament will rise. So you wouldn't even necessarily have to prorogue. If you're Justin Trudeau, I think the prospect of resigning is very real and very serious. I wouldn't really be surprised if he goes in the next few days, if he announces something today even. Because his cabinet, his caucus is just falling out from underneath him. In that sense, though, the Liberals would absolutely not call an election. Whoever becomes a Kim Campbell type prime minister after Justin Trudeau, who will get 6 months, likely.
Mark Miller is the name I've heard thrown out there. Could
Maybe
be this interim person.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I also think that Mark Miller, because immigration, right, is like the most toxic issue right now. I think that'd be a dangerous decision. I think that Champagne, to me, seems to be a member of Parliament that very rarely gets criticized by the opposition. He seems to be quite competent. He's never really been forced to answer for anything bad because he hasn't really done anything bad. And he's always been in caucus or been in cabinet for a long time. Whatever is going to happen, the Liberals are not just going to give up early, because they have right now. I mean, they really have not much else to lose, right? According to the polls, they're so far behind that they're not going to be the official opposition.
Right.
So they might as well just run with whatever they've got, get someone in to be the Kim Campbell type, and wait it out until I believe it's October. I don't know exactly the month. I should, but I don't know when the election has to happen. But why pull the plug early when you're going to lose anyway?
Yeah, why pull the plug? And I also wonder is like, I personally am curious as to why Trudeau wouldn't have stepped down earlier. Like, I tend to think of things from, okay, what is in the interest of that individual? Like, I don't necessarily buy I'm staying on because I truly love this country and I want to be able to fight for Canadians in the way. I don't know if I buy that whole spiel, but if I don't buy that whole spiel, my question then becomes, why did Trudeau stay on over the past 4 months anyways? I don't see how it serves his interests in the first place. Now, I don't want to get tinfoil hatty put on, but I wonder, like, is he the one that's really in control of the decisions that he's making in terms of staying in power? Like, I don't see how it benefits him. Any consulting jobs he can get in the future. I don't see how it helps the Liberal Party. Maybe there's just who's making these calls?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm in agreement with you. I don't know why Trudeau would. I don't know why he would stick around for this humiliation, right? He's not. Think about it. Not only does he really not have the confidence of the House of Commons to advance his political agenda any further, and he hasn't really done that for the past several months. He lost Jagmeet Singh's supply and confidence deal. And also think about this too on a personal note. His family has been torn apart by this. His marriage has fallen apart. He's becoming more and more hated by the country. He's not been able to do things that have redeemed his image. I don't know why he would go through with this. The only thing, well, there's two things I think. One is that he has such an ego that he just wouldn't be willing to hand over power. That he wants to stay in office to reach 10 years. He wants to be able to say that he was in office for as long as his father, or put up a really long run as prime minister, one of the longest. I think part of me thinks that he has that ego thing going. Part of me also thinks that he's looking around at his cabinet. He's looking around at the bench and is just saying, like, you guys all suck. I like, if you were him, he probably thinks he's the only person that could do well. And to an extent, I think he's probably right about that. If it was Chrystia Freeland, I think she would do way worse than Justin Trudeau. I find Chrystia Freeland to be despised across the country. I think she doesn't she doesn't, give anyone confidence that she can do the job well. I think she repulses many voters. And I think there are many liberals that are like that as well, too. So I think it's probably one of those two.
Yeah, whereas with this feeling of I am the best chance for the Liberals, even though I am so despised as per the polling, I am the best chance here. You look at the maybe they take learnings from what happened in the States, right? We have Biden step down and arguably a poorer performance than perhaps even Biden would have done, right? You have such a short term to get voters used to a new leader. I could see him thinking that. Also, what you say makes me think, well, maybe he's seen his family torn apart by all of this and the tail end of his time as prime minister. Maybe it's a little bit of a sunk cost fallacy. Like, I've done all of this, my personal life has unraveled. If not for me being prime minister right now and prime minister going forward, well, then what was it all for?
Right. He will do very well outside of office. He will. That's just the nature of the job. You've been prime minister of a G7 country it will be over 9 years. You've got experience that is going to be useful to a law firm, to a consultancy firm, but the cost has been serious. He no longer has his wife, right? His family has been split up, and he is going to be, probably for our lifetime, Russell, one of the most hated Canadians in the country. And you don't get that. Like, Stephen Harper doesn't carry that at all. And time has only been good for Stephen Harper's legacy. I don't know if it'll be the same for Justin Trudeau. I really don't. His kids are going to have to carry that as well, right? He's not going to be able to go anywhere in this country without being heckled and screamed at and yelled at. Right. Because the policies that he's brought into this country have had very bad effect. And I don't want to make it so personal, but I pardon, about Trudeau, but I have to think that's a factor in his decision making. And because he's the leader, these things matter to us in the country. You got to kind of think about what's in his mind right now, and think about it right now too, Russell. He's got Jagmeet Singh calling for his resignation. He's got Liberal MPs around him calling for his resignation. His closest political ally threw him under the bus this morning. Like, what is he going to do? Really, what's he going to do? He's got probably a few days to consider leaving. And if he doesn't go in the next few days, he might not go at all. He might just ride it out.
Right, just take the holidays. You're like, nothing's going to happen in Parliament. There's no votes that can knock you down. So, yeah, this is to your point. Like, why even prorogue? If you don't think that a vote can pass tonight or tomorrow, then you can just take your time, sort of lick your wounds a little bit, and then come back and just continue this. If the position of the NDP doesn't change, well, then the time isn't of the essence. You can sort of take your time here.
And think about just how long Justin Trudeau has stuck around. I mean, we were talking about how he could have gone a few months ago. Well, he's had several scandals throughout his 9 years that would have brought down any other government, right? SNC Lavalin is worthy of a prime minister resigning. The WE scandal was worthy of a prime minister resigning. All of these scandals, he just gets away with it all. In fact, he manages to hold on all through COVID, when incumbents have been dropping left, right, and center, right across the level that Canada is playing on, that G7 level. Mm-hmm. How many prime ministers and leaders have stuck on throughout COVID? Really, it's him, it's Macron. I think the majority of the rest of them have all had to go.
I wonder if that's the benefit of the timing. Like, it seems like now the 2021 election and the dissolution of Parliament for that election seemed like the perfect political strategy for him, right? Because I think that the reason he hasn't collapsed as other G7 leaders have is that they timed it exactly perfectly. End of 2021, things are generally feeling good, right? We haven't seen all of the economic hardship that started really peaking, inflation peaking around February, April 2023, along with the Bank of Canada having to respond to that. It seems like kind of genius timing. Even if it doesn't serve Canadians, it certainly served the Liberals and has gotten them this far.
Oh, yeah. And to say that Justin Trudeau is is not politically savvy would be kind of ridiculous. Now that it feels like it's all coming to an end, we're kind of allowing ourselves to do a preemptive retrospective on his time as prime minister, and you look at all these different moments and you realize that actually Justin Trudeau's decision making and the people that he has around him, his advisors, are quite clever. You bring up the decision to call the election when he did in 2021. You think about how he managed to fire certain cabinet ministers and get them out of the way and strategically put others there who he could manipulate or throw under the bus. And he's been able to do that. Again, firing a cabinet minister like Jody Wilson-Raybould and shuffling her out, that would take down so many politicians. Having a cabinet minister like Bill Morneau, forcing Morneau to take the fall for the WE scandal, was smart in the moment, and being able to smell blood with Aaron O'Toole as a weak leader and kind of pushing that when he did was smart. I mean, this guy will have a track record of being conniving and politically savvy, and I don't think he got a lot done as prime minister. I wouldn't say that he advanced the needle a lot, but he certainly kept himself in power and gave a lot of liberals a large pension for a long time.
That's definitely true, and it's wild. You're right. How we're sort of giving this eulogy for Trudeau, and who knows? Perhaps this is a little bit preemptive, because as we said, this could just be the beginning of another 6-month chapter, and who knows what will happen after this. But we'll definitely have to watch it going forward. I want to thank you again for coming on short notice and joining us on the live stream. People can, of course, catch everything that you do over on the True North YouTube channel. You can check that out. Some great reporting, some perspectives that aren't shared in other places. So I find it valuable, definitely on that front. Harrison, is there anything else that strikes you about this, or anything that we haven't talked about that you think is particularly interesting that you want to share?
Well, I mean, I think I'm just trying to keep up right now on social media, following all of these, all of the really close connected journalists in Ottawa to see when the government is going to actually release this fall economic statement. When is that going to happen? 5 o'clock? When is Trudeau going to speak? He wasn't in question period today when a lot of people expected him to. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen within the next few hours. So, that's all. I mean, I imagine that over the next few days, you'll have a lot to talk about. And on the economic side, it appears as though this is going to be a brutal statement, that we are likely going to be $15 to $20 billion over the deficit limit. And it's going to be rough times ahead for Canada unless we can somehow avoid crippling tariffs. So, I'll say, Russell, you got a lot of content lined up for the next few months. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be no shortage of things happening. I just hope that today, at least, we get everything done by around 5 or 6 p.m. I've got a beer league hockey game I got to get to, and I've been dying to get back on the ice over the weekend. So let's just hope that they go to my schedule today. But I appreciate you for also accommodating and hopping on the show. Again, folks, you can check out Harrison Faulkner over on True North. Check out the show Ratio. Good stuff. And again, thank you again, Harrison, for coming on. We'll see what happens, and I'm sure we'll talk more in the future.
Absolutely. Thanks, Russell. Have a good night and good luck in the hockey.
All right. Catch you later, Harrison. We'll talk to you. Bye. Wow, folks. So a lot going on here. We, of course, if you're just joining, have seen Chrystia Freeland step down, and not just step down from her role as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, but also fire some shots at Trudeau on the way out, right? Saying kind of what a lot of people have been thinking. A lot of this financial policy is, in her words, gimmicky. The $250, the poorly designed policy of $250 going out to about 50% of Canadians, saying that Canadians are smart enough to recognize, and this is the first time I've heard it from Freeland, was in her letter, Canadians are smart enough to realize that this doesn't actually serve their interests. $250 will help in the short term, but what is that really to a family of 4? Is that a week and a half of groceries these days, if that? Is this something that's meaningful enough? And now, this policy doesn't look like it's going to be enacted. It doesn't look like it's even going to happen. But regardless of it happening, it's just so clear to Canadians that this is something that is a gimmick, is a financial policy gimmick, and something that she wasn't going to take the fall for with this budget. We've got reporters in the lockup right now for the fall economic statement. One of the expectations is that the statement will be far over the self-imposed deficit cap. Of course, that's pretty arbitrary. They line it up to say debt to GDP will be declining, so we're on a good financial track. But just how good of this financial track will we actually truly be on if the finance minister won't stay on for another day to present this fall economic update? Fall, it's pretty much a winter economic update now. If I look out my window, a little bit of snow on the ground here. Let's see what is currently going on.
For the fall economic update is beyond me to think that this was a good idea. I've never in my time in politics seen a fez being pushed aside for manufactured drama. And this is a sad state. Today, people should be focusing and the government should be focusing on the state of the economy. And who knows, maybe this was a masterful tactic to get people not talking about the deficit number, but goodness gracious, like Canadians deserve better than this. This is just a sad day.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking there was anything tactically thought through in any of this, to your point. I wonder when, just to cast your mind back to your time with Bill Morneau, when there was pushback, and certainly we know examples of that as well, when there was pushback, how was that received by the Prime Minister's office? What did it get to the point where it was a healthy debate, or was it just sort of stubborn opposition to ideas that they were not interested in?
So I would say Minister Morneau, if he was here speaking, would probably be a lot more delicate than I would on this. But I think they would want you to think that there was a bit of a debate back and forth. But I can't even tell you the number of times I'd hear from senior staff and the PMO say, well, at the end of the day, we're going to make the decision or we're going to override it. And listen, I'm a lifelong Liberal. I've been a staffer on and off for 15 years. And I struggle with what it means to be a Liberal these days because it's been so disheartening to see this type of behavior. These are elected officials. Like Chrystia Freeland is not someone they found off the side of the street. Bill Morneau was not someone they found off the side of the street. Same thing goes for Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott. These are not people that just kind of had nothing to do. These are people who are accomplished people, and you cannot expect to bring in people who are accomplished leaders who have done things in their own respective rights, and then have staffers who, quite frankly, have not had the same experience dictating what gets done. And I know the Prime Minister is probably going to say he has no idea of these leaks, but listen, I've got to call BS to this to a certain point because this is just not acceptable. Like, we should not be singing this song and dance again today.
Sharon Carr, thank you for jumping on and giving us your perspective. Appreciate it. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Rosie.
Okay, so we are still right now waiting to see if we hear or see the Prime Minister today. He is still, we understand, I guess in his office there in West Bloc, hunkered down with staff, trying to figure out what comes next. Certainly what comes next from our perspective is getting a sense of the numbers in the fall economic update, which will include a large deficit, that much is true, will include some money for border security, and maybe some other things. And
We've got some details here on what this economic statement was going to hold. Here's a preview, although we don't have all the details like some reporters do right now in the lockup. Of course, not able to share that information yet. This was the update. Oh, that's not what I want. Where did I put it? Where was here we go. I was trying to bring up my Epic pen to notate here. This is what we were expecting to see. Some of the positives that we were expecting to see. Because I certainly don't think that they've shared some of the negatives here that perhaps Freeland was trying to avoid getting her name attached to. The fall economic statement, a bunch of things to try to deliver $26 billion in tax incentives for Canadian businesses. Turns out that this is only bad when when Conservatives try to give tax breaks to businesses. An enhancement for scientific research, experimental development, increase the annual expenditure limit, an enhanced 35% investment tax credit. Now, I don't necessarily think this stuff is bad. Like, this seems like a positive policy, things that encourage investment in businesses in Canada. It just doesn't seem like it's a core belief coming from the government at this time. Extend the enhanced refundable credit. Okay, so a number of different things here for capital expenditures for small and medium-sized businesses. Unlock billions in private sector and pension funded. Now, this is one that I found interesting. We've heard for a long time that the Canadian federal government is kind of pissed that we've got Canadian pension plans investing overseas and investing in highways in Chicago, the Skyway in Chicago, as well as real estate in China, as well as Australia. These kind of investments that are seeking out positive returns for the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan. That's the CPPIP or CPPIB, Canada Pension Plan Investment Board. The government of Canada is like, hey, we're giving you all of these Canadians money from their CPP contributions, which are mandatory, and you're not investing in Canada? I call bullshit. You got to invest in Canada so that we can increase our GDP per capita. This is what the government's been saying for a while. Now, there's a downside to this, because do we really want our pension plan investing in things that maybe not be seeking out the best return, but instead is seeking out a return for Canada, driving Canadian jobs, but maybe not getting the required return on investment that we need from our Canada pension plan. That this is the sort of thing that they're weighing. But in this budget, it, at the very least, seems like they are trying to make it so that we can bring in more pension plan funding into Canadian businesses, no longer restricting Canadian pension funds from owning more than 30% of the voting shares of a Canadian entity. My concern here is, like, yes, this may drive more Canadian pension plan investment in Canada, but at what centralization risk? Does all of a sudden the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan, own all Canadian businesses? And to what extent does the government's influence on the Canada Pension Plan also mean that the Canadian government then has influence on these companies? The more and more Canada's pension plan is the full owner of Canadian businesses, well, that is a centralization risk, right? That is a worry that now the Canadian government has more control than they should over private Canadian corporations. This idea that the government owns more and more and more, although you, of course, can separate the Canada Pension Plan from the government itself, but no doubt there is influence that goes back and forth between the two.
Bring in David here. I mean, the message... In a perfect world, the government today would have had a fall economic statement with maybe a shockingly large deficit number, but other measures that they could point to as things that they were doing to deal with Donald Trump.
Border, the economy,
that's right.
all those things.
And other things that would come in an upcoming budget. And they could have gone out and shopped around on that idea for the next...
This just in, some new reporting here and some comments on it from Conservative Member of Parliament Michelle Rempel-Garner. Jason Markisoff says that it will not be Mark Carney who will be the Minister of Finance. Instead, it will be Dominic LeBlanc. Interesting, because many people pointed to Dominic LeBlanc as a potential replacement for Trudeau, as someone who may have leadership aspirations. It seems that Dominic LeBlanc will be sworn in as Minister of Finance at 4 p.m. Will he then deliver the budget? I don't know. Now, this is somebody who has more of a sort of measured approach to things. Doesn't speak too sensationally about things, so maybe this is someone that the Liberals say, well, this is a very low-risk option. Low risk for the Liberals, maybe very high risk for Dominic LeBlanc and his career. Michelle Rempel-Garner here saying that all the MPs are just sitting in the House of Commons and they're not sure if the economic statement will be tabled because it was supposed to be presented when the alleged new finance minister is being sworn in. Like, we were supposed to, at 4 p.m., get the fall economic statement. Now we're getting a new finance minister. Will we also get the fall economic statement there? Can you really ask a brand new Dominic LeBlanc as finance minister to present this? That seems like a very risky thing for Dominic LeBlanc to say yes to. I wonder if his loyalty to Trudeau and sticking with him and being the name that is put out there, will this pay off for him? To me, it doesn't seem like a great risk to reward, but maybe there's something I'm not seeing.
Next couple of days, I would have asked the Prime Minister about the GST holiday in our interview, and then they would have gone on their merry way for holidays. We are in a completely different space now, and now this document, while it continues to be important for Canadians to know what's going on with the economy, like, I don't even know if it's going to get lost in the political crisis that we find ourselves in, or they find themselves in.
Yeah, well, the fall economic no statement, because they're just going to table it and no one's going to say anything, is the way it's going to happen today, is going to become a footnote of the day. As I clumsily walked through your shot earlier,
I saw
was
that.
going, I apologize for that. I'm used to the camera being in a different spot. Okay, a couple of things.
Yeah.
I went to take some calls.
Yes, good.
Because there are people who will speak to you in a day like this who won't put it in a text.
Yeah.
And it's tough to have to take a phone call live in the air. I'm less certain we're going to hear from the Prime Minister today.
Okay.
So there was supposed to be an Ontario caucus meeting at around 5 o'clock today. That has now expanded, I'm told, by MPs into a national caucus meeting.
Where he will be. He will attend.
Has to go.
Yeah,
he
I would
has
imagine.
now, whether this is in person, hybrid, blend, or whatever. Justin Trudeau is going to speak to his caucus at some point today. There will be a national caucus meeting. I'm checking to see if we can get the exact specific time. But my understanding is that it was going to start at around 5 o'clock. He needs to talk to them, I guess, to get a sense of what they have to say before he talks to people like you and me about what he is going to do. The other thing, it's in person at 5 o'clock, I'm now being told by a member of Parliament as I look down at my phone as we chat. So if my assignment producers outside are watching, we're going to need cameras at the caucus room for 5 o'clock today because it's going to be news. They've got to figure out what the mood of the caucus is. They got an idea of what the mood is of a lot of the caucus. Patrick Weiler, who was the first person to stand up in that caucus meeting to deal with a letter, the first person to say, you got to go, has reissued a statement saying, you still got to go. So they've been emboldened. They're going to have more to say about this. They're going to be even more aggressive. And I suspect you might see the dam break that they were hoping would break with their letter based on Chrystia Freeland's public letter with her signature and name at the bottom, because that carries a whole lot more weight.
Sure.
The other challenge they have right now as a government, this is a G7 country that does not have a Minister of Finance. They have got to get...
They're about to have Dominic LeBlanc.
That figured out. Whatever Justin Trudeau is going to do, Canada needs someone running the finance department. And if you can't get that done today, you got to have that done by tomorrow. Like, there needs to be a swearing in at Rideau Hall ASAP in this job, because you cannot go in the hours after a fall economic statement with the economic threat from Donald Trump hanging over the country without someone managing the economic response to that and the financial situation of the government.
So I would, riddle me this, I would say just hand that to Dominic LeBlanc. He fixes all of your problems.
He's got the border, right?
Well,
like the Minister of Janitorial Affairs
just
is already a massive department that keeps getting bigger.
But just for now, until you get yourself sorted.
The
you know?
Minister of Public Safety
we're a
and
little
Finance
behind
and
here.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Maybe that's a little bit of foreshadowing. Let's see what their comments are now on Dominic LeBlanc, who is now reported to be the new finance minister.
Speaks out against him or decides to quit, then I think it's game over.
You know, when the alarm goes off in the morning, you can hit the snooze button a couple of times, but eventually you've got to get out of bed because real life is waiting for you. And it feels like we've been watching a government in this town hit the snooze button nonstop for the better part of a year. If this wasn't like the backup alarm or the fourth backup alarm going off today when Chrystia Freeland walked out the door, I don't know what it would take, because how does it get better from here is the question I keep asking myself, right? Like, the whole principle of issues management is to figure out where things are going to go. How do you shorten the distance between those 2 points and you know, with the best outcome possible? The push for the Prime Minister to go has now moved to the Deputy Prime Minister level. She didn't say he should go. She said she is going because she was prepared to deliver a fall economic statement and a financial agenda filled with costly political gimmicks, in the words of the now ex-finance minister. And it became untenable for her when she was offered a cabinet job without...
Okay, let's get a little bit of diversity in our news reporting. Let's hear from Vasi and Power Play.
And they have big
CTV.
questions as well. Again, the clock is like, maybe we hear from the Prime Minister at the swearing-in ceremony or right thereafter, but still no official confirmation of any of that.
But really critical that the news about who would be our finance minister comes out before 4 o'clock, before markets close. There's some kind of stability before the financial update is tabled. So the markets know who that finance minister is. And as Hannah has just said, he's a well-known commodity. You know, childhood friend of the Prime Minister, most loyal in caucus. But it does does beg the question, how many others said no before getting here? We heard that strong no from Francois Philippe Champagne, who said no this morning coming out of Cabinet's outs. But were there others who also turned down the role? That said, if I was to choose somebody, I probably would have chosen Dominic LeBlanc as well. He's an excellent communicator, as Lisa has said. He's affable. He's got a good relationships with the premiers, particularly Doug Ford. We all recall that visit out with Doug Ford to New Brunswick a few years ago when he came to visit Dominic LeBlanc and at his property there, and mistakenly, I think, A to B at the time or something. Right. But so there's a long friendship there. He was one of the key ministers that was brought down to Mar-a-Lago, so he has that relationship in developing with the Trump administration. Somebody who we think the Trump administration would probably get along with, a pretty straight shooter.
Yeah, Brian, I think, also notable as far as the premiers go, we heard Premier Smith. She was, as I was saying, that Dominic LeBlanc would be coming in. She was nodding. I think the premiers it's actually a big part of this conversation. It was specifically referenced in the resignation letter by Chrystia Freeland, telling the Prime Minister essentially, get everyone on the same page and bring some humility along with you in your endeavors to do so. How do you think this news is being, I don't know, I guess consumed by them as they try to figure out collectively how to respond to the biggest economic threat that they've ever faced?
Yeah, look, so first thing I would say, I think Kathleen and Hannah, Lisa's assessment of Dominic is spot on. And I think he has good relationships with many, if not all of the premiers because of the qualities that they mentioned. But also that kind of goes to why he will be good in this type of position at this time when there's this sort of chaos. He will be good to use those qualities not only to build with the premiers, but to build relationships, again, with the rest of the cabinet caucus and just trying to sort of right things, if that's the plan of the Prime Minister, to try one more time to get things on the straight and narrow. Obviously, we'll see how that goes, but nevertheless, he is probably the right choice for that. And when it comes to the premiers itself, I mean, look, the times are chaotic, and we do indeed have issues to deal with as a country. The list is long, but the one that certainly the opposition parties are listing is the evident tariff threat from Trump. And having the premiers work together with the federal government would be very helpful, and I think over the last few years has been a key to success.
A little bit of a humorous Twitter take here. Expecting, like later today, a Jagmeet Singh press conference saying, CEOs, birth control, pharmacare workers, seniors. But how can you allow the chaos to continue? Galen Weston. Will there be the continuation of a incessant talking about the only few talking points that the NDP really have? A framing of these as the biggest issues in Canada. A saying of grocery stores are the real issue here for Canadians who can't afford their groceries. Don't look behind the curtain of the milk and egg cartels propped up by government regulations allowing no competition in our country. Don't look at that. Nobody looks at that. Conservatives don't look at that. NDPs and Liberals, they all don't look at that. Look at the white man who has failed upwards throughout his life, Galen Weston, born into it. Villainize him. Maybe he should be villainized, right? I'm not a friend of Galen Weston, but it seems like there's a desire to talk about anything but the thing that matters most, which is whether or not he will continue to prop up the government. And my guess, and your guess, based on the poll a little while ago, is that he will. We'll see this continue. More and more of the NDP just saying, we're not positioned to be full leaders after this. We'd just be handing the Conservatives leadership, so we're not going to make a drastic move. I think it's a bad move for the NDP. Regardless of if they give the government to the Conservatives by triggering an election, I think differentiating yourself from one of the lowest performing or lowest popularity governments in my lifetime, certainly, I think that is more valuable than not giving the Conservatives the election.
From opposition leaders, the leader of the Conservatives and the Bloc Quebecois both calling for an immediate election, and the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, calling for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to resign. We have not yet heard
And by the way, if you haven't already done so, subscribe to the channel. We cover Canadian politics heavily, as well as mostly actually Canadian economic policy. The ways that the financial policy that sounds pretty complex actually isn't that complex, and they kind of make it complex so that nobody else looks into it. We break it down here on the channel thoroughly so that everyone can understand what exactly is happening and how major global organizations can influence individual countries as well through their central bankers, as well as their ties to global organizations that allow politicians to come to consensus about the things that they're going to do, and how they're not really elected officials. These are some of the things we talk about on the channel, some of the things that I think are the issues of the day that a lot of people don't talk about. So subscribe and like this video
in the way she did and saying what she did.
I'm taking it very hard because I've been close to Chrystia since 2015. I thought she was an extraordinary foreign affairs minister. She was a great trade minister. She led us on the USMCA negotiations. And in terms of what she said today, as Basti, as you know, I've long had policy differences with the government. I've long been calling for a more centrist, fiscally responsible government. And for her to say that she didn't support some of the things that were in the Fez because she was pushed to not be as financially prudent as she thought was the best idea given the current situation with the United States. And it was very hard to hear. And all my support goes to Chrystia. It is sad for me to see that she felt that she was being pushed out of a role that I think she excelled in, and it was difficult.
Ms. Jacek, I see you nodding as Mr. Housefather is describing how hard this is. What can you tell us about your reaction to this?
Well, very much like Anthony, I've known Chrystia since I was a provincial member in Ontario, and we had joint caucus meetings at that point with the Liberal caucus. I think it goes back to about 2014.
Okay, so I want to show you something here that we haven't used on the program before. This is Poilievre. Are you guys familiar with Poilievre? A lot of people became familiar with it during the U.S. election. It's basically a betting market that lets you bet on the outcome of anything, any possible proposition, like will this happen or will this happen? Take a look at this Poilievre bet. Essentially, people take bets on either side of something that can happen. I'm not a sponsor of the channel at all, Poilievre, not affiliated at all. But we go in here and we see, okay, what are the odds of Trudeau being out of government before April? We've seen a 27% rise in this just today in one day, going from a 50% chance based on the betting up to a 75% chance. And we have a fair amount of liquidity in here that makes that rather interesting. Although it doesn't seem like this market has been up for a long time, so it's hard to get a good idea of how accurate this actually is. Trudeau no confidence motion passes in 2024. We're seeing it spike right now just a little bit, but still saying that it's like a 9% chance as of right now. So not very likely that a no confidence motion passes, largely, I think, because it doesn't seem like Jagmeet Singh is going to be aggressive enough to go for this. So we'll see how that pans out. And is Trudeau going to be out in 2024? We have this taking a spike as of today from a 1% chance all the way to a 32% chance. So I think the way that this works is if you put your money in like down here, you'd have like that multiple of whatever you put in as this percent chance changed. I'm not a big gambler. I'm not going to get involved in this, but we see some notes here. He will never resign in an immediate notice. It'll take time, but the money you can make in this market, wow. Yeah, I wouldn't say go. I wouldn't say to go and use this right away. I'd say, well, do so at your own risk. But interesting to look at the very least.
Portfolio to deal with the Canada-US. We have seen 4 MPs go on camera in the hours since to say the Prime Minister has to go. We have seen another MP issue a statement reiterating their call. He's going to go to the National Caucus meeting. It's probably not going to be a standing ovation type thing like the ones we see when this happens. So it has been crisis after crisis after crisis, this being the biggest of them all. And it just seems like more of this is going to happen until what appears to be the eventual electoral defeat. So how does it get better from here?
Yeah.
And what is your plan to make it better? Like,
but yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, that is the central problem, though, Greg, is that it has been, to David's point, warning after warning after warning that something wasn't working and that something needed to change. And changes didn't happen. I guess this cabinet shuffle was supposed to be it, but and no real adjustment in terms of a political approach anyway. There have been policy adjustments for sure. And now it's like, here, we're going to bash you over the head to see if you get the message this time, because this is real this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what could happen to help him in this moment? Like if he fired the chief of staff, if he changed all his staff, like, or are we long past those opportunities that had been talked about in the summer?
I think we are long past them. I think that not only when I say the circle around the Prime Minister has gotten smaller, you know, I remember during the Jody Wilson-Raybould issues, getting a call from somebody at the senior level and asking me how are we doing? How is this going over?
Yeah.
Adam Radwanski in the Globe did a long piece on this, and they reached out to about a dozen people. The Emergencies Act and the decision to call that, you know, they reached out to people. They have done things to make sure that Rolodex has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller. So I think they've been flying blind for a couple of months now. To me, the big spot of blindness, and I've referred to this before, was the interview the Prime Minister did with Nathaniel Erskine-Smith. And I'm told it had a big effect on caucus, especially Quebec caucus. But there's a moment where the Prime Minister talks about, I didn't think it was the right time for ads. And I think that just rang a huge bell. And the amount of work that the Liberal caucus had to do to convince the Prime Minister's office to start running ads, and then the length of time before the ads actually started, you burned a lot of time and energy. So if it took them that much effort to get something that's pretty obvious, you know, like the Conservatives are running ads, we're not, we're 20 points behind. What are we doing to address that? And grudgingly, after an interview where the Prime Minister said, I don't think ads would have helped right now, they did ads against me too. Well, yeah, you know, Justin was literally born into a prime ministerial family. He was national news when he was born. It is tough to define somebody who's already been defined. It was really easy for the Conservatives to define Dion and Ignatieff. Yeah. So I just think that they're out of options and they're out of people to ask for help.
Well, I think they're out of goodwill, perhaps.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
The goodwill that was there is no longer there.
And again, through their own decisions.
Sure,
And I think that's the thing that's really stunning, you know, to what Greg was speaking about, the advertising, the choices that were made on that. They received plenty of advice to the contrary, that it was important to define Poilievre, even as soon as when he was in the leadership race, and as soon as he was newly elected, that there would have been a critical opportunity there. But of course, the problem is they elected not to do that, and there's no time machine to go back to that. And as things move forward, it becomes more difficult, more expensive, and harder, just as their resources and popularity were dwindling. So it's a catch-22 that they placed themselves into, and I think it's exactly as Greg says, those bunker walls have become so thick. And the Prime Minister is now in a position that himself and his Chief of Staff are in that bubble. They are the longest-serving people in that bubble, and they have closed those walls off from the advice that would shake that up in any significant way, and this is the outcome of it.
Out of the two major parties, there's always a path to victory for both of them going into an election. I think the Liberals had a path a year ago. It would have been hard to find, but they could have found it, and they had to stick to it and go down that path. It gets narrow and narrower as they go down, and when they're not trying to find it, it disappears, and there's no getting it back now. There's no chance Trudeau has to win the next election. There is a possibility if there's a replacement. There is a possibility that person could find a path. But even then, it's so narrow.
But Fred, look, you've run national campaigns, right? Like, is the goal here for the Liberals victory, or is it survival? Like, they've got to come second.
If I was in
that has to be their goal, right?
or third may be their goal as we go down. Like, they are in a very dangerous spot. I don't know if they realize this. The Bloc Quebecois, I'd put my money on today, is going to be the official opposition, which is a whole other host of issues, given the Parti Québécois, their sister party, is likely going to form government there, and they want to have a referendum right away. We're going into a constitutional and succession crisis in this country. But for the Liberal Party, the NDP should be in a position, now maybe if they didn't have a leader like Jagmeet Singh, they could be, they should be in a position to jump over them. And if the Liberals get into fourth again, there's not another Justin Trudeau waiting in the wings that could bring them up like he did in 2015. It could be a very, very long time in the wilderness for the Liberal Party if they don't do this right.
Okay, let's just recap a little bit where we are right now in terms of some of the reaction that we've seen to this news today. Obviously, when you hear a political crisis from your opponents, you jump on it and seize every opportunity to hammer home and criticize them, to try and draw more blood, frankly. So here's a little.
We've got some comments here in the House of Commons. Listen to this.
I'm mad at myself now for having once thought he is an honest and good person when in truth he would so casually lie to the public. That's a direct quote from former Liberal Cabinet Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould, who learned the Prime Minister is a performative and fake feminist. She resigned. It was just a week ago the Prime Minister stood on stage to tell women what a great feminist he is. And then today, we learned the Prime Minister told the first ever female finance minister to do as he says or lose her role. She resigned. Wow. Even the finance minister doesn't have confidence in the Prime Minister. Selena Cesar Chavez, former parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, felt reduced to a prop for the Prime Minister's image rather than valued for her voice. She resigned. How many women will the Prime Minister throw under the bus before the leader of the NDP pulls his pathetic support for this weak Prime Minister? That's right. Canadians are done. Call an election and get rid of this fake, feminist, narcissistic Prime Minister who is destroying this country. And
some extreme statements here from a Conservative member of Parliament, but pointing out, hey, well, like Trudeau makes these speeches, I am a feminist. I am upset at the U.S. for not electing Kamala Harris, the first woman president. We are not like that in Canada, was what his speech was saying. Thank you for the super chat, AI, nice name. Thanks for submitting a couple bucks to go into the beer fund for the channel. Appreciate it. Goodbye, WEF, World Economic Forum stooges. Don't let Bill 63 pass. Some interesting stuff in that bill. Not so great if that goes through.
A bit of the reaction from some of the opposition leaders today.
The finance minister is resigning in the middle of an economic crisis, and a fifth of his Liberal caucus has lost confidence in him. Justin Trudeau has lost control, and yet he clings to power. We cannot accept this kind of chaos, division, weakness while we're staring down the barrel of a 25% tariff from our biggest trading partner and closest ally. Now is the time for a carbon tax election to turn the decision away from me or Mr. Trudeau or Mr. Singh or Mr. Carney and put it in the hands of the people.
Mr. Trudeau's government is over. He must acknowledge that and act accordingly. I believe that the departure of his so important ally, Minister of Finances, Vice First Minister, Prime Minister, is the end of this government, and that at the latest in the beginning of 2025, the Prime Minister should go to the General Governor and ask for the dissolution of the Parliament.
Right now, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. I hear it everywhere I go. People cannot find a home that they can afford. They can't buy their groceries. And on top of that, we have Trump threatening tariffs at 25%, which put hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. And instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focused on themselves. They're fighting themselves instead of fighting for Canadians. And for that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
All right, a pretty collective, unified message from the opposition leaders, certainly, but there are even some Liberal MPs also echoing those calls for Justin Trudeau to resign.
So if you're just joining us, a lot has happened today. Let me give you the Coles notes and get you caught up. We had last night rumors of Sean Fraser, the Housing Minister of Canada, stepping down from his role. We got that this morning in a press conference. He said, well, I'm stepping down from my family. I need some time here. But mid-press conference, Freeland's tweet comes out. That tweet is, I'm not your finance minister anymore. I'm stepping down entirely. Chrystia Freeland is no longer the finance minister, no longer the deputy prime minister, no longer the closest ally of Justin Trudeau, his most loyal minister. So that leaves a big question, because today, one of the most important reports of the year for Canadian finances is slated to come out. The fall economic statement. It's one of the 2 times in the year Canada's government says this is what we're spending on. This is why we're spending that money on it. Here's who's going to be getting some extra money, maybe some tax breaks, stuff like that. Here's what our deficit is. That's a big one. That was all supposed to come out today. One of the biggest reports of the year. Freeland, hours before this report is supposed to come out. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Allegedly, Friday night, Chrystia Freeland was called into Justin Trudeau's office. He sits her down and he says, hey, listen, you've been by my side, but I'm turning my back on you. I am no longer going to have you as my finance minister or my deputy prime minister. You're fired, Freeland. This is what essentially he told her. But not fired immediately. I'd like you to stay on Monday and give this economic report, give us this update, but then you'll be gone afterwards. Freeland says, okay, I understand. I don't like it. I understand. I'm going to take the weekend here. Probably doesn't tell the prime minister that this morning she releases this letter saying, Justin Trudeau, I don't agree with his economic policy. He's doing financial gimmicks instead of actual financial policy to help Canadians. Something that a lot of people have been saying for quite a long time. This is what she comes out and says, which is a disaster for Trudeau. Who's going to read the economic statement? It should be Champagne, one of his other cabinet ministers. He says, I'm not taking on this role. Then it goes to Randy Boissonnault, who's tied up in his own scandals right now, not the guy you want. Now it seems, just reported a half hour ago, that it's going to be Dominic LeBlanc, another cabinet minister for Trudeau. He'll be, at the very least, the interim interim finance minister. Will he read the fall economic statement? I doubt it. But I think he will table it in the House of Commons, which means we will get access to it. We just won't get the long, drawn-out speech. Apparently, Dominic LeBlanc is going to be sworn in as the new finance minister at 4 p.m., which is approximately 8 minutes from now. We'll see if there is anything that happens in the House of Commons around this, and if that is, because that is also the time that we're scheduled to get this economic update. Dominic LeBlanc, this could be a poison pill for his career if he gets too heavily associated with Trudeau in the dying days of his power. But maybe this is a calculated risk, this loyalty. We've seen how loyalty has helped some people when it comes to politics south of the border. So maybe there's something I'm not seeing, but this is what we're seeing. Will we hear from the Prime Minister today? We don't know. Will we hear a speech about the fall economic statement? We don't know. Will we get the details of the fall economic statement? Probably. The journalists are already looking at it right now. They're in a sort of not embargo, that's not the right word, a lockup, where they sit inside a room, they get given pieces of paper, phones in the basket, nobody can release any information about it. You can read it so you can prepare a report to give when it comes out. So the economic statement exists. We're just waiting to get it.
Let's put it this way. Firing a Minister of Finance who has served you extremely well is not what I would call a trustworthy move. And that's all.
Should he resign?
Yes.
Today was supposed to be a presentation of a plan, and now we're talking about a finance minister who has resigned. I don't see how this helps the Prime Minister, and I don't see a way out and how this helps us talk about Canadians while we're continuing to talk about what's happening right now.
So he needs to go. Sorry, I'd like to hear you say.
I think he needs to go, yeah.
Justin Trudeau?
Yep.
Okay, some Liberal backbenchers calling publicly for the Prime Minister to resign now as we wait to see if we will hear from the Prime Minister, as David said. Perhaps less likely than it was earlier, but at very least, they have come up with a solution for a finance minister, and that's going to happen in about 30 minutes' time, where Dominic LeBlanc, currently the Minister of Public Safety, close friend and confidant of Justin Trudeau's, will be sworn into that portfolio to at least cover off that dramatic loss of Chrystia Freeland on this important day. And we're also hearing now that at 4 o'clock, Karina Gould, the House Leader, will be the one who will table the fall economic statement inside the House of Commons. Would not expect there to be a speech of any kind, but at least the document will be tabled, which will be the sign that we can begin to report some of that information to you. A fiscal update that, Chrystia Freeland would have worked very hard on with her department. And in spite of some of the questions that she had about the Prime Minister's approach, namely around those rebate checks that didn't seem like they were going to go forward anyway. And then finally on Friday to be told that she could table the fall economic statement, but then she would be sent into another portfolio was really the reason why she decided she had to leave. She is remaining as an MP and says she will run in the next election. All kind of interesting bits of information as you think about how this might unfold. Lots of questions now about whether there will be a cabinet shuffle, what Justin Trudeau is thinking about his own leadership, and whether he can in fact stay given this dramatic turn of events today. Someone who has been in a similar position back in the day, former Deputy Prime Minister under Jean Chrétien, John Manley joins us. Nice to see you, John Manley.
Thank you.
And I say similar position because if I'm not mistaken, when Paul Martin stepped aside as finance minister, you took over that role.
They threw me in. I was the Sunday afternoon appointee as finance minister, but it didn't happen totally unexpectedly, and it wasn't the day of a fall or any other kind of economic statement being tabled. So no doubt this one, in terms of sheer drama, this one takes the prize.
I mean, it was expected that Paul Martin, he was getting frustrated, and the Prime Minister was also getting frustrated with him, and he had leadership ambitions. So to your point exactly, it became clear that it was no longer tenable. And I know that there are ongoing, to this day, questions about whether he quit or got quit. But that's what happened. What do you remember about the necessity of having you fill that role quickly, and like the importance of that, and why that is important in this instance as well?
Well, first of all, it's a very large role, and there are always a lot of things on the finance minister's agenda. So I came in on a Sunday afternoon. Less than 24 hours later, I was delivering a speech to a group of international bankers who were meeting in Montreal. 4 days later, I was hosting the G8 finance ministers meeting in Halifax, Nova Scotia. So, and I also had to appear in question period, and of course it was the focus of a lot of questions. So, it was not totally unexpected for me. I'd already been deputy prime minister, and I knew the issues, I knew the numbers, I knew what was going on pretty well. So a little different if it is Dominic LeBlanc.
Okay, it looks like we're actually getting here in the House of Commons, possibly the budget, the fall economic statement. Let's listen into Greg Ferguson, House of Commons Speaker here.
A question and answer period equivalent to the time spent by the Minister in his or her statement.
By unanimous consent, it was ordered that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at 4 p.m. on Monday, December 16, 2024, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement, followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for question and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party and a member of the Green Party may reply for a period of approximately equivalent to the same time taken by the Minister's statement, and each statement shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. Alors, comme l'ordre a été adopté.
This order being adopted by the House, there is now leave to give the Minister and Deputy Prime Minister present the fall economic statement, but the order is for the chair to interrupt at 4.
So, just so that members all understand, as it was very clear in the order that was adopted by the House, the order was for the Speaker to interrupt proceedings at 4 o'clock to permit to Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. So it's a permissive situation here. The order is for me to stand up at 4 o'clock, which I shall do. The honourable member from York Simcoe. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for the opposition, could you clarify who the Deputy Prime Minister is and who the Minister of Finance is at this time?
I'm afraid I cannot respond to the honourable member of that, and that question would not be a question that would be posed to the Speaker. That would be posed on to the government. L'honorable député de Berthier-Mascon.
The honourable member for Berthier-Mascon, rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so it seems like we're not quite getting the budget yet. They say 4 p.m., which is like a minute away, but we'll flip back to this. Let's see what they're covering on CTV.
A lot of very specific things, rather, in the letter that she posted. We've got our eye on Rideau Hall. If we can bring up that shot, if we have it. If we see any action, we'll swing right over there. We're also anticipating any moment that we're going to see the fall economic statement, which is going to be tabled in the House of Commons by Government House Leader Karina Gold. We don't know anything that's in that document yet. The lockup for reporters that took place was a truncated one, just over the course of 2 hours instead of the entire day. But as soon as we do have those details, we will share them with you. We also are watching to see if the Prime Minister is at this swearing-in ceremony, if he makes comments after, because so far I think the biggest takeaway, the biggest headline is, despite the fact that the finance minister posted this resignation earlier today, much earlier today in the morning, we have yet to hear from the Prime Minister himself directly. We do know there will be a caucus at about 5 o'clock Eastern. 2 members of that caucus were just here on set calling for the Prime Minister to resign. Anthony Housefather and Helena Jazik, rather, were not aware if the Prime Minister himself or his staff would be at that caucus, but obviously things are very fluid, and the pressure on the Prime Minister to make a decision about his own future continues to mount. I am here with Scott Reid, Corey Tonight, and Kathleen Monk, 3 people who know a thing or two about crisis management. Scott, I'll start with you. I think the last time we spoke was 4 or 5 hours ago. Did you think the next 5 hours would go this way?
No, I thought there would be more definitive action, to be honest. I mean, I'm not surprised that they've decided to table the fall economic statement in the House, get that bit of business done, uncomplicate that piece of this gigantic puzzle. Dominic LeBlanc, it's a sensible choice as finance minister, a trusted guy, very capable. You can understand why the Prime Minister would turn to him in this hour. But the critical issue, obviously, is whether or not the Prime Minister himself is going to prorogue Parliament, whether he's going to decide to step aside. I think this sort of musing about, well, the Prime Minister is considering whether or not to resign is a wildly weak thing to say in the public arena. If you're considering resigning, then you should resign. It's just that simple. This has been one chaotic, challenging day for the government, for the Prime Minister, but I feel like the writing is on the wall. So almost no matter what happens in the next 2 to 3 hours, it feels like this is an unsurvivable, unsustainable situation.
Does it feel like that to you, Corey?
Like at a certain point,
2 to 3 hours. I got to get to my beer league game in like exactly that amount of time. I'm gonna have to put on my bucket to hear while I'm streaming and just be ready to rip out the door.
From so many other people who've been on the network with you today, Freeland was his go-to for basically the entire life of this government, like the most loyal soldier in the Army. And to have such a damning letter of resignation, to have lost the confidence of somebody so close to you, is, I think, an unsurvivable thing. And you're seeing others sort of take her cue and come out more publicly. People who've maybe been critical before, like some of the MPs that you had on, Anthony Housefather and others. But I think you're going to see more of that. And, it's questionable whether anything can happen in the House of Commons. It's been questionable whether anything can happen in the House of Commons for several months now. The inability to pass basic measures are going to be increasingly a problem for the government as it moves forward. If they prorogue, no matter what the case is, like it looks like a government in its dying days. And I think at a certain point, Trudeau has to actually take what other people close to him are saying seriously and ask the question whether or not he isn't the largest impediment for the Liberal Party moving forward.
I think like when the specter of that question was being raised a month ago or so by MPs, I remember at the time of him withstanding that, Kathleen talked about, well, it's not like
I said new poll live. I'm curious what you think is going to happen here.
Right? Now we are 6 weeks later, and probably the most prominent cabinet minister, I would say, I don't even think that's, there's an argument there, has come out saying exactly that, basically. Yeah. Is there a way to withstand that?
I don't think so. I think he's really, at this point, got to go. A few months ago, Trudeau was saying, I'm still in it for...
It seems like maybe we have some movement here on the... Where is it? I got so many freaking tabs. My gosh. On CPAC. Okay, it seems like we have some movement here on the economic statement.
Consent, or does that, notwithstanding any...
take effect? That is the period reserved for questions and comments and the replies from the various parties which are dependent on the statement being made.
So what they're saying now is that they will be releasing the budget. They haven't yet. They're going to release the budget, but they're not going to provide any comment on it. And because they're not providing any comment on it, now the Conservatives and the NDP and the Bloc Quebecois don't get to comment on it as well.
In the absence of a state.
Thanks, Sean Gaw, for the super chat, $5. Appreciate it. Hi, Russell. Where we are today would vote for Harper 2015 if your vote was able to give Conservative victory. I'm interested in learning about crypto. Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, I don't know what the vote would be back in 2016 or the 2015 election. Obviously, Canadians were feeling a lot different than they were today, but curious stuff. Appreciate the support, Sean.
Statement. The House will resume the business that would normally be before it at this time.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, but I will go to points of order raised by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, followed by the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this has been a chaotic day, but the reality is this is an order of the House that can't be countermanded by the government. Our expectation is that the Finance Minister will be in this House to present the fall economic statement. That is what New Democrats are prepared for. That is what we want to comment and criticize. And that is why we are here. This can't be countermanded by the government itself. Parliament must be respected. And Mr. Speaker, you must uphold the motion that was adopted unanimously by this House.
Hear, hear. I see that the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands is rising on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is not to make the same point as my honourable colleague for New Westminster Burnaby, but given that it was a moment where the Speaker had to stop at 4 o'clock and seek the presentation, I suggest to Mr. Speaker, we're in a really difficult quandary here as opposition party members. We were given access on a confidential embargoed lockup basis to read the document which we now are not to hear. I'm in a quandary, Mr. Speaker, and I think the honourable table officers have many volumes in front of them. But unless they have a volume of Lewis Carroll, I don't know if they can answer my question. Am I allowed to talk about the document that isn't happening?
Good question.
That's fair. I mean, like, we've got this webpage here with the fall economic statement. This is where it's supposed to be posted. Usually, right at 4 p.m., you get an update on the website that gives you the PDF that all of the parliamentarians have had access to confidentially, and a number of media members have had access to confidentially. But is this even going to be tabled? Are they able to sort of push this off? Are they going to wait until Dominic LeBlanc gets sworn in as finance minister so that he can do it? We've heard that Karina Gold, the Liberal House leader, is going to be delivering it, but where is she? We don't know at this point. It seems like there is a swearing in ceremony that's going to be happening soon.
There?
Let's hear it.
Vashi, we haven't seen anyone go in yet, but what we've been told is that Prime Minister and his new Finance Minister, which we have been told will be Dominic LeBlanc, will walk up this laneway. They are going to give this photo opportunity.
We're going to hear from the Prime Minister. Wow.
This site of unity, but of course.
And hey, thank you for the super chat and the sticker. I like it. I appreciate the support. Every little bit helps for the channel.
That decision was made. We know that Minister LeBlanc, the public safety minister, was in the cabinet meeting. He did not stop to take questions, and he dashed out very quickly. We first got notification that we were to come here to Rita Hall around 3 o'clock. So this has been put together in a very rushed format. But we also do know from, for example, Minister Macaulay, that a plan was in place, that they were going to announce a replacement. He had mentioned that, and that was around 1:30 or so when I spoke to him. So you get a sense of just how this has coalesced together. It is very chaotic. We do know that in this fall economic statement, we are expecting to hear about border measures. So Minister LeBlanc would be perhaps an ideal person, because if there is new money in that fall economic statement for border security, something that the Americans want, I can tell you, Vashi, that since the beginning of the year, there has been nearly 20,000 migrants who have crossed from Canada into the U.S. and about 1,100 crossing from the U.S. into Canada. So this is something that has been top of mind for the Trump administration, Vashi.
Okay, interesting stuff. So we're actually going to hear from the Prime Minister. Hopefully we can get it before I got to rip off to Beer League hockey. Thank you, MinMax123. Great coverage, lad. Think anything more will come of the Emergencies Act and the Supreme Court finding that it was in violation of the Charter? Do I think anything more will come of it? No. Do I think more should come of it? Yes. At the very least, you got to think, even if you didn't agree with the trucker protests, you got to think about the precedent that something like that sets. If a government that you drastically disagree with uses it, even if you agreed with the Liberals' use of it, well, then that gives them all kinds of power to quash protests of things that you may be passionate about. So I definitely was against the use of that. But do I think anything else is going to happen? Probably not.
Hands. I think after Freeland, the closest person and most senior person in that cabinet, in many ways probably personally closer to the Prime Minister than anyone else in terms of the depth and longevity of that relationship. But I do also wonder about this pause, this period of uncertainty where they're saying they're reviewing their options.
Okay, let's see what's up here in the House of Commons. What's actually going to happen here? They don't know.
Are facing an unprecedented crisis on housing, on inflation, on debt and deficits. And this government has a statutory obligation to table these documents by the end of the year. This is the second last sitting day. And you have just denied a request for an emergency debate on this very same issue. There is no other opportunity for parliamentarians to find out just how bad the books are. But I go back to the point as to the fact that the government themselves initiated this agreement. The government committed to opposition parties that it would happen today. And so I ask you, Mr. Speaker, the fact that they are in chaos is not the problem of parliamentarians. It is a problem for Canadians, but it is not a problem caused by Canadians. And they have a right to know exactly what's happening with their tax dollars. And now for the government to come in at literally the last minute and pull the carpet out of an economic update is unbelievable. It is not the actions of a serious G7 NATO partner country. So at the very least, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you find the government in contempt of the House order that was passed by all members of this place.
Thank the Honourable from Regina Capel. I see the Honourable Member from Calgary Nose Hill is also rising on a point of order.
There are people who, there are businesses who are trying to think about making decisions based on what was supposed to be in there today. We have senior economists who have been waiting for this information. Literally the entire nation's business has been waiting for this. All of us who are in this place have the right to see these finances. This is why we're here. It's almost to the point of a violation of our privilege to not be able to see this, frankly. We're being asked to vote on things without a finance minister on the day that a budget was being tabled. This is not what a serious government does. So we need to have this information today. It's borderline privilege. And again, as the Deputy House, or as the House Leader said, this is a contempt of Parliament of the utmost magnitude.
Thank the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill for her intervention. I'm going to recognize a number of other points of order. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Berthier et Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier Masquinongé. Well, on this point of order, the motion adopted on December 11th states that the Speaker will interrupt deliberations, not the Speaker may interrupt.
Speaker. Statement. Nothing we can do about that. She came in, tabled, and then ran it out before there could be any economic statement document.
She did table it.
This statement.
Where'd that go?
Order, which I would like to hear, starting with the honourable member from South.
Because it seems like
how big the budget deficit was last year. How much?
The honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The honourable, I regret to say that.
Okay, so here's some reporting.
Through some of the other numbers that are put out, there are better projections moving forward for the size of the budget after 2026, but still well over $40 billion in the next few years, $48.3 billion moving forward next year, the year after, 25-26, $42.2 billion. And then they had the deficit, the size of the deficit going down to $31 billion in 2026 and down to $30.4 billion in 2027. There are new investments announced in the fall economic statement as well. $24.2 billion over 6 years, in fact. Some of the breakdown of those are around, quote unquote, clean growth, innovation and infrastructure, $18 billion there. The issue of affordability and housing is assigned another $3 billion. Justice and security, another $2 billion. I think one of the main takeaways is certainly around border security, and I think that is some of what is meant by justice and security. I'm just waiting for some more details on exactly what is announced in that vein, but certainly the big headline coming out of this fall economic statement tabled by Government House Leader Karina Gold just moments ago in the House of Commons is the size of the deficit. It is projected to be $61.9 billion, almost $22 billion more than had been projected in the budget, and also nearly $22 billion more than Chrystia Freeland had promised it would be. Chrystia Freeland, of course, quit her position as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister this morning. Scott, I'll start with you on that one. What's your read on how that may have contributed to all of this?
Well, we know because it was put in writing.
Wow, that is wild. Because this $61 billion deficit, that is like, that is $22 billion more than the cap that the Liberals set. This is our absolute hard line. We won't go over it. Where is this money going? Have we seen an increase in programs? Is this a result of our debt servicing costs being up? We don't know. We don't have the document yet. Concerning, given this 45-minute report that I put together that explains how more government spending can drive up rates even further by the impact on the government bond market. Some wild stuff here. $20 billion over the deficit. Do we even have a declining debt to GDP, which is their metric for economic sustainability? Do they even care at this point? Will it matter at all what is inside of this economic statement? Maybe this is the best case scenario, is like, let's distract from this economic statement that is going to be so shitty. Is that what's happening here? I still don't have the document. Still looking for the document online. Usually this gets reported on and updated and sent out via government channels, but nothing today. but at least we can hear about it from reporters and politicians in the House of Commons. Let's listen in.
Almost small beer compared to the large stakes of what we witnessed over the course of the day politically.
This is what
it's shocking.
Corey, what do you think? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I think the number is shocking, and I'm just going to double down on Scott's point. You know, where is the additional money for defense? Like, we're looking at 25% tariffs. Border security is part of that narrative. Not meeting our 2% NATO target is part of that. You've heard that, you know, resoundingly from all 10 premiers and 3 territorial leaders today at the First Minister's meeting. And they're just absolutely deaf to it. And
I don't know how you can't resign here. I don't know how you can't resign here. You're going to draw an election if you don't, because Singh, I don't think he can take the reputation hit of propping up the government anymore amidst what's happened today. This changes things. And thank you, Marlene Smith, for the super chat. Much appreciated. Marlene, everybody give that a thumbs up. Thanks, Marlene, for the support. Awesome to see you all here. If you haven't already done so, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, all that good stuff. Subscribing doesn't sign you up for anything. It's totally free. Just all it does is help out the channel. Appreciate you doing that if you're here for the first time. We cover financial policy, economic policy, macroeconomic policy, all related to Canada because, hey, I'm a Canadian. That's what we cover, but we also cover what's happening in the world financially, central banks, what they're up to, as well as these global financial organizations that have a lot more sway in our country and countries around the world than they would want you to believe.
Put it in the context of responding to the threat from the threat of a 25% blanket tariff. And I'll just quickly tell our viewers that we are standing by to take you to that swearing-in ceremony. Still no sign of anything formal taking place, just a lot of setup inside Rideau Hall. You can see it right there. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that. She said this means pushing back against America First economic nationalism with a determined effort to fight for capital investment in the jobs they bring. That means working in good faith and humility with the premiers of the provinces and territories of our great and diverse country and building a true Team Canada response. It means keeping our fiscal powder dry today so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. Obviously, this document was not something she wanted to sell.
It was not something she wanted to sell. And now she has given in that letter the most perfect attack ad on behalf of not only Pierre Poilievre, but even Trump. He said, even your deputy prime minister disagrees with your strategy on how to engage with us. I think this is always going to be a bad news day for the Liberals because they missed their own fiscal guardrails. It has been made so much worse, 100 times worse, by the fact that the deputy prime minister and finance minister resigned this morning. I just don't see how the negative news doesn't force Trudeau to finally make that decision that people have been calling on him to make since even before the summer. In the spring, remember there were talk actually last winter that he would take that walk in the snow. And I think that we're going to probably see that in the next 24 to 48 hours.
So, Scott, I was going to say that we are standing by for that ceremony. We were given 2-minute warnings like 15 minutes ago. We were also told to expect a shot of the Prime Minister and Minister LeBlanc walking in. They're now going through a back door, no public shot.
Yeah, Max Power says, hey, we're probably not getting the $250 checks, bros. Most certainly we're not getting that check. Most certainly we are not. He says they're getting backdoored. Ayo.
Fine. And then he'll come forward and say, I have no intention of resigning. I'm going to fight through this. But I think there are really only 2 practical options at this point for all the reasons we're talking about. And I hate to sound like the Greek chorus, all of us just sort of sitting on the sidelines and picking at it. But let's be straightforward. The situation is a crisis, a full-on, flat-out political crisis. Not, by the way, a terribly unpredictable crisis. It's been brewing for months and months and months. I think the Prime Minister
staunchest supporter, but Chrystia Freeland's shock resignation threw the scheduled fall economic statement into chaos. An embargoed viewing of the document for journalists was delayed, with finance officials telling reporters they didn't know if it was going to happen. But nearly 4 hours later, it was given out, presenting a grim picture of the country's finances. The deficit has ballooned, now sitting at $61.9 billion, up from an estimated $40.1 billion from the budget presented in the spring, thanks in part to $24.2 billion in newly announced spending. The most notable, $1.3 billion for the CBSA and RCMP to help secure the border, a key demand from Donald Trump to avoid a 25% tariff on Canadian goods. The RCMP getting an additional $600 million to move forward with a gun buyback program, and there's billions to attract AI and other business investment.
On the spending side, that's a lack of discipline. It's an inability to control the spending. It's an inability to manage the affairs of the government.
One thing not accounted for, the $250 checks the Liberals promised weeks ago would be sent to nearly 19 million Canadians, something Freeland labelled in her letter as one of the costly political gimmicks that led to a resignation. The Liberals also announcing a number of measures not costing any money, including putting Terry Fox in the $5 bill, looking at developing long-term mortgages, and allowing some automatic tax filing with the CRA as soon as 2025.
It's a big deficit, high spending, high...
That's what's really important, right? Let's get Terry Fox on our $5 bill. You know what's wild is that Stephen Polo's in a recent interview was just saying like his greatest accomplishment as leader of the central bank was getting Viola Davis, is that her name, on the $5 bill? Certainly not a bad thing, but wild that that's the takeaway.
High debt fall economic statement. It's one where the federal government just seems to have lost control of the purse strings.
To get the new spending passed, the Liberals will need help from one of the opposition parties in the House of Commons, which will be a tall order, with the Conservatives, Bloc and NDP either calling for the Prime Minister to resign or for there to be an election. Mackenzie Gray, Global News, Ottawa.
Wow, I wonder when we're going to get this document. I've been refreshing and refreshing and refreshing. No PDF. Not even a measly PNG screenshot. Oh, found it. Never mind. Found it. Okay, folks, we're into it. I'm gonna keep my eyes open here because we might be getting this the new minister sworn in. But let's get into this in a little bit more detail. A fall economic statement. This is gonna be me in about an hour. Fall economic statement. Okay. Economic and fiscal overview. Is this all from Freeland? Is this signed Freeland, I wonder? Okay, there's no forward. They struck the forward from it. Usually there's like a letter from Freeland. Let's the best way we can get an idea here is by going over the outline here. Let me zoom this in a little bit, and I'll slide this bad boy over so you can see it a little bit better. This is going to show us exactly what the government is spending money on. We are $22 billion over the spending cap that was set in April, less than a year ago. Let's see where that money is going. Historically strong economic recovery. Okay, so this is just setting the stage. Okay, we've got wage growth outpacing inflation. I wonder if they're going to frame this as a good thing or a bad thing, because for central bankers, wage growth over inflation, or at the very least wage growth over productivity growth, is a recipe for inflation when you look at what the Bank of Canada and other central banks believe. Living standards are recovering. Is that in terms of GDP per capita? I doubt it. Let's take a look. Lots of jobs created, but unemployment is up regardless because of the increased population growth. We're investing in stronger economic fundamentals. We want more private capital. The Canadian stock market's doing well. And their new immigration changes. We're prepared for uncertainty. Economic outlook. Private sector economists expect stronger growth. Are they just like trying to convince us? Canada's responsible. Okay, maintaining Canada's responsible fiscal anchor. It's going to be interesting to see how they can make this argument, given the $22 billion more spending than we expected. Let's keep going. Reducing your costs, a tax break for all Canadians. More generous Canada carbon rebate, rural top-ups. Trying to sell the carbon tax a little bit more. Stronger competition for lower prices, hidden fees, getting rid of them. all this stuff. Thank you, Sean Gaw, for the super chat. Every little bit counts, so I appreciate your support of the channel. Saying, are you voting Pierre Poilievre 4 p.m. upcoming election? I'm not sure who I'm going to be voting for. I like to keep my mind open all the way up until the election because you never know what people are going to say or what's going to happen when you see their actual policies written down in a platform. So I like to sort of hold that back for a while. But appreciate the support, Sean Gaw. Okay. Cracking down on predatory lending. I like tax filing automatic. For most people that makes sense. You can get benefits for low-income folks. Supporting personals, okay. Exempting the Canada Disability benefit from tax, okay, fine. More housing stuff, more $6 billion to Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, building up to 4 homes at a time. Okay, so that's like 4plexes. Lower down payments, lower mortgage payments, removing the stress test at mortgage renewal. I like that measure, but this is stuff that we already know about. This isn't new stuff. Energy retrofits with $40,000 interest-free loans, restricting large corporate investors from buying single-family homes. That doesn't happen as much in Canada as you'd think, because large corporations can just own smaller corporations, shell corporations, just numbered corporations. So I don't know how they'd be able to enforce that. No larger holding company is holding the smaller companies. Flood insurance, okay, combating mortgage fraud, all good sounding things. More productive and innovative jobs, lots of money for AI, investment tax credits, that's ITCs for businesses, things that you can claim to reduce the income you show so you pay less tax. Invest in Canada Summit, Canada Growth Fund, reducing credit card fees. Okay, just trying to get an overview of what exactly is here and what we should be looking at. Keep in mind what you want to see because we can go look in more depth very soon. Infrastructure bank, growth, safety, security, fair governance. That sounds like ESG. Taking assault weapons off our streets. We heard those announcements, more things being added to the banned list. Strengthening the Black Entrepreneurship Program, okay. Supporting women's organizations, things that sound good. Rebuilding Ukraine with frozen Russian assets. Interesting. Is this, let's give BlackRock some money so that they can own more land in some of the best farming land in the world. Who knows? I'm not saying that. Cracking down on money laundering and terrorist financing, strong penalties for financial crimes. Okay. Debt management strategy. This is the stuff that I'm going to dig into off stream. Stuff that's really dense, and I'll bring back reports for you so you can get a better idea. Okay, I want to flip over to coverage right now of what's going on. But we're going to come back to this. Let me know what you want to check out, because we can check out a number of parts of this update.
Minister is being sworn in to replace her. CTV's Judy Trin is at Rideau Hall with the latest. Judy, the position goes to a longtime Liberal close to Justin Trudeau.
That's right. This is Dominic LeBlanc. He is the current public safety minister. That is who we'll be hearing. Will be given this new finance portfolio. Mr. LeBlanc is a close friend of Justin Trudeau. They've known each other since they were children. LeBlanc has actually at one point babysat Trudeau. Now, what I can tell you is that in terms of the selection of LeBlanc, it might be, I guess, the best choice that Trudeau had. We know that in this current climate with the Trump administration set to come in, that border security is a massive issue. We know that Dominic LeBlanc has said that he wanted to put more money towards border security and that he was going to present a plan. Now, in that fall economic statement that has just been tabled, we know that they have blown way past their own targets. Chrystia Freeland, before her resignation, says she wanted to keep that deficit to about $40 billion. Well, the deficit is projected at $61.9 billion. So that's way past what they wanted, what she wanted, and what she considered her fiscal guardrail. And what I can tell you is that in that $61.9 billion package, there is $2 billion set aside for justice and security measures. We think that is going to go towards, a large part of it will go towards border security measures, Marcia.
Judy, thanks. So the shocking turn of events came on the same day the housing minister, Sean Fraser, announced he's leaving cabinet to spend more time with his family. But that resignation did not come with the same sharp language used by Chrystia Freeland. CTV's senior political correspondent Michael Couture is joining us now with more on what led to today's events. Mike.
Yeah, Marcia, Chrystia Freeland says she met with the Prime Minister on Friday and was offered another cabinet position. And that meeting led to this letter. Freeland wrote, "To be effective, a minister must speak on behalf of the Prime Minister and with his full confidence. In making your decision, you made clear that I no longer credibly enjoy that confidence and possess the authority that comes with it."
Can Justin Trudeau stay at this point without a deputy prime minister?
The news was a shock to cabinet ministers as they arrived for a meeting.
Chrystia Freeland is a good friend, someone I work with very, very closely as president of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport. This news has hit me really hard, and I'll reserve further comment until I have time to process it.
Freeland's letter acknowledged she and the Prime Minister were at odds over how to steer the country's finances forward. Citing the upcoming tariff war with President-elect Donald Trump, Freeland said Canada has to keep its fiscal powder dry, adding, quote, "That means a..."
Okay, so check this out. Check this out. I'm going to tell you exactly what this is about. Reporting from Trevor Tome, saying, okay, what explains this increased deficit? We saw this was the budget from 2024, April, not even a year ago. Now, obviously, this bar is a lot bigger. 60 billion plus in deficit. What is the cost that is adding to this? Well, we've got some things like lower PIT revenues, lower CIT revenues. These are like lower tax revenues from both businesses and individuals. Obviously, businesses aren't doing as well over the past couple of years. Individuals aren't doing as well over the last couple of years. Lower revenues, despite the devaluation of the dollar, which you would think would lead to an increase in tax revenues. At the very least, it's led to a deflation of the federal debt, or the value of the federal debt in real terms. But we see, about $15 billion increases in Indigenous contingent liabilities. What is this? With all the goings on, there's probably no interest in why the 2023-24 deficit grew from 40 billion to 62 billion. 75% of that increase was due to contingent liabilities related to Indigenous rulings/awards. Rest due to lower tax revenues. So is this like reparations payments? Is this what I'm hearing? Or does it have anything to do with the funds of money that have been put together to support Indigenous-run businesses? I'm not certain of that. Is that a different thing entirely? To me, it sounds like, okay, we've got a big fund here of money that is going to people who are Indigenous and who we want to support more heavily, which I think is a valid thing, but not valid when there is fraud involved, which we've seen a number of times in programs like Rent-A-Feather. This idea where corporations will bring on somebody in spirit as a board member in the company to get federal loans and federal subsidies and grants in order to get more money. Obviously, there's a lot of this going on when it comes to environmentalism and when it comes to Indigenous reparations. All of these things that a lot of people care a lot about being taken advantage of for insiders who are closer to the government spigot, right? Just holding their tongue out, getting all that money, letting that funding flow onto them, even if they aren't the ones who should have it. Because most of the people who have gotten these grants and these benefits, firms in the Ottawa region, heavily firms in the Ottawa region. Does that mean that it's actually flowing to the right place?
across that border and also to protect against illegal goods coming into Canada. There is a mass amount of new spending, but ultimately, Marcia, all of the conversations today are going to be on that $61.9 billion deficit and just how far it was from what the Liberals had promised.
Colton, thank you. Colton Prale. Now, pollster Nick Nanos calls Chrystia Freeland's resignation a disaster for the Prime Minister. The founder and chief data scientist at Nanos Research joins me now. Nick, did the Prime Minister misjudge the potential fallout of asking Freeland to step aside from finance?
Absolutely. He not only misjudged, it was completely mishandled. You know, it doesn't take anyone who's an expert in HR, human resources, to figure out that if you are going to be demoting someone or potentially firing someone and then sending them out to do something, that something isn't going to go wrong. And, you know, whoever is giving the Prime Minister that advice, maybe they should be fired. But the reality is that he took the advice. And, you know, the thing is what this done has triggered a series of events where one of his closest and most loyal cabinet ministers has stepped aside and also publicly aired their grievances with the direction of the government and have basically given her own personal vote of non-confidence in Justin Trudeau as the leader of the Liberal Party. And it's basically opened up a can of worms where now other caucus members and others within the Liberal Party are questioning Justin Trudeau's leadership.
There we go. Now my mic is on. So if you're just joining us, well, we're waiting on Justin Trudeau's response. We think that he's going to talk because a new finance minister is being sworn in, maybe third or fourth down the line in terms of people that are getting to the bottom of the barrel, it seems, because this is supposed to be Champagne and then Randy Boissonneau, blah, 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 blah. New finance minister being sworn in. I've got the live stream up here. CBC's keeping an eye on it. We're going to listen here in just a moment, but we're expecting Trudeau to show up. Are we turning? There's a, maybe not. We're expecting to hear from Trudeau. We're expecting to hear from Dominic LeBlanc, his new finance minister. Will we get any certainty from Trudeau? I doubt they'll take any questions. They're going to be, as it says here, having a caucus meeting, but okay, maybe this is live.
Well, probably just let much
Dominic
of this
LeBlanc.
unfold without
Here we go,
an
folks.
enormous amount of talking.
Let me shrink myself down.
But to say this is...
bears witness to important moments in the history of our nation. And with today's ceremony, you are becoming part of that history. C'est un plaisir de vous accueillir ici pour cette cérémonie spéciale. Cette salle est souvent le témoin d'un moment
also
important dans
the
l'histoire de
scene
notre nation.
of very
Et
historic
avec la
moments,
cérémonie aujourd'hui, vous faites
such as
désormais
today's
partie de cette
ceremony.
histoire. The clerk of the Privy Council will now seek the Governor General's consent to proceed. Le greffier du Conseil privé demandera maintenant à la gouverneure générale la permission de procéder.
The permission of the Governor General to proceed.
With the Governor General's approval, we will now proceed with the ceremony. Maintenant que le gouverneur général signifie son approbation, nous procéderons à la cérémonie.
With the ceremony.
The minister who's changing responsibilities will please come forward to swear the oath of office. Le ministre qui change la responsabilité est prié de s'avancer
The
pour
minister
prêter la
changing
serment
responsibilities will
d'office.
now please come forward to proceed with the oath of office.
The Honorable Dominic LeBlanc, Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs. L'Honorable Dominic LeBlanc, Ministre des Finances et des Affaires
Dominic LeBlanc, Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental
Moi, Dominique
Affairs.
Leblanc, je promets
I,
et
Dominic
jure
LeBlanc,
solennellement et
do
sincèrement
solemnly and
qu'au mieux
sincerely
de ma compétence
promise and
et de ma
declare
connaissance,
that I will
j'exécute
truly
loyalement
and
et
faithfully
fidèlement
and to the
les
best of my
pouvoirs
skill and
et je
knowledge
m'acquitterai des
execute the
responsabilités
powers
qui m'ont été
and the trusts
confiées
reposed in
en
me
qualité de ministre des
as
Finances
Minister of
et des
Finance
Affaires
and
intergouvernementales.
Intergovernmental Affairs.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will be truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Congratulations, Minister.
That's the Governor General, right? Here's Trudeau.
Okay, a very strange scene, frankly. Clapping and hugs for a job that Dominic LeBlanc is tasked with doing because the government is in a a crisis, a political crisis, after the resignation of Chrystia Freeland in a dramatic fashion this morning. Dominic LeBlanc, longtime friend, close friend of the Prime Minister's, close personal friend, and a man who has shown his competency in many areas, but also his political skills, which are, of course, will be tested here in this role and over the next 24 hours. But it was clear that this job needed to be filled and needed to be filled urgently, given the situation that this country is facing with Donald Trump, and the importance, of course, of the role of finance minister. So Dominic LeBlanc now becoming finance minister, minister of intergovernmental affairs, and minister of public safety. And we are now at a point where multiple ministers have multiple files because people have been leaving, and a cabinet shuffle that was intended to happen this week was supposed to fix some of that. No longer clear whether there will be any cabinet shuffle of any kind beyond what we're seeing here today. But these are our first pictures of the Prime Minister since early this morning as this news was breaking. Again, can't describe to you how odd this moment is to see two people smiling, given the gravity of what has happened today, given the consequences of what is happening today, given what Justin Trudeau may be facing later today at a National Caucus meeting where we've heard from a number of MPs they will ask him to leave. I know people are good at putting on public faces. I have to do that myself sometimes, but that is a pretty extraordinary display at an extraordinary moment for Justin Trudeau. We are expecting to hear from someone, I believe Dominic LeBlanc, in a couple moments' time.
Okay.
Power and Politics will start in 15 minutes.
Wow. Okay. So the result of the poll that we have been holding on the channel, people think that Trudeau is going to resign before the next election. 42% to no, 39%. He'll decide later, 18%. Interesting stuff. Will he resign? Well, we're going to find out today. If he's going to resign today, at the very least. Maybe he's going to wait for a moment. I want to hear from Dominic LeBlanc. What's he going to say about this? When are reporters going to get some questions here? Is this all something to distract from the $21 billion over budget that they went today?
Former assistant parliamentary budget officer. So you've seen the document, $61 billion in deficit for last year, but a deficit that is going down over time. Give me your sense of what you read in that lockup, that much shortened lockup.
Yeah, it was actually a shortened lockup and an overall kind of really interesting day. This is probably a significant pivot, right, for this government. I think we saw a majority of spending going towards business investment, something we really hadn't seen, very little on kind of the wealth transfer side. So kind of that fundamental pivot that we were kind of looking for from this government. It's still a big spending government. You're seeing, spending between 15 and 16% of the size of the economy every year through the forecast period. And, a surprise of some sorts of the deficit for the last year, hitting, over $60 billion. A big chunk of that actually being two kind of accounting issues. A little harder to explain and probably not the spending overrun that one might expect otherwise. But I guess two big features of this update that, might peek above the surface of everything else going on today.
Sahir Khan, I just want to give your actual title right now as well, Executive Vice President at the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. One of the things that the former finance minister pointed to was the gimmicks, political gimmicks, that the Prime Minister's office was pushing in order to try and, garner more support at a time when she believed that the country should be keeping its powder dry. What do you think of those criticisms?
If the former minister was talking about the last few years, maybe there were a few of them. Other than the GST item, it was really hard to see what kind of gimmicks were really in this update. It was fairly straightforward. $24 billion in spending. They showed about 21, but it's kind of recouping some from tax measures. But otherwise, yeah, it was kind of a policy pivot and a little bit of that supplies deficit number. But other than that, hard to see that there were really any kind of triggers for the type of political rift that kind of played out over the last day.
Interesting. Okay, so here, Khan, I'm going to let you go. In a regular day, you would have been a big part of the show. On this day, we'll just take what we can get from you. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
Okay, nice to see you. All right, I want to show you the picture outside of Rideau Hall, if I can. Rideau Hall is where we are expecting Dominic LeBlanc, the new finance minister, to appear and take some questions.
You're going to do it in the dark? Oh my gosh. Look at this. This looks like it's a Halloween. Some element to this is just eerie to me. Look at this scene. AI Canada, thank you again for the super chat. I appreciate the support and for you tuning in for the stream. Damage is already done. Poilievre will take the blame. Perhaps if he becomes prime minister, maybe he'll take the blame down the road for the ramifications of some of this stuff. Yeah, phantom of the budget. Yeah, like, you're right.
Chilly evening here in the nation's capital. And David, I want to bring you back to reflect on the images we saw earlier of...
I just got to okay. See what this looks like, this image.
To do. I think.
Yeah, okay, cool. We got this live view. Let me flip to it. It's so hard when this is a long live stream. Okay, there's one thing. And then, okay. Okay, there we go. This is the background music, I think.
Minister, which is an insane thing to say out loud in the third term, and not after
Doesn't
a crisis,
this seem appropriate?
or a personal crisis or a tragedy.
Yeah.
But after a political disagreement. It was interesting to hear Sahir Khan saying this is
how
kind of a pretty
Trudeau's
normal
feeling right
return
now.
to basic sort of fall economic statement, which I think is the sort of fall economic statement
The
Christopher
Grim
would like
Reaper.
to do. I think her reference to the costly political gimmicks is the $250 affordability checks, which this fall economic statement is completely silent on. It's not booked in the fiscal framework. It's not booked there anywhere. Perhaps Dominic LeBlanc, when he comes out to speak to us in just a little while, will be asked how
we'll
he
save a little
intends
bit more
to
of that music
resurrect
for
this
when we
thing
hear
and seek a
from
partner
LeBlanc.
in Parliament. I think,
or if he does.
I miss it already.
Exactly, or if he does, presuming the Prime Minister may still want it, though. We'll see, because it came from his office and his campaign team, presumably. Whether they can find that partner now. I mean, Yves-François Blanchet, the Trudeau government is over. We know how Mr. Poilievre and his caucus feel about it. They say it in unison daily. Jagmeet Singh said today the Prime Minister has to go and all options are on the table when it comes to voting non-confidence, whatever that means. But there's no incentive for anybody to cooperate with them now and to help them get anything through Parliament unless it is of such clear and obvious seismic importance, like border measures, for example, to avoid the tariffs.
Here's something of note. I think I missed super chat. Thank you, Stephen Tinker. Appreciate it. Hope the single clapper moves outside for the next speech. Yeah. I think the golf clapper might be there. If I were him, I wouldn't be. He's got a caucus meeting at 5 p.m. But thank you, Stephen Tinker, for the super chat. Every little bit counts and helps out the channel. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated, and putting a like on that bad boy. Thank you. Okay. Something interesting here from Sarabjit Kaur. No matter what happened, I agree with this, I think. I'm glad she didn't go quietly. When you put so much blood, sweat, and tears into your job and people don't stand by you the way you stand by them, you deserve to say your piece. Extra for women. I mean, I think that's fair. Chrystia Freeland was the most reliable finance minister for Trudeau. Most loyal is what I was looking for. Now you can question her economic policy. You can also question how much of that economic policy was hers. It seems like now she's trying to distance herself from what's happened and say, hey, Trudeau's actually the one who made some of these decisions. But she's taking the government down with her, it looks like, and that at least is something for her legacy.
That is the sort of thing they might be able to get help on. $250 affordability checks, forget it.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a severely weakened leader and government. It becomes impossible to find compromise and support.
By the way, if you haven't already done so, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We cover Canadian politics like we are today, Canadian economics most heavily on the channel, macroeconomics, and how worldwide finances are largely outside of the control of individual governments, I think. I think it's mostly tied up in central banks. We cover some of the central bank policy, Bank of Canada, Federal Reserve, that kind of stuff, as well as just other stuff that you might want to know about. So subscribe to the channel. It's free to you. Doesn't sign you up for anything. No emails, no spam. You just help out the channel. That's all that button click does. So I appreciate you tuning in and subscribing to the channel.
And the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. And it's on a day where, you know, arguably, if LeBlanc is the most trusted member of cabinet, Freeland would have been number 2 or 1A, you know, in terms of relying on them, and that order could reverse depending on the set of circumstances that were on the table. And he has to come out, and he will be the first word from the government on this in a meaningful way. It won't be from the Prime Minister. It wasn't the House Leader. Sure wasn't the Deputy Prime, well, the Deputy Prime Minister, because there isn't one right now. But how he does this in a way that doesn't look panicked. I mean, LeBlanc is an incredible political communicator, so he'll find a way. But
can't even hear
my mind casts back to that notorious quote from
Dominic LeBlanc is the next Dark Souls boss.
He said, there are some turds you just can't polish. Right. And that is the situation they find themselves in right now. How do you make this look good? You don't. Like, this
just
is,
to be clear, this is my music choice.
This is no emergency parachute kind of political crisis. And if the Prime Minister leaves Rideau Hall to go to the Sir John A. Macdonald building, which is where the caucus meeting is happening, and is presented with a growing list of names from the caucus calling for him to go after losing his Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, Dom LeBlanc can do this job. He can handle the politics of it. But that's not going to solve the internal crisis that is going to grow from here. This is going to spiral, and it's going to take every ounce of political skill and relationship building the Prime Minister has left in his body to get through this, because it's going to be a rough caucus meeting, no doubt.
Someone close to Freeland just texted me and said these were pro-investment measures Freeland had spent months working on.
Yeah.
This didn't happen magically. And in spite of all of that, and in spite of the fact that Zahir Khan just said there are no gimmicks inside of this update, she did not feel she could continue, not only because of the policy differences, but because of the portfolio that she was being offered, which doesn't sound like it was much of anything, to be frank. We are waiting to hear from Dominic LeBlanc right now. Did you want in there, Fred? No.
Oh, no.
Okay, I thought I saw you.
You got nothing to say?
I can say a lot if you want. I can say about how, like, watching Freeland, he's about to talk, of course he'll shut me down anyway.
Yes, I will, yep.
Well, just looking at Freeland, I was just thinking about how, you know, she pushed for these things in there, and where she comes out of this looking pretty good today. She looks like she won the day, if she would include leaving cabinet a win. But I'm just thinking back, the last 2 Liberal finance ministers to leave their governments, John Turner left Pierre Trudeau's, and Paul Martin left Jean Chrétien. They all eventually became Prime Minister and replaced those leaders. I
gotta tell you, it's a little less good when it's not as blue. I liked the non-white balanced image. And seems like
threat when Trudeau
people
leaves.
coming out.
Bill Morneau did not become Prime Minister, though. That was
I forgot about
that.
He did write a very interesting book.
He did write a book, and he does lots of interviews and says whatever he likes. Jordan, another final thought from you?
Well, yeah, I think, you know, when you step back, and so many aspects of today are surreal, like that was a surreal signing ceremony for a battlefield promotion, you know, to see the Prime Minister sort of smiling and as though this is a normal day when it's really anything but. But I think that Freeland really executed a sort of masterful bit of judo here. The Prime Minister and the PMO were moving against her in terms of pushing her out, and she has managed to now turn it around, not only to weaken the Prime Minister and sort of maybe exact a bit of revenge there, but also really strengthen her own position. She's staked out some clear policy differences. She's indicated she's running again. Everything there is lining up for potential for her to come back. And I think that's a pretty remarkable feat, especially for somebody who was often criticized in Ottawa for a lack of sort of tactical finesse.
Yeah, it does make me think too about where Mark Carney is with all of this, because he is the one that they were talking to that was going to be in or out of cabinet, and now he finds himself, I would imagine, unsure about what the next steps are, but potentially also well-placed if we are going to see ourselves into a leadership race. But give me your final thoughts here.
To Jordan's point, I mean, if Freeland, if there was a cabinet shuffle this week and Freeland was left in cabinet, the Conservatives would be criticizing her. Today, they're praising her. I have a saying that I think there's only about 6 songs in the Canadian politics songbooks. You know, you build them up, you tear them down, that's a song, you know, unhappy.
Okay, let's see if we have anything else here from, okay, we don't have a power and politics going just yet.
Resigning on the day of the fall economic statement. It's just.
With Canada's premiers, as I have.
He's in.
I think she was definitely respected, though, and is respected in caucus.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. Like, I keep coming back to the fact, I know there were leaks coming from finance, pushing back on things. It's unclear to me if that was from the political side or the policy side, but what is clear to me is Dominic LeBlanc walking up to the microphone as the new Minister of Finance to take some questions.
Évidemment, je suis très
honoré
de devenir ministre des Finances, de demeurer ministre des Affaires intergouvernementales. Je pense beaucoup à mes collègues à la sécurité publique. J'ai adoré être ministre de la sécurité publique.
I absolutely love being the Minister of Public Safety, and I was very impressed by the men and women who work there. And of course, I intend to continue to support them.
It's an honor for me tonight to become Canada's finance minister and to remain as the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. I look forward to working with Canada's premiers as I have for the last number of years on some important challenges facing the country. I'm also thinking tonight of the remarkable women and men who work in the public safety portfolio, in the department and in the agencies. I've been inspired by their work over the last year and a half, and I look forward to hopefully continuing to support them in the work that they do for Canadians. And with that, I'm obviously thrilled and happy to take your questions.
Minister. Okay, so he's going to take reporter questions.
On passera maintenant aux questions. Comme d'habitude, une question est suivie. So, as usual, one question, one follow-up.
Minister LeBlanc, David Baxter with the Canadian Press. If you can respond in French and English for broadcast friends. We have several Liberal MPs calling for the Prime Minister's resignation. Jagmeet Singh also calling for the Prime Minister's resignation. How does the government manage to even push its agenda forward?
Okay, you know what? I think now's the time. Now's the time. I have to get ready for my my beer league game. But also, if I were Dominic LeBlanc and I wanted to protect myself a little bit from the questions that he's about to get, I think I'd need throw this on for this part of the press conference. I think it's necessary with a little bit of cage dangle for the sty.
In a minority parliament.
The government passed a series of confidence votes last week. The spending estimates were approved. The government continues to focus on the work that Canadians want us to focus on. I had today interesting conversations with officials in the incoming administration in the United States on border security. My conversation with the Prime Minister today was entirely focused on the work that we want to do to support Canadians around affordability, obviously the threat of tariffs coming from an incoming administration and what we need to do to protect the Canadian economy. Alors moi, je suis tout à fait confiant.
So I'm very confident that we can continue to do the necessary work. And last week, our government received the support of the House of Commons on several confidence motions, and we are aware of the work ahead of us. Obviously, affordability issues are a priority for the government, and I, as Minister of Finance, will be certainly focused on that. We also have work to do with the U.S. administration. I remain Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and of course I intend to work with the premiers. They are essential allies for us in terms of the potential threat of a 25% tariff on our goods. So this is work I will continue to do.
Trying to work with the Americans going forward, seeing Chrystia Freeland, who stick-handled so much of it in the last Trump presidency, no longer being a part of cabinet, and we know Trump, he goes after weakness. Do you think he sees this as a weak moment in the Trudeau government?
I certainly don't propose to speak for President Trump or his administration. I was at the dinner at Mar-a-Lago 2.5 weeks ago and saw two leaders focused on a number of priorities, both in the Canada-U.S. Context, but talking about global issues as well. I've continued to have discussions with incoming Secretary Lutnick, for example, the Commerce Secretary, around border security, was involved in meetings with senior officials in the incoming administration today. So the one thing I think the American administration will respect is a government that's focused on our common priorities, on the shared issues around border security, economic prosperity. Those are the issues that I'll work on very happily with our American counterparts once they're sworn in.
Bonjour, Monsieur Leblanc. Estelle Côté-Strocade, Radio-Canada.
Hello, Mr. LeBlanc. Do you believe that Justin Trudeau must resign? And if not, do you think he still has the legitimacy to remain Prime Minister, given all we've heard in recent hours? Well, I believe that the Prime Minister remains very focused on the work that we have ahead of us. In my conversations with him today, we talked about the cost of living, public finances, and the work that we have to carry out with the Trump administration starting in January. And I believe that Canadians expect that we will remain focused on those issues. That is the work that I look forward to doing as Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs, and this is my only focus. And today I was talking only about that with the Prime Minister and my colleagues.
Like our entire government is very focused on the work that Canadians expect us to do. We understand that cost of living for a huge number of Canadians is a very significant issue, and they expect their government to be focused.
At the very least, LeBlanc's tone is a little less condescending. Like, it sounds like he's talking to you as somebody who understands what he's saying, rather than somebody who's talking to you as if you're 5 years old.
Extremely focused on the challenges that the
even if the substance isn't that much more dense,
pose with respect to the potential imposition of tariffs. I have been doing a lot of work on border security issues over the last number of weeks. I saw two leaders focused on these issues at Mar-a-Lago when we were there 2.5 weeks ago. So I intend to continue to do the work that I have, and I think I have a pretty busy set of issues in front of me, and I'm excited about it.
When you went to Mar-a-Lago, did you know that she would be sent to finance by Prime Minister Trudeau? No, of course not. When we were in the plane and when we came back the next day, we talked about our conversation with President Trump and the work that I would have to do as the Minister of Public Safety. We talked about border security. I've been asked to take on the chairmanship of the U.S.-Canada Relationship Committee.
And were you the first pick, or did you have to step up because no one else wanted the job?
That wasn't the conversation I had with the Prime Minister. You'd have to talk to the Prime Minister about those issues. I spoke to him this afternoon. He asked me to assume this responsibility and to remain the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, to assume the chair's role of the Canada-U.S. Cabinet Committee, and to remain very focused on border security. So that was my conversation with him, and it's an enormous privilege. It's an enormous privilege to serve as the finance minister, and it's something that I will pour my heart and soul into for as long as I have the job.
And as finance minister, what will be your number one priority dealing with the new U.S. administration, cost of living, the $61 billion deficit?
I think the number one priority for the government has to remain the cost of living challenges that Canadian families are facing. Canadian families and Canadians across the country are feeling the pressure of the cost of living increases. They want the government to remain focused on those issues. That will be a huge focus for me as the Minister of Finance. They also expect the government to manage the public finances and taxpayers' money in an effective way. They want the expenditure of public money to be focused on what achieves results for them. So that's a job that I look forward to doing as Minister of Finance. And at this particular moment, the challenge that we're facing in terms of the potential threat of tariffs across the line on Canadian exports to the United States is a key economic concern for the government, and I look forward to working with Canada's premiers on this issue. I was very encouraged by conversations I had with a few premiers who were attending the Council of the Federation meeting today. Premier Ford, as chair of the Council of the Federation, will be a great ally for Canada. And for me, it's been a privilege to work with him in the past. But I look forward to using the very effective advocacy that premiers like Doug Ford, Premier Smith, attending conferences with American governors. These are all great assets for Canadians as we try and work together to convince the American administration that this isn't the right way to proceed.
The priority for me remains cost of living issues. Canadians and all of us are aware of the circumstances that we've seen in recent months in terms of financial pressures, and the federal government must remain focused on those issues. So that will certainly be my priority as Minister of Finance. But of course, Canadians also expect the government to spend taxpayers' money responsibly. And again, after assessing the benefits for Canadians and looking at public finances, I will be moving forward in my job.
Minister Laura Osmond, the logic. You're now chair of the U.S.-Canada Committee. You're the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister. You're in charge of the border. You're in charge of all of public safety. You are also in charge now of the entire finance department. How do you propose to give all of these crucial files your full attention at such a critical time for Canada, especially facing these trade threats?
So I guess I'll start early in the morning and work late at night, and probably won't take a lot of weekends off. It's an exciting time to have those responsibilities. I don't diminish for a minute the work that's before our government. The good news is I have colleagues and officials that will support me. I'm confident that Canadians will see a government focused on their priorities. And as I said, it's the cost of living challenges they're facing, and the relationship with the United States is obviously a huge focus. I remember Mr. Mulroney, the late Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, telling us that the management of that relationship was critical for the economic success of our country. He was an example of how to do that well. So I thought about him today and over the...
Okay, so interesting stuff here, because we've got Dominic LeBlanc doing this this press conference here, but we also have some reports, some new reports. Let me put this... We'll put it here. Breaking. Sources tell me that 60 Liberal MPs will sign a letter asking for Trudeau to resign. This is about 40% of the party. The closed-door Liberal caucus meeting will continue this hour. This is what is going on right now. We've got a revolt going on in the Liberal Party. We may not find out tonight what's going on and what ultimately will become of this situation. But 40% of the party, this is up from about 20 MPs who signed a letter last month. If you're just joining me and are curious about the helmet, if you're just joining over the last 10 minutes, it is because I cannot navigate through this world without some cranial protection. It's just a long-term condition. Can't take the helmet off. It's the rules. It's the rules. So honestly, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens with Trudeau here. Dominic LeBlanc, the new finance minister, as we're seeing. Obviously a disaster for Trudeau. A disaster for Trudeau. Does he have another finance minister on Bloc? Clearly not. We go to Dominic LeBlanc as a backup. We go to Dominic LeBlanc as a backup. Will he resign with this pressure? I don't know. I think that it's likely. Why wouldn't he? I don't understand with his... Okay. I got to make eye contact with you. I don't understand his incentives. What's the benefit for him to stay on as prime minister? Does it help him long term with his future? Not really. Maybe it's the best move for his party. We saw what happened when Biden stepped down in the election with Harris, but I don't think anyone in the Liberal Party even believes that they're going to win, let alone be the official opposition. So I think that Trudeau should step down for his own benefit, but I do question, is he the one behind his own decisions at this point, or is there some other third party that is more in his ear than his own personal interests? That's a little bit tinfoil hockey helmet-y, but it's what I'm thinking. And Steve Wojtas, hopefully I said your last name right. Thank you, Steve, for the super chat. Another qualified Liberal finance minister, Dominic LeBlanc's formal education in finance, 0. It's true. Not a lot of formal education in finance, but is a formal education in finance really all that beneficial? Or does that just position you to do what the system wants you to do, right? The financial system, keep the debt-based monetary system rolling. Maybe, but I appreciate the thought, Steve. Thank you for the support. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's essential, some people are saying. Interesting stuff. Well, you know what? We're going to, I think, come to the end of this stream. If you're watching and you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. If you see me without my helmet in any future video, just know that I have minutes left to live. Subscribe to the channel. It doesn't cost you anything. It only helps out the channel. I appreciate the support, everybody, for watching this. You know what? Let's just. I gotta live for a few minutes here before I meet my demise. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Subscribe to the channel. Like this video. More coming up in the future. We're going to cover a lot of Canadian financial policy. Yeah, that's what we cover on the channel. But we also cover global financial policy, Canadian news as well, just general content. I appreciate you all for subscribing and joining in. Yeah, Claudio says at this point you can go watch some paint dry and it might be more optimal than the Liberal Party. Who knows? I'm going to go play a beer league hockey game and come back, and maybe, depending on what's going on, if Trudeau stepped down, then I'm probably going to be live again. So maybe I'll bring the mitts next time and we'll do that. But I appreciate you all for being here. Again, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be covering this. We're going to be covering what's going to happen. What do you think is going to happen? Does Jagmeet Singh take advantage of this position and become the only answer for people who want to vote for the left, to say we have a functioning party? At least we're functional, even if we're not great. At least we're functional. That would be the move, I think. But I think he's going to continue to prop up the government, continue moving forward and saying, hey, well, we don't want to hand an election to the Conservatives, so we're just going to not be responsible for that. Very curious what will happen moving forward. Definitely this wasn't the plan. I think Trudeau thought that he could fire Freeland and she would go quietly into the night, but it is not so. Freeland takes some parting shots, says, I don't agree with your financial policy, and I don't think that we should be doing these financial gimmicks. Canadians can see through it. That's the last thing I thought I would have ever heard from her, is that calling out the financial gimmicks. But she brings down the government possibly on her way out. Respect at least in that, and not going so quietly as she may have been expected to. A big rift in the relationship, probably never to be repaired. Some high stakes stuff. I hope we hear from Trudeau. Keep your eyes peeled on the channel for more updates just like this. And thank you once again, everyone, for tuning in and for subscribing and for being amazing. Okay, we will catch you next time. All the best. I have only minutes left to live now that I've taken my helmet off, so wish me luck.